Chapter 145. Meow Xiaomiao rolled her eyes cutely and said, "Are you stupid? The three great factions are sending people personally, and there are even many experts from the inner city. There are as many profound heaven realm experts as there are dogs, and there are probably quite a few lightning tribulation realm experts as well. There are even lower realm experts accompanying them. The three great factions are sending no less than 10,000 people this time. Including the various large mercenary groups and individual teams, there are at least 50,000 people this time. In such a situation, of course it's not that dangerous." Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Wang Qian said, "Actually, to put it bluntly, we're just tagging along. It's like a temporary conscription, but even if we don't do anything, we'll still be rewarded handsomely when we come back. This time, it's China, and the country is paying because this matter has indeed attracted China's attention. They believe that Tianhua City may indeed become the target of a monster attack in the near future. If there are lightning tribulation realm and lower realm experts leading the team, it's indeed safe under normal circumstances." Lin Xian pondered. Meow Xiaomiao nodded. "Yes, not only is it safe, but we also have a chance to kill a monster. Moreover, it's in a relatively safe environment. No matter how you think about it, it's not a loss." Lin Xian looked up at them and said, "But aren't you afraid of a domain realm monster that surpasses the lower realm appearing?" Meow Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said, "Lin Xian, you're underestimating the domain realm. A monster in the 60s or 70s can destroy everything within a few thousand meters with a wave of its hand. Let's put it this way. In history, monsters have attacked cities, and more than 300 cities have been conquered. In a few decades, a monster of this level has never appeared. How could it appear in Linfeng City, which is so close to human territory? Then before this, did you think that a lightning tribulation realm monster would appear 3 kilometers away from Tianhua City?" Lin Xian asked back. Meow Xiaomiao was stumped. That's right, before this incident, she had indeed never thought that such a situation would occur. "You're right, but the probability of this happening is just too low. Moreover, we'll definitely make preparations before we go," Meow Xiaomiao said. Actually, to Lin Xian, that was an opportunity. Linfeng City was more than 100 kilometers away from Tianhua City. That was a city that had been captured, and had long become the territory of demonic beasts. There must be a lot of powerful demonic beasts there, and Lin Xian was now a 2-star arcane body realm cultivator. He needed powerful demonic beasts, arcane body realm demonic beasts to quickly raise his realm. Lin Xian didn't dare to go alone or with a team. However, if they were to follow the 3 major forces, their safety would be guaranteed. "I want to ask, why did the 3 major forces bring people to Linfeng City?" Meow Xiaomiao said, "Clear." "What?" "We've investigated Linfeng City and found that there are many demonic beasts there. At the same time, it's also a place that invades Tianhua City. Clearing the demonic beasts there won't guarantee much, but it can at least guarantee that the demonic beasts' attack on the city will be delayed. This is also a strike by us humans to dampen the demonic beasts' arrogance. Wouldn't it be over if we just fired a nuclear missile?" Meow Xiaomiao laughed. "Yes, a nuclear bomb can destroy an area of tens of kilometers and kill demonic beasts. If we fire a few hundred or a few thousand, demonic beasts will all die. However, this is just an ideal situation." Meow Xiaomiao said, "Firstly, the radiation from the nuclear bomb will cause the explosion area to become uninhabitable for tens of years. Secondly, even if it's a nuclear bomb, it can only destroy existences below the lightning retribution realm. Even lightning retribution realm demonic beasts can withstand its power. The demonic beasts are either very weak or very strong. Just killing a group of weak demonic beasts is meaningless. Thirdly, if a powerful demonic beast senses it, it can release its power to detonate the nuclear bomb from tens of thousands of meters away. It can't hit the target accurately. Fourthly, and most importantly, it's too dangerous. After transforming into human form, many powerful demonic beasts even have the ability to change the direction of the nuclear bomb. In other words, if we fire a nuclear bomb, it's very likely that we'll fall into the demonic beast's trap. The nuclear bomb may be transferred by the demonic beasts to the sky above the city. Then, it's the same as humans destroying themselves. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian knew this as well, but he didn't know the full extent of it. Yes, it's not like there haven't been such examples before. In Lin Xian's memory, such a situation happened 30 years ago. A city was destroyed by the humans' own hands, and hundreds of thousands of people died. The demonic beasts even destroyed the enemy effortlessly and took over the city. From then on, such situations were forbidden. Instead, it was possible that the demonic beasts were waiting for the humans to release a nuclear bomb. Then what about this time? Just relying on tens of thousands of people to clear it. Is it possible? Miao Xiao Miao said, from what I know, this time they'll be carrying heavy weapons. They'll be divided into several groups, and each group will be led by a strong cultivator. They can also carry out small-scale bombings, so dealing with weak demonic beasts shouldn't be a problem. Our mission is to escort them and clear out the nearby demonic beasts. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then I'll go too. You should have agreed long ago. You're a grown man, so why are you hesitating? Miao Xiao Miao rolled her eyes, but when she heard that Lin Xian would also go, she was very happy. What the hell do you know? Lin Xian rolled his eyes back. He wasn't afraid of himself, but he was afraid of Linya. He had fetters, and Lin Xian wouldn't be so decisive. At the same time, he was also panicking. That kind of demonic beasts had appeared outside Tianhua City. He really didn't know how dangerous it was outside. No matter how small the possibility was, it was still dangerous. But at the same time, it was also an opportunity. Then it settled. Gather here at 9 in the morning the day after tomorrow, okay? Miao Xiao Miao looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian nodded, then looked at her and said, You're going too. Of course, this lady is counting on raising her cultivation by a few stars this time. Miao Xiao Miao said proudly. Lin Xian glanced at her. This Miao Xiao Miao had actually reached the arcane body realm 1 star. God knows when she went out to kill demonic beasts again. Okay, then it's settled. Do I need to register? Give me your identification card, and I'll help you register. Otherwise, I won't give you the reward when the time comes. Lin Xian then passed his identification card to Miao Xiao Miao. Then it's settled. I'll go back first. Ah. You're leaving already. Lin Xian smiled, looked at Miao Xiao Miao, and asked, Why? You can't bear to leave me. That's not it. Lin Xian thought about it. Indeed, there was nothing to do when he went back. Ling Ying's place was in the afternoon, and Linya and the others were shopping. He didn't know what to do at the academy, so he might as well stay here for a while. Then stay and play. But you have to bring me along to play. You can't let me be bored. I'm considered a guest, right? Chapter 146. When Miao Xiao Miao said that she was playing with Lin Xian, she was the one who gave Lin Xian a computer and the two of them were playing games. Wow! You're so bad. Lin Xian couldn't help but complain. Miao Xiao Miao's face turned red. It's not like I play games often. If I'm being tricked, so be it. I'm just playing with you. Miao Xiao Miao rebutted Lin Xian. Damn! You're such a smart girl. Logically speaking, you should be good at everything, let alone playing games. Why do I feel like you can't even control the keyboard and mouse? Is there something wrong with your brain? Ding. Feeling Meow Xiao Meow's resentment, scumbag value plus 10,000. Lin Xian, I'm lowering myself to play games with you, but you're not happy about it. Meow Xiao Meow pointed at Lin Xian indignantly, looking extremely cute when she was huffing and puffing. Lin Xian shrugged and said, even a newbie can't be so bad, right? And you say you've played before. TSK. You haven't won a single game this afternoon. Are you playing a game or are you just giving your 5 opponents some warmth? Are you blaming me for losing? Shouldn't I be blaming you for not being able to fight 1 against 5? Lin Xian was speechless. That's my fault. I can't fight 1 against 5. Lin Xian finally admitted defeat. Fuck. That's more like it. Do you still want to play? Lin Xian looked at the time and said, play my ass. I'm going to fuck some girls. I can't be bothered with a little girl like you. Meow Xiao Meow was speechless. TSK, you're puffing yourself up at your own cost. Do you have a girlfriend? TSK, Meow Xiao Meow didn't believe him. Alright, just you wait. At this time, Meow Zhenghao walked in with a smile. You two kids. I can hear you arguing from outside. Meow Zhenghao looked at Lin Xian and Meow Xiao Meow helplessly and shook his head with a smile. Grandpa. Seeing Meow Zhenghao, Meow Xiao Meow quickly ran over and hugged his arm. Grandpa, Lin Xian bullied your granddaughter. You have to teach him a lesson. Wang Qian smiled as she watched this scene. Why did she feel that these two people were enemies instead? Meow Zhenghao rubbed Meow Xiao Meow's hair and said, You, don't cause trouble. Grandpa, why are you siding with an outsider? I'm your biological granddaughter. Meow Xiao Meow pouted. You brat, you've been spoiled rotten by me. It's good that Lin Xian is teaching you a lesson. Meow Xiao Meow, she could feel the malice from her family. Did you see that? Even Grandpa Meow isn't on your side, and you're still arguing with me. Lin Xian even gave Meow Xiao Meow the middle finger. Meow Xiao Meow was furious. Humph. Meow Xiao Meow turned her head, causing her ponytail to sway. Then, she angrily sat down on her seat and finished her coffee in one gulp. Meow Zhenghao sat next to Lin Xian and poured a cup of coffee for them. Lin Xian, I've heard about the crisis that happened when the Sky Martial Court went out to train. This incident was not only spread in Tianhua City, but it had spread to other cities as well. However, not many people knew about it. Most people only knew that a very powerful demonic beast had appeared outside Tianhua City. However, a young genius who had mastered the space attribute had saved 40 teachers and students, but he had fallen into danger. As for the news that Lin Xian had returned alive, many people did not know about it. This incident was not reported after that because it might cause unnecessary panic. Lin Xian took a sip of coffee and said, I didn't expect to encounter such a situation either. That's right. Meow Zhenghao sighed and said, if it weren't for you, the 40 teachers and students in Ningning, and the hundreds of Sky Martial Court students who went out this time might have been killed. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Nobody was hurt. Lin Xian did not know why Meow Zhenghao had brought this up, but it was something that could be forgotten. You're so young, but you're able to use the space attribute to such an extent. It's heaven-defying. Meow Zhenghao sighed. Actually, Lin Xian didn't know exactly how heaven-defying it was. He only knew that it was quite powerful. However, to be able to teleport 40 people 1,000 meters away, Lin Xian didn't know what it was like. However, from Meow Zhenghao's words, it was obvious that it was heaven-defying. It was a little exaggerated. Grandpa Meow, is it really that powerful? I'm not sure. I don't have much of an understanding of the space attribute. Miao Zhenghao smiled and said, how should I compare it to you? I've met a space master before. He's already 83 years old and has been cultivating the space attribute for 70 years. He's now in the lower realm. He can release the space attribute at full power, and the effect is about 5 times stronger than yours. Do you understand this concept? That means he can teleport 200 people 5,000 meters away. Lin Xian muttered. However, you have to remember that he has been cultivating for 70 years and is in the lower realm. After hearing Miao Zhenghao's words, Lin Xian suddenly became terrified. Only someone who had been cultivating for 70 years and was in the lower realm could achieve such an effect. However, he could teleport 40 people 1,000 meters away. It did seem like it would cause a commotion. Every attribute requires talent. The more talented one is, the more proficient and refined one's control of that attribute will be. Under such circumstances, one will be able to fight with more ease. Time and space are the most special existences. Talent is no longer useful. Many people who have awakened these two attributes, even if they reach the mystic heaven realm or the thunder tribulation realm, can only achieve the effect of short-distance teleportation. Compared to you, they're tens of times worse. If you want to cultivate these two attributes well, hard work takes up 10%. The other 90% depends on your innate understanding of the attribute, Miao Zhenghao said. Lin Xian was baffled by what he heard. When Miao Zhenghao saw Lin Xian's expression, he smiled kindly and said, what I mean is that some people are born with powerful space and time attributes, but they can't cultivate them well their entire lives. They might even be useless because they don't have an innate understanding of the attribute. However, some people, like you, have such a heaven-defying control of space at such a young age. That means you were born with an innate understanding of the space attribute. It's very simple. It's just like how some people are born with great hearing, but most people only have ordinary hearing. You're the former. No matter what Miao Zhenghao said, Lin Xian only knew that the reason he could release such a powerful space attribute had nothing to do with him. However, after hearing what Miao Zhenghao said, this innate understanding of the space attribute seemed to be very important. If he obtained this attribute in the future, he couldn't cultivate it well and couldn't teleport 40 people 1,000 meters away. Wouldn't that be useless? Chapter 147. Seeing that Lin Xian was deep in thought, Miao Zhenghao said, do you know that you're currently being watched by the 3 major forces? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not sure, but I've heard about it. Why? You're such a young prodigy with the space attribute, and you also have the thunder attribute. You're someone that any major family or force would want to rope in. Simply put, if you can join one of the forces, based on the potential and ability you've shown now, you'll bring them unlimited benefits in the future. Of course, they'll also definitely use very generous benefits to rope you in. You're so lucky to be valued so highly. Your future is limitless. You might even be able to sit in the upper echelons of a certain force. Miao Xiaomiao mumbled. Miao Zhenghao said, this isn't luck. This is a reflection of one's ability. Miao Zhenghao valued Lin Xian very much. Before this, he didn't even know that Lin Xian had the time attribute. No one knew either, so Lin Xian had always been hiding it. If anyone else had the time attribute, they would have been eager to show it off. However, Lin Xian had kept it a secret. This was something that Miao Zhenghao admired. He also knew that this person would definitely become someone great in the future. Lin Xian was deep in thought. You're thinking about which force to join, right? Actually, Lin Xian wasn't even thinking about this. He didn't have the space attribute. If he joined, wouldn't he be seen as a joke by others? Therefore, no matter how generous the benefits were, Lin Xian wouldn't join. Moreover, he liked his current life and didn't want to be tied down by any force. Miao Zhenghao said directly, actually, my suggestion is that if you join, you can consider the trial union. Why? In Lin Xian's impression, the trial union was probably the most low-key of the three major forces. This meant that there was very little news about the trial union. Basically, no one even knew who the members of the trial union were. But in the Holy Sanctum, members of the Bounty Hunter Guild could be seen everywhere. The Holy Sanctum mostly protects the country and is often on the front lines. I don't know much about you, but I've heard little Miao mention it a few times. Naturally, you're not the kind of person who likes to be tied down. The Bounty Hunter Guild. The Real Bounty Hunter Guild actually exists mostly for the sake of earning money, so it's not suitable for you. On the other hand, the Judgment Union is a very free organization. At the same time, they have more power. Miao Zhenghao looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian smiled and said, I don't want to join any forces. Oh. Why? Miao Zhenghao was extremely surprised. He then said, you should know that if you join them, they will provide you with more cultivation resources than you can ever use in your entire life. Martial arts techniques, spiritual weapons, all kinds of tools, and spiritual weapons are innumerable. They might even hire experts to take you out to kill powerful demonic beasts and quickly increase your strength. Isn't that a great temptation? Lin Xian nodded, yes, the temptation is indeed great, but it's not my original intention. I only hope to be able to happily stay by the side of the person I love, and that's enough for me. I don't want to have too much power, and I don't want to live under someone else's roof. I'm just a slacker, and I don't want to have any so-called obligations. As for strength, I prefer to kill monsters with my own hands. It might be slower and more dangerous to level up on my own, but I think the process is the most important. I can strengthen myself in all aspects while fighting monsters, and that's something they can't give me. Miao Zhenghao nodded in satisfaction. I'm also impressed by you. However, this is indeed an opportunity. I'm afraid they'll go to the Sky Martial Court tomorrow to look for you. You should be prepared. While you're at it, consider it carefully. There's no harm in it, but you're right. Miao Zhenghao said. Thank you for your reminder, Grandpa Miao. Miao Zhenghao thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Xian and said, you're going to Lin Feng City to carry out the monster extermination plan, right? Lin Xian nodded. Then, Miao Zhenghao patted Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder, looked at Lin Xian, and said, then I'll leave Xiaomiao in your care. TSK, who needs him to take care of me? I can take care of myself. Lin Xian smiled and said, yes, and I'm not much stronger than Xiaomiao. I can't take care of her even if I want to. I can only try my best. However, with so many experts around, there shouldn't be any danger. Lin Xian, of course, knew what Miao Zhenghao meant. He believed that Lin Xian had the space attribute, so compared to those experts, he could provide better and more direct protection for Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Zhenghao smiled and nodded slightly. He then stood up and said, Lin Xian, stay for dinner tonight. I'll go cook now. It's okay, I have something to do tonight. It's about time, so I should go. Alright, I'll get Qian to drive you. No need to trouble yourself. It's not far. I'll take my leave then. Miao Xiaomiao quickly said, don't forget to come over at 9 in the morning the day after tomorrow. I know, little girl. With that, Lin Xian walked out. Miao Xiaomiao was speechless. Grandpa, look at that Lin Xian. He's bullying me right in front of you. Miao Xiaomiao said unhappily. Is that so? Why do I feel that Xiaomiao likes to bicker with Lin Xian? You like to be bullied by people like him. How is that possible? Miao Xiaomiao retorted seriously. Miao Zhenghao was very experienced. He knew his precious granddaughter too well. That's right, Lin Xian was the first person that Miao Zhenghao had seen who could bicker with Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao was the first person that Miao Zhenghao had seen who could bicker with Miao Xiaomiao. Perhaps it was because Lin Xian had saved Miao Xiaomiao. But no matter what, Lin Xian was a special existence. Miao Zhenghao also thought that he was a good person. Alright, Grandpa is going to cook. On the other hand, Lin Xian had just walked out of the Bounty Hunter Guild when his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Ling Ying. Hello, little Ling Ying. What's up? Lin Xian smiled as he answered the call. Ling Ying paused for a moment and asked, Bastard, are you coming or not? Forget it if you're not coming. Lin Xian was speechless. Damn it. How dare she scold him? Lin Xian decided to teach this girl a lesson. But, why did it feel like although Ling Ying said that, Lin Xian felt that she wanted him to go? Women were such inexplicable creatures. Come, I was just about to call you to ask for the address. Send it to me on WeChat. Okay, I'll send you the menu. Help me buy some groceries on the way. Lin Xian was speechless. No way. I have to buy them. It's just on the way. It won't take long. What's wrong? I'm cooking for you, and you're helping me buy groceries. Are you not happy? Okay. I'll buy them. However arrogant Ling Ying was now, Lin Xian would make her embarrassed tonight. Chapter 148. After 20 minutes, Lin Xian carried a few dozen kilograms of groceries with both hands. He could not understand why so many ingredients were needed to make a few dishes. Even Lin Ye did not buy so much for 2 days each time, right? Ling Ying's place was actually quite close to his house, about 3 kilometers away. In a city, 3 kilometers was really close. It was also not far from Tianhua Academy and was also in a high-end district. Lin Xian had already guessed it. Looking at Ling Ying's temperament, this girl was definitely from a rich family. It was normal for a rich family's daughter to rent a beautiful house or even buy one. Actually, even if she was not from a rich family, with her ability, it was too easy for her to earn money. Ling Ying lived on the 24th floor, which was also the top floor of the building. She probably lived so high up because she liked the feeling. But all these were not important. What was important was that Lin Xian was going to Ling Ying's house. A single man and a single woman. It was getting dark outside. What would happen? Lin Xian was also looking forward to it. He did not have any good intentions when he came over for dinner. Ding dong, Lin Xian pressed the doorbell, and soon, the sound of slippers running to the door could be heard. The door was opened, and this was the first time Lin Xian saw Ling Ying in her home clothes. She was wearing a loose white sweater and shorts that were so short that they were covered by the oversized shirt. All he could see was a pair of long legs that made one's imagination run wild. Pop, Ling Ying took the lollipop out of her mouth and looked at Lin Xian, sizing him up. You're wearing this? Fuck. What do you want me to wear? Hurry up and go in, it's so heavy. Then, Ling Ying made space for Lin Xian. Lin Xian carried the groceries in and placed them on the ground. Then, he extended his hand to Ling Ying. Ling Ying was stunned. He took out a lollipop and handed it to Lin Xian. No, these dishes cost 310 yuan in total. I'll round it off and return 300 yuan to you. Ling Ying, ding. You have sensed Ling Ying's displeasure. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Wow. I really want to beat up this bastard in front of me. Ling Ying held it in. I spent so much effort to cook a table of dishes for you. Don't tell me it costs more than 300 yuan. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Wow! You don't want to pay, do you? Men. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian again, then carried the groceries into the kitchen. Sit anywhere you like. I'm going to cook. Also, you're not allowed to enter my room. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. Ling Ying's voice was heard. I'll go. Lin Xian closed the door and said, I'm still your guest. It's fine if you don't treat me well, but at least pour me a glass of water. Whoosh! A bottle of water was thrown over. Lin Xian reached out and caught it. It was still a drink. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Okay, you're good. Then let me see what my little girlfriend's house is like. Ling Ying, she said while arranging the dishes, who's your girlfriend? Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Then, he walked around Ling Ying's house. He had to admit that this girl knew how to live. The overall decoration was very warm and beautiful. It was also a 3-bedroom house. What surprised Lin Xian the most was the living room. This was the 24th floor. On one side, there wasn't a wall, but a glass. It was completely transparent glass. Through the glass, one could see the beautiful scenery far away. After all, it was the 24th floor. Sitting next to it was pretty cool. However, for people who were afraid of heights, this was a forbidden area. Hey, is this glass hard? If I leaned on it and broke, wouldn't I fall from the 24th floor and become minced meat? Lin Xian said. Ling Ying's voice came, nonsense. If it was normal glass, do you think you would dare to decorate it like this? You can't break this glass even with the strength of a spirit focus cultivator. Only a beginner arcane body cultivator can barely break it. However, it won't fall. It's a strengthened version of tempered glass. That's good. Do you like to sit next to this glass and look at the scenery when you're free every day? Of course. Otherwise, why would I decorate this place like this? Lin Xian muttered, I don't know if it's better to do it on the sofa next to this. What did you say? Ling Ying's voice came from the kitchen. Nothing. Lin Xian suddenly coughed. However, he was looking forward to it. Next to the glass was a special kind of sofa. It was quite big and was tightly pressed against the glass. There was a quilt on top of it. It seemed that Ling Ying often slept on this sofa. However, it was indeed very beautiful. After looking around the other rooms, one of them was tightly shut and even locked. It seemed to be Ling Ying's boudoir. It's still locked. I don't know what secrets are inside. She's still shy. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Then, he went to another room. In this room, there wasn't anything special to pay attention to. The only thing that caught Lin Xian's attention was a picture frame on the table. Inside it was a picture of 2 girls. Lin Xian picked it up and looked at it. One of them was Ling Ying. However, it seemed to be her from 2 or 3 years ago. At that time, she was a little young and inexperienced. However, she was also very beautiful. She preferred to wear black clothes, which was also in line with her personality. The other girl made Lin Xian stunned. Ling Ying was already incomparably beautiful. This girl didn't lose to Ling Ying in the slightest. She was wearing a white dress. This girl's beauty really made Lin Xian surprised. The 2 of them were in a beautiful field of rapeseed flowers. The sun was warm and the background was beautiful. Ling Ying was hugging her from behind with a sly look on her face. She even looked like she wanted to kiss her. The other girl looked like an ice beauty just by looking at the photo. Ling Ying, on the other hand, had a look of disdain. This photo was quite interesting. Lin Xian took the photo and walked to the kitchen. Ling Ying was busy. Little Ying Ying, who is this person in the photo? She's so beautiful. Damn. How dare he praise someone else's beauty? However, Ling Ying took a look and said, "It's Han Chuxue. Don't you know her?" Sure enough, it's Han Chuxue. I knew it. Only Han Chuxue could be comparable to you in terms of beauty. Then Lin Xian said, "I've heard of her, but I've never seen her before. I've also never seen her photo, so I don't know her. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful?" Ling Ying asked with a smile. Praising another girl's beauty in front of another girl was the most stupid thing to do. Of course, Lin Xian knew. She is indeed beautiful, but compared to you, there's still a gap. Lin Xian said. TSK. Hypocritical man. Ling Ying snorted, but he was still happy in his heart. What? Do you think you're not as beautiful as Han Chuxue? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Otherwise, why is she the #1 school beauty and I'm #2? Lin Xian shrugged and said, "In my eyes, you're #1 and she's #2. That's it." Chapter 149. How should he put it? Han Chuxue was indeed beautiful, but Ling Ying didn't lose to her at all. This was Lin Xian's heartfelt words. Both of them were top-notch beauties, and they were equally matched. As for why Han Chuxue was #1 and Ling Ying was #2, Lin Xian roughly knew the reason. It was because of their temperament and character. Ling Ying was the type of girl who was unrestrained, devilish, and mischievous. She didn't play by the rules. In other people's eyes, she was a wanton girl. On the other hand, Han Chuxue was a noble and cold goddess. Everyone had their own preferences, but it was definitely Han Chuxue's cold goddess temperament that could arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Think about it, conquering such a woman should be the most difficult. It was also because of this reason that Han Chuxue was naturally liked by more people. More accurately, they wanted to conquer her. It didn't mean that Han Chuxue suppressed Ling Ying in terms of looks. That wasn't the case. You think I'll believe you? Here, I'll give you a choice. Between me and Han Chuxue, you can choose one to have sex with. Who will you choose? Of course it's Han Chuxue. Ling Ying, why? Because I've already had sex with you. Ling Ying, go to hell. Then, Ling Ying directly kicked over. Lin Xian was already prepared and dodged it. Damn. You're not holding back at all. If that kick hit me, I'd definitely fly 10 meters away. Lin Xian secretly sighed. All men deserve to die. Lin Xian, then if all the men died, how would you women deal with it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Can't a woman be with another woman? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. A woman with another woman, Lin Xian instantly imagined a scene, then his face revealed a thought-provoking expression. Ling Ying saw Lin Xian's expression and gritted his teeth. Pooh! Stinky man. Hurry up and go away, I'm going to cook. Leave me alone. Let me be your assistant. I'm bored anyway. You? Ling Ying squinted at Lin Xian and asked, Are you sure you'll do it? Tisk, just watch. Then, the two of them chatted in the kitchen while cooking. You really know how to do it. Seeing how proficient Lin Xian was, Ling Ying was really surprised. I know a lot of things. Lin Xian then picked up a piece of red braised pork and put it into his mouth. It tastes pretty good. As he spoke, he pinched another piece and sent it to Ling Ying's mouth. Try it. Ling Ying hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth and ate it. How is it? I did it. It tastes the same as Sister Yaya. It's delicious. I didn't expect you to be able to cook so well. Ling Ying said in surprise. If you like, I can cook for you often. Okay, you said it. After saying that, Ling Ying realized something. Didn't this mean that Lin Xian was going to come to her house often? No, there was a conspiracy. Forget it, I'll just eat casually. It's too troublesome. No need. No, you've already agreed. I plan to go home and bring all my daily necessities over. Ling Ying, get lost. Hee hee. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. An hour later, 7 dishes and a soup were done. Originally, Lin Xian just wanted to eat casually. 3 or 4 dishes were enough because his goal wasn't to eat. However, Ling Ying was very insistent. He even said that with so many ingredients, if he didn't make enough, it would spoil. So, he made so much. Lin Xian made 2 dishes, and the rest were all Ling Ying's cooking. The two of them really sat at the table like a young couple, chatting and eating. The other day, you made 2 dishes at my house. I thought they were delicious, so I came over to eat. Lin Xian said as he ate Ling Ying's dishes. If it's delicious, then eat it all. Otherwise, it'll be a waste. Of course, my girlfriend's dishes will all be eaten. Ling Ying, I'll say it again, I'm not your girlfriend. It's just a matter of time. Then I haven't agreed yet. Okay. As long as you're happy. Ling Ying, why did it feel like? Lin Xian was looking at her as if she was his girlfriend. Oh right, back to business. Do you know that the 3 great factions will send people to clear out the monsters in Linfeng City the day after tomorrow? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Ling Ying nodded. I know. Many nearby cities know about this. It's not a secret. Instead, the 3 great factions are openly recruiting cultivators to join. After all, the country is paying them, so it's naturally better to have more people. I plan to go. Lin Xian said. Ling Ying frowned slightly. Aren't you afraid of danger? After all, there are so many experts, and I heard that there are some in the lower realm. It shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Actually, I plan to go too. Lin Xian, that's perfect. Let's go together. Ling Ying nodded. Okay. Is Han Chushua going? She's not going. It's just me. She wants to stay at home and draw, Ling Ying said helplessly. Draw? Look at her. She's a normal girl. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What about you? Aside from fighting and eating lollipops, what else can you do? Ling Ying, TCH, she's much more obsessed with martial arts than I am. It's just that she's recently fallen out of love and is in a bad mood, so she didn't even participate in the Sky Martial Conference. Fallen out of love. She's been in love before. What kind of man can conquer that kind of woman? She couldn't have been dumped, right? I like hearing you say that. That's right, she was dumped by that man, Ling Ying said. Who? A dead person. Lin Xian, damn. That man couldn't have dumped her and she killed him out of anger, right? Lin Xian shuddered. You're thinking too much. It's just that that man saved her life in the demonic beast domain, and that man died. That's the only way to move that kind of woman's heart. I'm afraid that if there's no special circumstances, that woman might even die alone. Ling Ying shook his head. Lin Xian, you don't say. At that time, I seemed to have inadvertently saved a girl. It's just that her face was covered in blood, so I couldn't see clearly. A hero saving a beauty. And then? Nothing happened between you two. Ling Ying's lips curled up as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, "What the fuck happened? I haven't seen her since. And you don't know how dangerous it was back then. Yours truly almost died there. If it weren't for my luck, you would have been a widow." "Widow your sister?" Ling Ying couldn't help but curse. Hey, hey, hey. She's such a beautiful girl. Why do you always curse? This won't do. You have to change and discipline her. Ling Ying, endure. Endure. He mustn't make a move. It wouldn't be good if he accidentally killed him. Chapter 150. Lin Xian was amused to see Ling Ying going crazy but holding it in. For some reason, Lin Xian liked to see Ling Ying like this. It felt good. That's right. It was very good. Pour me a glass of water, Lin Xian said to Ling Ying. Ling Ying stood up. Wait a minute. She had to pour water just because he asked her to. Who was she, Ling Ying, to Lin Xian? Did she have to serve him? Wasn't there a water dispenser nearby? Couldn't he pour it himself? Pour it yourself. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian in annoyance. Lin Xian, yo, you still have a temper? Nonsense. Why should I pour water for you? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Because I'm a guest. As the host, shouldn't you pour water for me? Is there something wrong with that? Ling Ying thought about it. If she had to put it that way, it was only right for her to pour a glass of water for Lin Xian. All right. When I go to your house as a guest, you'll have to serve me tea as well. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said. Of course. You'll be a guest then. Ling Ying calmed down after hearing Lin Xian's words. She poured a glass of water for Lin Xian and brought it over. What are we going to do after dinner? Lin Xian asked with a smile as he ate. Go back home and find your mothers. Hurry up and go back after dinner. Lin Xian, so disobedient. Not obedient at all. Looking at Ling Ying and thinking about the obedient and gentle Linya at home, the difference was huge. Asking for a beating. Definitely asking for a beating. It's raining outside. We can't go back. Ling Ying looked outside. Why the fuck is it raining? Moreover, even if it was raining, they could still go home. That's true. Then help me wash the dishes before you go back. Lin Xian, since he had already come to Ling Ying's house, how could he, Lin Xian, obediently return? Have you ever seen a big bad wolf enter a little white rabbit's house and leave without eating? How could this be? However, Lin Xian did not expose him. He was not in a hurry. His victory lay in his thick skin. Why aren't you talking? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian in silence. He ate a mouthful of food and looked at Lin Xian curiously. I'm thinking, tonight, the living room, the kitchen, the balcony, or the sofa on the other side of the glass wall, or all of them. Ling Ying was stunned at first, but then he understood. She realized that she couldn't get angry. Every time Lin Xian drove her crazy, he would become even more excited. So, why don't I call Han Chushua and ask her to come to my house? I'll put some drugs in the food, and then you can do whatever you want. Is that okay? No, she'll kill me. That's easy. I'll take a video for you. With the threat of the video, she won't dare to touch you. Won't she be able to do whatever she wants in the future? Okay then. I'll go buy the drugs. You contact someone. Ling Ying, okay. Ling Ying took out his phone and dialed a number. Lin Xian, damn. She really called. The other side picked up after a few seconds. What's the matter? Han Chushua's emotionless voice came through the phone. Nothing big. Come to my house for dinner. I've cooked. Lin Xian, okay, half an hour. Lin Xian hurriedly shook his head at Ling Ying. This woman was crazy. Damn. Han Chushue was here. It wasn't a big deal for Lin Xian to see her. For Lin Xian, it was a good thing for him. This situation was good for them to get along. However, his target wasn't Han Chushue. If Han Chushue came, wouldn't she be ruining Lin Xian's plans? So Lin Xian was scared. Ling Ying saw Lin Xian shaking his head and laughed in her heart. Little guy, you're scared. She realized that she couldn't go crazy or be scared. Both of them were the type of people who would admit that they were scared first. Whoever showed that they were scared first would lose. So when Ling Ying found out, she had to be tough with Lin Xian. No need, no need. I'm already eating. I'm just letting you listen to the sound of me eating. Listen, is it nice? Ling Ying ate a few mouthfuls of food. Boring. Han Chushue said coldly and then hung up. Ling Ying put down the phone and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. What? You're scared. You're a man and you're scared of this kind of thing. What can you do in the future? Ling Ying teased. She finally won a round. It felt good. Actually, I'm not that kind of person. What's the point of doing this kind of thing? You're a scumbag, Ling Ying said. No, no, no. I'm not just a scumbag anymore. I'm a scumbag. Why would I go in that direction? Am I right? I'm a good citizen. Ling Ying chuckled. Then, she continued to eat her meal. Soon, they finished their meal. It was quite harmonious, but they kept arguing. I'll help you wash the dishes. Lin Xian walked into the kitchen. Although Ling Ying said that, she didn't want Lin Xian to wash the dishes. She could do it herself. It's okay. You go sit down and rest. I'll wash the dishes. That's great. Love you. After saying that, Lin Xian walked away. Love your sister. Ling Ying said and started washing the dishes skillfully. About 10 minutes later, Ling Ying walked out of the kitchen and saw Lin Xian picking the lock. That's right. This guy was picking the lock of her room. What are you doing? Ling Ying shouted in a tender voice. Lin Xian, your lock is quite strange. It's semicircular. I was curious. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Bastard. Ling Ying scolded angrily. Hurry up and leave. I won't send you off. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. What time is it now? It's 9 o'clock. I'm going to sleep. Ling Ying said. That's good. I also sleep around this time. I'm not leaving. Ling Ying, help me run the water. I want to take a shower. Ling Ying, you. Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. She had guessed that Lin Xian was going to act like a hooligan. Or, you can show me your bedroom. What's wrong with you? Pervert. You like to look at a girl's bedroom. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. No. You said that you closed the door and locked it. I'm curious if you're hiding something inside. Don't tell me you're hiding a man. Ling Ying nodded slightly. Then, the corner of her mouth curled up. That's right. I just had sex before you came. 3 of them. How was it? Are you angry? If you're angry, then hurry up and go back. You're awesome. Lin Xian gave Ling Ying a thumbs up. 3 of them. Only Ling Ying could say that out loud. That's good. You won't lose out if you add me in. Ling Ying, she really didn't play by the rules. Go to hell. Hurry up and go back. Ling Ying said in a pleading tone. I'm not going back. Show me what you're hiding in your bedroom first. Lin Xian acted like a rascal. He felt that this was the right way to deal with Ling Ying. Chapter 151. Last night, Ling Ying simply wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. Last night, she was really tormented by Lin Xian until she couldn't take it anymore. Then, she begged for mercy, but Lin Xian actually told her to call him Baba. In the end, she called him. Lin Xian finally let her go. Thinking of this, Ling Ying felt ashamed. I remember I said before that I would definitely make you call me Baba. Did I do it now? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying with a smug face. I want to sleep. Ling Ying really had no energy left in her body. This Lin Xian was simply an animal. Then do you agree to be my girlfriend? In your dreams. Then Lin Xian was about to move again. Don't. Ling Ying quickly grabbed Lin Xian's arm. She was already at her limit. How could this Lin Xian still have so much energy? He really was an animal. Ling Ying really wanted to beat Lin Xian up. She wanted to beat him up to vent her anger, but she couldn't do it. Women, in the end, were still soft-hearted. So, do you agree or not? Lin Xian asked again. I agree. Ling Ying was about to cry. That's right. Lin Xian grinned, kissed her and said softly, go to sleep. You, come out first. Ling Ying was about to cry. She swore that this was the second time in her life that she was in such a sorry state. The first time was when they were training outside. Then you can't go back on your words. I promise you. Ling Ying's tears were about to fall. Good girl. Then, Ling Ying didn't think about anything else and fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Ding. Confession successful, Ling Ying. Ding. Ling Ying has become the host's girlfriend. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. The mission reward has been issued. Ding. As the host is no longer single, his girlfriend Ling Ying has been identified as a top beauty. The host is rewarded with 5 million scumbag value. Ding. Host, please continue to work hard. Ding. Ling Ying's favorability with the host has reached 70. Ding, you have leveled up to Arcane Body Realm 3 stars. Ding, you have leveled up to Arcane Body Stage 4 stars. Ding. Additional rewards can be given to Ling Ying. The rewards are as follows: skin whitening by 10%, level increase by 2 stars, and maximum chest scaling by 10%. Confirm the effects. A series of system notifications exploded in Lin Xian's mind. Was this the reward for successfully confessing to a big sister? Wasn't this too exaggerated? 5 million scumbag points, skills, and then he actually leveled up by 2 levels. This was something that wasn't included in the quest rewards. An unexpected gain. It's a reward. Also, your breasts don't need to increase. They're just right, Lin Xian replied to the scumbag system in his mind. Taking effect. Effect complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SSS grade girl. You have triggered the scumbag system's advancement quest. Lin Xian, was there something wrong with this system? Advancement quest, abandon your current girlfriend Ling Ying. Quest reward, divine skill. Quest time limit, 1 month. Quest penalty, level reset. Lin Xian, he wanted to die. This was a real scumbag system. A real scumbag. The key was that the penalty for not completing the quest was level reset. He wanted him to abandon Linging. How was that possible? I'm not accepting this quest. Lin Xian replied in his mind. Quest has been forcefully accepted. Are you fucking crazy? Feeling dissatisfaction from the host, level 3 Sky Lightning punishment is about to descend. Please retract your words. Fuck. I've tolerated you for a long time. Ding. Sky Lightning level increased to level 999. I'm sorry. Miss System, I was wrong. Ding. Sky Lightning punishment cancelled. Lin Xian, wait, I can't do this quest. Also, I want to tell you that dumping your girlfriend doesn't make you a scumbag. Don't you realize that you're wrong? System, then what else? The cute female voice of the scumbag system sounded. For example, if I have other girlfriends besides her, isn't that also considered scumbag behavior? System, so please retract this quest. The system obviously paused for a moment, as if it was really thinking about Lin Xian's words. The host's words are reasonable. The quest will be retracted. Wait, leave the reward. Ding. Quest changed to reward remains, punishment remains. What? Lin Xian then took a look. Advancement quest. Please establish a second girlfriend within a week. Quest reward, divine skill. Quest penalty, level reset. Lin Xian, good. 1 week. Although the punishment was still as perverted as before, but it should be possible, right? Lin Xian was also somewhat helpless. This system really made him love and hate it at the same time. Lin Xian took a deep breath. After last night, his scumbag points had reached 15 million this morning. It was a huge amount, but it didn't seem like much. After that, Lin Xian looked at the skill that he had obtained from completing this quest. This was directly enlightening. Lin Xian immediately learned it, so it could be used now. Grade, unknown. Cost of spiritual energy, 200. Space attribute special skill. After learning it, one does not need to control space to use it. Effect, teleport anywhere within 10 meters. The introduction was very simple, but Lin Xian was very surprised. This was actually a space attribute skill. What made him even more surprised was that this space attribute skill might require one to have control of space. But if one directly learned it, one could use it without having control of space or space attributes. This was the amazing part. One did not need to have space attributes but could achieve the effect of space attributes. Teleport. Among all the types of martial skills, teleport was probably the rarest one. In an instant, one would appear in another place. In battle, although this martial skill did not have any damage, its effect was incomparably shocking and heaven-defying. 10 meters seemed very short, but it was enough. Lin Xian was very satisfied. The cost of 200 spiritual energy was actually not that high. It could be used sparingly in battle. If it was used continuously, Lin Xian's current spiritual energy would not be able to bear it anyway. This martial skill greatly increased Lin Xian's combat power. He was very satisfied. From last night until this morning, he had been squeezed dry by Linging in exchange for this martial skill. It was too fucking profitable. After that, Lin Xian looked at his own attributes. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 21. Realm, Arcane Body Realm 4 stars. Level, 24. Experience, 033,000. Scumbag points, 15210,100. Strength, 706. Vitality, 736. Agility, 655. Spirit, 545. Spiritual energy, 2850. Talent, Imperial Medical Sacred Technique. Martial skills, Eye of Insight. 5 Thunder Constellation, Heavenly Star Fist, Chi Condensation Strike, Rapid Shadow, Flickering Shadow, Lightning Thousand Slash, 5 Elements Arts, Heavenly Thunder Flash Spiritual Equipment, Dragon Rain Sword Attributes, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Thunder, Darkness, Light, Space, Time. Chapter 152. Lin Xian wasn't too sure about the difference in his attributes compared to other warriors of the same realm, but he knew that his vitality and mental strength were definitely high. His vitality had been tempered by the Thunder Soul and increased by the gene fluid exchange from the system store. His mental strength had also been increased. Moreover, Lin Xian's mental strength was much higher than other warriors of the same realm. Perhaps it was because he had reincarnated? Arcane Body Realm 4 stars. An increase of 2 stars was a completely unexpected gain for Lin Xian. He was already very satisfied, and even more satisfied, was that he had taken down this SSS rank big sister Ling Ying. Looking at the sleeping Ling Ying, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He didn't think that he would take her down in such a way. He didn't know if she was convinced or not. But since the system had already determined that Ling Ying was his girlfriend, it naturally knew that Ling Ying didn't agree temporarily to deal with Lin Xian. That meant that it was real, and that was enough. Lin Xian also fell asleep after sending a message to Linya. Last night, he had already told Linya that he wouldn't be going home. Now, he told her that he would go directly to school and go home in the afternoon. He slept until 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Xian only woke up when Ling Ying moved. Damn it. He didn't feel tired when he did that, so why did he sleep so deeply after it was over? When he opened his eyes, Ling Ying was blinking her big eyes and looking at Lin Xian from his embrace. Lin Xian looked at her and she quickly avoided his gaze. You're awake. Lin Xian chuckled, then rubbed his head against Ling Ying's little head and sniffed her scent. Damn it, what time is it? Ling Ying quickly looked at the watch on her wrist. Thank goodness, she was supposed to go to the temple this morning. What's the matter? Yes, I'm going to the temple to find someone to talk about something. Man. If it's a man, I won't let you go. Ling Ying, go to hell. Animal. Ha ha ha. Is it something important? Ling Ying shook her head, not really, I don't want to drag it out. Okay, I'm going to school too. Lin Xian then opened his arms and said, help me change. Ling Ying, hurry. Oh, Ling Ying replied. She then sat up and helped Lin Xian put on his clothes with a red face. Good girl. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. This was to Lin Xian as to the temple's ts. Lin s's, s's, to the twos, to the Lin Lins. T's. Lin tss. In the kitchen, Ling Ying took a deep breath. This Lin Xian really got his way. She was really taken down by him. Damn it. She was pissed. She was extremely pissed. Lin Xian didn't formally confess, nor did he do anything, but he took her down. In her imagination, her future boyfriend would confess to her in front of thousands of people in a public square with thousands of roses. She would only agree to it in a romantic setting, but this was completely different from what she imagined, okay? Romantic. She wanted to kick Lin Xian away. Then, she sighed. What else could he do? This was still okay. Why was it okay? Maybe it was because she didn't feel disgusted. That's right, this could only be the reason. If she didn't like someone, no matter how many things he did, she wouldn't be moved. At most, she would feel guilty and feel that it wasn't worth it for him. Of course, normally, she wouldn't accept him because of this guilt. But if she liked someone, not to mention a boy confessing, even a girl might take the initiative to confess to him. Ling Ying might feel that she didn't really like Lin Xian, but she was conflicted. Otherwise, why would she agree to Lin Xian? Ling Ying was very smart. She just didn't have any experience in relationships, so she might not understand it. But not hating him was enough to show something. Time to eat. Lunch was simple. Ling Ying cooked some noodles, but it was still a sumptuous meal. Please add, hubby, in front of the meal. Lin Xian's voice drifted over. Get lost. Ling Ying's voice came from the kitchen again. Lin Xian smiled and walked over. Ling Ying was indeed much more obedient, but she was still Ling Ying. Lin Xian really liked this. If Ling Ying became as gentle as Linya, Lin Xian wouldn't be used to it. Really, you're still shy. Lin Xian sat at the table. Ling Ying placed the noodles and chopsticks in front of him. Who said so? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. If you're not shy, then why don't you call me that? We're not married, so why should I call you that? Also, Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian proudly and said, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I'm your girlfriend. I'm just playing with you. Once I'm tired of you, I'll throw you away. Lin Xian, damn. Fierce. Then what if you're not tired of playing with me? Tisk, how's that possible? Lin Xian smiled and then ate the noodles. After eating, Ling Ying washed the dishes and looked at Lin Xian on the sofa. Then she sat across from him. Let me tell you, Ling Ying blushed and said, although I'm your girlfriend now, you're not allowed to control me. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. Of course, you have to remember that you're my girlfriend. Also, if there's anything dangerous, you have to discuss it with me. Otherwise, I'll spank you. Ling Ying, that's not a problem. Also, you're not allowed to order me around. Oh. When did I order you? Lin Xian looked at her suspiciously. Ling Ying blushed and stammered, this morning you asked me to help you get dressed. That's an order. Lin Xian grinned. Okay. I got it. This kind of thing was consensual. If Ling Ying wanted to be a good girlfriend, she wouldn't think much of it. Although Lin Xian agreed, Lin Xian didn't think that Ling Ying wouldn't serve him in the future. This was also Ling Ying's last bit of stubbornness. She wasn't a weak girl. She had to make things clear first. Otherwise, she would be bullied to death. Although Ling Ying felt that she would still be bullied in the future, at least she could say this to save her face, right? That's all I can think of for now. Then, I have something too. Ling Ying took a sip of water and looked at Lin Xian. Speak. Does the bet I made with you still count? Ling Ying naturally knew what Lin Xian was talking about. Of course it counts. Anyway, I'm just playing with you. You can do whatever you want outside. But when I need you, if you're flirting with other girls and ignoring me, then, we'll meet again. Ling Ying said seriously. But she was just putting on a brave front. How could a girl be so magnanimous? She had said this before, and with her personality, she didn't want to admit defeat, so she could only follow along. Lin Xian was already very shocked. Ling Ying had already become Lin Xian's girlfriend. She actually didn't care if he was flirting with other girls outside. Wasn't this too magnanimous? As for the future, Lin Xian wouldn't be like this, right? After all, Ling Ying was now Lin Xian's official girlfriend. Chapter 153. Then what if you're jealous? Lin Xian asked with a smile. How is that possible? Why would I be jealous of you? You're thinking too much. Women. They didn't mean what they said. There's one more thing. Ling Ying thought about it and said, I don't want our relationship to be made public. Why? I don't want others to know that you're Ling Ying's boyfriend. Otherwise, they'll laugh at my taste. Lin Xian, what about me? You're too weak. Fuck. Lin Xian was unhappy. I'm weak. Who was the one begging me for mercy last night? Ling Ying, you're still talking. She gritted her teeth and angrily glared at Lin Xian. Then change your words first. No. Fine. You said I'm weak. Lin Xian then pounced on her. What are you doing? 1.5 hours later, Lin Xian put on his clothes with satisfaction. Now you're still calling me weak. I'm not weak. No. I'm not weak. Ling Ying collapsed on the sofa and wrapped herself in the quilt. Lin Xian looked at her and smiled. But I accept what you said just now. I don't want to announce that I have a girlfriend. Otherwise, I'll lose my peach blossoms. Ling Ying was about to cry. If you accept it, then say it. You bullied me for so long before saying it. Lin Xian went to Ling Ying's room and placed the medicine in front of her. Then, he poured her a glass of water. Rest. I'm going to school. Be good. Ling Ying then pulled the quilt. Oh, you're not replying to me. Ling Ying suddenly revealed a frightened expression. Go. Be careful on the road. That's right. Give me the key to your house. There's a sign hanging on the door. Ling Ying said weakly. Lin Xian pinched Ling Ying's little face and walked away with a smile. Only now did Ling Ying realize something. She had actually reached 10 stars of the arcane body realm. Last time, she had sex with Lin Xian for the first time, and her cultivation level had increased by 2 stars. This time, it had increased by another 2 stars. What was going on? Ling Ying was dumbfounded. Would doing this kind of thing with a man have such an effect? Unable to figure it out, Ling Ying took out his phone and made a call. What is it this time? Han Chushue's voice could be heard. She felt that Ling Ying sometimes annoyed her like a child. Of course, she wasn't annoyed. I'm very unhappy. I was bullied. You? Who can bully you? Han Chushue was stunned and asked in surprise. Let's not talk about this anymore. I want to eat barbecue. Han Chushue, can the instant shadow teleport through walls? Lin Xian was curious about this. Logically speaking, the space should be able to do it. He walked into the Sky Marshal Court and stood on the wall beside the entrance of the Sky Marshal Court. There were many students around. However, only the students of the Sky Marshal Court came in and out of the Sky Marshal Court. Those of the Tianhua Academy who had not entered the Sky Marshal Court would rarely come to the entrance. Even if they did, it would be useless. Therefore, there weren't many people here. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian released the instant shadow. Then, he appeared in the Sky Marshal Court. It's really possible. If that's the case, then the effect of instant shadow might exceed my expectations. Clap, 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 clap. At this moment, Lin Xian heard the sound of clapping not far away. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a middle-aged man clapping as he walked over. Impressive. The space attribute is indeed impressive. Is this the power of teleportation? To be able to control it to such an extent, I'm impressed. You are. The man extended his hand towards Lin Xian and said, I'm Chen Mo, the vice president of the Tianhua branch of the Trial Union. Nice to meet you. Trial Union, Lin Xian could roughly guess what he was up to. Damn it. He had coincidentally seen him release the instant shadow. Naturally, he thought that Lin Xian had released his space attribute. Do you have time to find a place to sit and catch up? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Lin Xian shook his head. Sorry, I don't have time. I have to rush to class. Today is Miss Xiao's academic class. Goodbye. After saying that, Lin Xian walked away. Chen Mo was stunned. He had already revealed his identity. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so uninterested. President Qin Xiaotian just happened to walk in from the back and saw this scene. Oh, it's Xiaotian. Chen Mo smiled. He and Qin Xiaotian knew each other. President Qin, you're looking for Lin Xian. Qin Xiaotian saw that it was Lin Xian, so he paid extra attention. What did Lin Xian do to make the vice president of the trial union, Chen Mo, come looking for him? Chen Mo nodded. Yes, I'm looking for him. However, it seems like he doesn't have much of an interest in our trial union. Looking for him? For what? Chen Mo smiled. Don't you know? Lin Xian has the space attribute. He's even a genius who can control the space attribute. We're very concerned about this. Qin Xiaotian secretly clenched his fists. He had naturally heard about this. At first, he was very surprised and even had a skeptical attitude. However, it was confirmed, so he believed it. However, he felt very unbalanced. Why? What right did this Lin Xian have? He, Qin Xiaotian, had been called a genius since he was young. He grew up in a superior environment. In order to maintain this title, he even made a move on Linya and took away her special cold body. His ability had reached a higher level, so he could maintain this position. However, even so, the trial union had never invited him. Therefore, he was jealous. In his eyes, a person who was unpresentable suddenly received attention and even obtained the space and thunder attribute power. He could not understand. Why could a piece of trash grow to become like this? He had to be eliminated. He had to be eliminated as soon as possible because Qin Xiaotian felt a sense of danger. A very strong sense of danger. By the way, you're also participating in tomorrow's operation, right? Chen Mo asked. Qin Xiaotian nodded. Yes, of course I'm participating in such a major battle for humanity. Very good. Good luck. The future belongs to you young people. In the future, we'll have to rely on geniuses like you and Lin Xian to hold power. That's all for now. I have to get to work. Then, Chen Mo walked away. Qin Xiaotian secretly clenched his fists. Chen Mo's words actually put him and Lin Xian together. In other words, in Chen Mo's eyes, Lin Xian was a genius on the same level as him. How could he tolerate this? Lin Xian, I want you to die a horrible death. Qin Xiaotian's eyes were bloodshot. Miss Xiao. Lin Xian went to class. Heartwarming was in the middle of a lecture. Why are you only here now? Heartwarming and the other students' gazes fell on Lin Xian. Was Lin Xian going to say that he and Ling Ying had sex until now? I had something to do so I didn't come this morning. Miss Xiao, you won't blame me, right? Heartwarming secretly rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she looked at everyone and said, let's stop here for now. You can do whatever you want. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, come with me. Then, Lin Xian was brought to the office by Heartwarming. Ning Ning, what's the matter? Without anyone around, Lin Xian changed the way he addressed Heartwarming. Heartwarming was used to it. Judgment will send someone to look for you. Chapter 154. Hearing Heartwarming's words, Lin Xian nodded, I saw them. Xiao Runing then said, it might not be just the trial union. This afternoon, people from the Divine Temple and even the Bounty Hunter Guild might come. You should be prepared. What do I need to prepare for? I'm not joining any of them. Miss Xiao, if they find you, help me say a few words. When the time comes, I'll have to reject them in person. It might not be good for my reputation. After all, they did come with sincerity. Lin Xian knew that even the vice president of the Tianhua City Trial Union had come. The other party's sincerity was quite obvious. Have you really thought it through? Joining any one of them may play a crucial role in your future, and may even change your entire life. Xiao Runing also spoke up for Lin Xian's sake. In any case, joining any of them would definitely be better for him. Lin Xian smiled, but I feel that changing my life is changing the life I don't want the most, so I don't want to. Alright, I won't give you any advice. You can decide for yourself. Oh right, where did you go last night? Don't tell me you went to the beast territory. Lin Xian shook his head, no, I had something to do. Xiao Runing revealed a thought-provoking smile. In the past, you wouldn't speak so secretively. Looks like it's not a small matter. TCH, then I'll tell you. Last night, I went to bed. A girl went, do you believe me? I don't believe you. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hey, I don't believe you even if I tell you the truth. Woman. Xiao Runing couldn't be bothered to ask about this. She then said, but last night, I slept with your sister. I know a lot of your little secrets. Whoa. You pervert, after sleeping with Han Chushue, you slept with my sister. Why do you always like to sleep with other girls? Xiao Runing, go away, you're not serious. Of course, us girls like to sleep together. It's the same reason that you guys like to sleep on the same bed. That's true. However, I don't have any secrets, so I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian shrugged. Really? Xiao Runing's mouth curled up. Seeing Xiao Runing's expression, Lin Xian became suspicious. Did he have any secrets? Even if there was, it shouldn't be anything special, right? Alright, I'm just teasing you. Go back to class. Fan and Yi have been nagging about you since you didn't come early in the morning. Let me tell you, don't let these two girls down. They probably have a good impression of you. Your sister is also very satisfied with them. If you think it's okay, you can choose one of them to be your girlfriend. But remember to take good care of the others' feelings. Don't hurt them. Lin Xian, in any case, I've already decided on you. I'm definitely going to get first place in the Tianwu tournament. I'm also going to get you as my girlfriend. Xiao Runing's face turned slightly red. She then laughed, then do your best. I'll wait for you to get first place. Go on. Hee, then I'll be going. Lin Xian then walked past Xiao Runing and pinched her butt. Ding. Successfully pinched big sister's butt. Scumbag value plus 300000. Xiao Runing, bastard. What are you doing? Xiao Runing gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Xian angrily. This is what you should pay me back. Lin Xian said with a serious face. What do you mean? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you can wait for death. Xiao Runing said fiercely. When we met the two-headed evil-eyed tiger, you touched my brother. Is it wrong for me to pay you back? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Runing's face turned red. I didn't do it on purpose. I couldn't see. Xiao Runing explained. Then you touched it too. Lin Xian shrugged. Hurry up and leave. Don't make me angry. Hee, goodbye, dear. Lin Xian then ran off with a smile. Bastard! Xiao Runing's face turned red. After a few seconds, she touched her burning face. She really didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Runing felt wrong that she was taken advantage of by Lin Xian. Suddenly, she realized something. God! She was actually embarrassed because of Lin Xian, who was younger than her and was her student. Xiao Runing took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Lin Xian arrived at class 10 and saw Qin Xiaotian. He didn't expect Qin Xiaotian to come again. Did he think that he wasn't humiliated enough last time? Qin Xiaotian naturally sat next to Yi. Yi was also helpless. Hey, Lin Xian, come play games. Lu Yufan saw Lin Xian and quickly waved his hand. You're here. Lin Xian smiled and walked over. Then, he looked at Qin Xiaotian and said, Young Master Qin, you're really free. Actually, what Lin Xian was trying to say was, do you have nothing better to do? Why did he come here all day? Qin Xiaotian smiled and said, it's okay. After all, it's quite difficult to raise your realm. After training outside for a few weeks, it's normal for me to take a break. Lin Xian, you might not understand. What Qin Xiaotian meant was that Lin Xian should know his own limits when his realm was low. Qin Xiaotian's lifestyle wasn't something a weakling like Lin Xian could understand. Yeah, I don't understand. I'm actually much more free than young Master Qin. I just go shopping with girls when I'm free. Nonsense. Yesterday, he and I asked you to go shopping, but you didn't want to go. Lu Yufan said at this time. After saying that, she secretly winked at Lin Xian. Godly teammate. Now, Qin Xiaotian was pissed. Yi actually took the initiative to go shopping with Lin Xian. And he didn't even go. Why? How was he, Qin Xiaotian, worse than Lin Xian? He stuck his face close to Yi, but she didn't even pay attention to him. Instead, she took the initiative to go to Lin Xian. That's because I have something to do. But I'll occasionally play games with Yi and the others when I'm free. Oh right, young Master Qin, have you ever played games with Yi? Lin Xian asked. Qin Xiaotian's face was dark, but when he saw Lin Xian looking over, he instantly returned to normal. He then shook his head slightly. No, I don't usually like to play games. I don't like to play games either, but Yi and little Fan kept asking me to play. I had no choice, so I played. Critical hit. Another critical hit. Qin Xiaotian didn't like to play games, but they didn't ask him to play games either. However, Lin Xian didn't like to play games, but they took the initiative to ask Lin Xian to play games. The difference was obvious. Qin Xiaotian smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. He really wanted to kill Lin Xian. He wanted to kill him right now, but he had to maintain his rationality. He had to maintain it. Qin Xiaotian probably wouldn't come to class 10 again. Yi didn't interrupt because she was afraid of saying the wrong thing. He Xiang. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted. Brother Xian, what's the matter? He Xiang quickly ran over. What are you doing? Young Master Qin came, but you didn't pour him any tea. How many times do I have to remind you? Chapter 155. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the corner of Qin Xiaotian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn Lin Yang. If he didn't fall, then so be it. He didn't even care. Why did you have to call him out? Qin Xiaotian really wanted to peel off Lin Xian's skin and pull out his tendons. He Xiang hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Master Qin. It's all our fault for being too stupid. I'll go get some tea now. At this time, Heartwarming walked in, followed by a few men. Lin Xian had already seen one of them before. It was Chen Mo, the vice president of the Tianhua City branch of the Magic Court. There were also two others. One of them was a girl, about 26 or 27 years old. She was dressed in a bold and unrestrained manner. Her appearance was very good, beautiful, and mature. The last one was a middle-aged man. Lin Xian, the three of them are looking for you, Heartwarming said to Lin Xian. She then went to the back and sat down, waiting to see what would happen next. Lin Xian looked at them. Of course, he knew what they were here for. Hi, Lin Xian. Chen Mo greeted Lin Xian, as if he was familiar with him. Qin Xiaotian could only stand aside because of their arrival. He could not give Lin Xian face, but he still had to give Chen Mo face. After all, if he didn't step aside, it wouldn't be in line with his perfect gentleman persona. Chen Mo and the other two walked over. Then, Chen Mo said to Lin Xian, "Let me introduce you. This is Wang Jichao, one of the higher-ups of the Enforcement Union. His strength has reached the lightning calamity stage." Lin Xian was quite surprised. This Wang Jichao seemed to be about 40 years old. A 40-year-old lightning calamity stage cultivator was indeed quite powerful. Relatively speaking, it was powerful. However, to them, it was actually quite average. On the other hand, Heartwarming, Ling Ying, and even Qin Xiaotian could reach the lightning calamity stage before the age of 30. They didn't even need to wait that long. Compared to Wang Jichao, they were much stronger. "Greetings, senior." Wang Jichao smiled and nodded at Lin Xian. "This beautiful lady is the president of the Tianhua City branch of the Enforcement Union. She is also my superior, Zhang Nan." "Lin Xian, right? Nice to meet you." Zhang Nan smiled and extended her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood up and politely shook her hand. This Zhang Nan was quite pretty, but compared to girls like Yi and the others, she was still a little weaker. But she was definitely a great beauty. However, since the system didn't issue a quest, Lin Xian wasn't interested in her. This system is very crafty. It must be that kind of SSS grade beauty to issue a mission. Even if Yi and Lu Yufan did not look as good as Ling Ying now, they might be in a few years' time. After all, they were still young and inexperienced. They were not at their most beautiful age. When the surrounding people heard their identities, they were all incomparably shocked. The president and vice president of the Enforcement Union branch came to look for Lin Xian, and they looked very friendly. What were their identities? One of the three major powers, the people with the highest status in a city. That's right, the people standing in front of them were such existences. Their existences were on equal footing with the city's mayor. Zhang Nan then looked at Lin Xian and said, "Lin Xian, we have heard about your previous matters. Everyone admires you very much." No, it's what I should do." Lin Xian scratched his head and pretended to be simple and honest. This scene made Heartwarming hold back her laughter. "You, Lin Xian, have this kind of simple and honest persona." Bullshit. But she saw through it and didn't say it out loud. "Regarding the purpose of our visit, Lin Xian, you should already know, right?" Zhang Nan looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. "And I was fortunate enough to meet the vice president before. He told me." "Then you mean," Zhang Nan naturally knew what Lin Xian meant. When Chen Mo heard that Lin Xian did not have this intention, he immediately told Zhang Nan this news. Therefore, she hurried over. She had no choice but to come. The higher-up simply valued Lin Xian too much. What they valued was not their Tianhua City branch, but the headquarters, which was the true higher-ups of the Enforcement Union. It was enough to see how much they valued Lin Xian. However, in their opinion, with such a powerful use of the power of space at such a young age, his future was limitless. He might even break some records. In the future, he would definitely be an extremely powerful existence. If they did not rope him in now, they would not have the chance in the future. She still wanted to fight. She must fight. Lin Xian did not agree because he did not know how he would be treated in the future. Once he knew, they would definitely be able to rope him in. Otherwise, if he was roped in by the other two powers, it would be a great loss for them. President Zhang, I have already told Vice President Qin Imo that I will not join any powers, so I'm sorry. Qin Shaotian sneered in his heart. How could he not see that this was a game of cat and mouse? Young. But in fact, Lin Xian really was not playing cat and mouse. In fact, even Zhang Nan and the others felt that Lin Xian was also playing cat and mouse. This was a very normal situation. They naturally understood. It's like this. I want to first talk about our sincerity. After all, Lin Xian, you are so young, and your control of the power of space is so skillful. No matter where you go, you will be heavily groomed and put in an important position. After joining our trial union, you will immediately receive countless cultivation resources, martial skills, spiritual weapons. As long as the trial union has it, you can take whatever you like. Of course, I'm talking about all the resources. We will not hide anything from you. For example, we will hide very powerful martial skills and such and only let you see the surface. It won't be like this. Hua, everyone was in an uproar. This was too tempting. What did it mean? It meant that after Lin Xian joined the trial union, he would not have to worry about any resources in the future. He could just focus on improving himself. Behind him, there would be the trial union that would provide him with everything. As one of the three major powers, the trial union had an extremely rich foundation. In this world, there was probably no other power that had a richer foundation than the three major powers. In the eyes of everyone, not to mention being heavily groomed by the three major powers and being able to use the three major powers' resources freely, just being able to join the three major powers was already a luxury. This required one's own strength. However, Lin Xian could actually receive such treatment. Xiao Runing understood better. Since they had already offered such conditions, it was already extremely generous. For any martial artist, this already meant that he had the key to becoming a powerhouse in the future. Qin Shaotian secretly clenched his fists. Not only did they invite Lin Xian to join the trial union, but they even offered such a generous reward. The trial union's sincerity made Qin Shaotian excited. If it were him, he would agree without hesitation. His family's influence was quite strong, but compared to the trial union, it was trash. This was even Qin Shaotian's wish. However, it happened to Lin Xian. Chapter 156. However, at this moment, footsteps were heard from the door. The trial union is really generous. A middle-aged man walked in, followed by two twin sisters. They looked like attendants. Lu Nanfeng. Zhang Nan recognized Lu Nanfeng at a glance. Someone from the holy sanctum came. Lu Nanfeng glanced at them and then looked at Lin Xian. He then smiled. Lin Xian, right? Hello. I'm Lu Nanfeng, the person in charge of the holy sanctum in Tianhua City. Lin Xian was speechless. Oh my God. He just wanted to go home and hug Linya to sleep. He didn't want to do these things. I'm sorry. You've all come for nothing. I don't plan to join any forces, so I'm sorry. Lin Xian said. Lu Nanfeng naturally thought that he was playing hard to get. He then smiled and said, Lin Xian, don't worry. The Holy Sanctum has given you very generous treatment. I've heard what President Zhang said just now. The Holy Sanctum can give you the same treatment. In addition, we'll give you a chance to enter the God's Awakening door. Therefore, I hope you can consider it. What? Zhang Nan and the other two revealed arrogant expressions. Xiao Runing's beautiful eyes also lit up. Not many people present knew about the God's Awakening door. Other than them, only Xiao Runing and Qin Xiaotian knew about it. Ka. Qin Xiaotian secretly clenched his fists. The God's Awakening door was also his dream. It was a place he wanted to enter his entire life. He had worked hard to reach this height. In the eyes of others, he was the pride of the heavens. However, he was still not qualified. Why? Wasn't it because of the space attribute? Why would the Holy Sanctum give Lin Xian such treatment and not hesitate to rope him in? Jealousy. Jealousy burning. What's this God's Awakening door? Lin Xian was curious because he saw the shock on Zhang Nan and the rest's faces. Who was Zhang Nan? The president of the Tianhua City branch of the Enforcement Union had a very high status. Even she was shocked. It was enough to see how extraordinary the God's Awakening door was. Hearing Lin Xian's question, Lu Nanfeng laughed in his heart. Sure enough, Lin Xian was just a child. Roping him in was easy. Although the slots for the God's Awakening door were extremely rare, and he was shocked when he received the news from the upper echelons of the sacred temple, it was reasonable for a genius in the power of space to receive such treatment from the sacred temple. Lu Nanfeng then slowly said, This God's Awakening door is our temple's treasure. It is also the foundation for our temple to become one of the three major powers. It is behind this door. As for what lies behind this door, I'm ashamed to say that I don't know because I don't have the qualifications to enter. However, I do know that upon entering, a martial artist's attributes will be raised to the limit. Level up. No. It's not as simple as leveling up. For example, the power of space attribute that you can use can teleport 40 people 1,000 meters away. If you come out after entering, this effect might be doubled. So, do you understand how powerful the God's Awakening door is? In addition, the God's Awakening door has the ability to temper one's body and increase one's mental strength. I've only heard of it, but it's all true. With such an opportunity, Lin Xian, you will become a dragon among men. Those so-called geniuses will also be trampled under your feet. This is our sacred temple's sincerity. I hope you will consider it carefully. Lin Xian revealed a shocked expression. Behind a door, one could double one's attributes, temper one's body, and train one's mental strength. The enhancement that this place could give Lin Xian was simply unimaginable. When Lu Nanfeng said this, Zhang Nan and the rest already knew that they had no qualifications to compete. The trial union was indeed powerful, but they did not expect the sacred temple to offer such a condition. Lin Xian, I think you should consider it. The God's Awakening door can allow a genius to evolve into a son of God. In the 5 great empires, in the entire planet Aqua Blue, there are only a few places that can compare to the God's Awakening door. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. Although she knew what Lin Xian meant, she also knew what the God's Awakening door represented. This could really allow Lin Xian to soar into the sky. To be honest, she did not want Lin Xian to miss this opportunity. Lu Nanfeng looked at Xiao Runing, and his pupils shrank. Why was she in Tianhua City? Lu Nanfeng saw Xiao Runing secretly shake her head at him, and then Lu Nanfeng's expression returned to normal. Lu Nanfeng then looked at Lin Xian and continued, That's right. Lin Xian, perhaps you don't know how precious the spots to enter the God's Awakening door are. Let me explain it to you. Within a year, there are a total of 10 people who can enter the God's Awakening door. These 10 people are all below the age of 25. They are chosen from the hundreds of millions of young people in the 5 empires. They have to overcome all obstacles and defeat several thousand or even tens of thousands of genius-level opponents in order to obtain a spot. Of course, Lin Xian understood. He did not understand, but he could understand just by listening to it. In the 5 great empires, the young talents under the age of 25 would compete. It was like a competition, one round after another. From a county to a city, from a city to a province, and from a province to a nation. It should be the same logic, and there were only 10 people. In addition, the Tianwu assembly you are participating in is actually a competition before entering the God's Awakening door. The top 10 from your Tianwu assembly will compete with the top 10 from the other cities and universities in the Hua nation. The top 10 will then compete with the experts from the other 4 great empires. Only the top 10 can enter the God's Awakening door. Lin Xian, oh my God. This is too exaggerated. And the Tianwu assembly is actually for this. And there are so many more competitions after that. Every round, it was Ling Ying and Han Chuxue who were on the same level as them. If I agree, won't they have one less spot? That is not what you need to worry about. So, what do you mean? Lu Nanfeng looked at Lin Xian. Qin Shaotian gritted his teeth. He hated it. He needed to go through the Tianwu assembly and enter the top 10. Then, he would have to compete multiple times before he could enter the God's Awakening door. However, Lin Xian could enter now. There was only one chance. I'm sorry. Although it is very tempting, I thank Sage Sanctum for your kind intentions. Perhaps I can enter the God's Awakening door with my own ability and not through the back door. Although this is an opportunity, I might look down on myself. Moreover, I like freedom. Are you crazy? You don't want this kind of treatment? Lu Nanfeng was dumbfounded. If he had thought that Lin Xian was playing hard to get before, he now thought that he was an idiot. This was an opportunity that others could only dream of but could not get. He actually rejected it. Xiao Runing was also stunned. Qin Shaotian was even more shocked. Chapter 157. In Qin Shaotian's eyes, there was nothing more delicious than this pie that fell from the sky. However, Lin Xian actually didn't want it. Why did he fight so hard and even use a series of improper methods to strengthen himself and even enter the God's Awakening door? However, Lin Xian didn't want it. Why? What right did he have? In an instant, Qin Shaotian felt that the gap between himself and Lin Xian was so big. Shouldn't he be the one to crush Lin Xian and trample Lin Xian under his feet? But now, whether it was the attention, the treatment, or the fact that Lin Xian didn't want this incomparably precious treatment in Qin Shaotian's eyes, he felt that he was being trampled under Lin Xian's feet in all aspects. No. It's just that his luck is good. It's only because he has the spatial attribute. If I also had the spatial attribute, I would definitely be much stronger than him. The 3 major powers would definitely use more generous treatment to rope me in. That's right. Qin Shaotian comforted himself in his heart. Lin Xian smiled and said, I said before that I will rely on my own strength to obtain this quota. Moreover, I am confident that I can obtain it. Why should I need you to give it to me? Instead, I am a member of the Holy Temple. I will owe you a favor and help the Holy Temple. As for the Holy Temple and the various cultivation resources of the Trial Union, I believe that I will be able to obtain even better in the future. So, I'm sorry everyone. Lin Xian is indebted to the Trial Union and the Holy Temple. I like freedom. Lin Xian could enter the God's Awakening door through his own efforts. Cultivation resources, martial skills, spirit weapons, did Lin Xian lack them? Yes, he lacked them for the time being. However, which of the scumbag man system's martial skills weren't heaven-defying? Which of the martial skills weren't stronger than the treasures of the major powers? There was no need for that. Then why did Lin Xian want to join? If he joined, he would be restricted everywhere. The so-called freedom was actually useless. Especially for this favor, it would be too difficult to repay it once it was owed. No one thought that Lin Xian would reject it. They really didn't expect it. They even admired Lin Xian. If it was any one of them, not to mention the Holy Temple, even the trial union's conditions would be the first thing they would agree to. However, Lin Xian actually rejected them all. You're not joking. Lu Nanfeng confirmed again. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, thank you for your kind intentions. I've decided, so I'm sorry to have wasted your trip. Lu Nanfeng let out a sigh. What an idiot. This God's Awakening door was a place that he didn't have the right to enter in this lifetime. Alright, but if you decide to change your mind, you can look for me at any time in the holy sanctum. Then I won't disturb you all. Lu Nanfeng gave a slight nod to Xiao Runing before leaving with the pair of twins behind him. Then we'll go back too. Sorry for the disturbance. Zhang Nan said to Lin Xian. She did not even have the courage to ask Lin Xian to look for her in the trial union if he changed his mind. She did not have the right to do so. Lin Xian had already rejected the treatment offered by the Divine Temple, so how could the trial union be able to do so? It was not that the trial union was inferior to the Holy Temple. The trial union also had their own heaven-defying resources, but the higher-ups didn't inform them. The Bounty Hunter Guild didn't come. Logically speaking, they should have come, but for some reason, they didn't. Could it be that Miao Zhenghao knew about Lin Xian's thoughts and told the Bounty Hunter Guild? Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, and everyone went back to do their own things. Qin Shaotian felt that he couldn't stay there any longer. He was asking for humiliation. He couldn't believe that he would one day have to see the light of another person, and this person was someone he had once trampled under his feet. But before that, Qin Shaotian wanted to confirm something. He believed that Lin Xian must know. Junior Lin Xian, I have to say that I admire you. You can actually reject such treatment. Qin Shaotian said with a smile as he patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Young Master Qin, you're too kind. But if you were me, would you make the same choice as me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Qin Shaotian said with a smile, I think there's a high chance that I would make the same choice as you. You're right. We can rely on our own abilities and hard work to enter the God's Awakening door. If we accept their favor, we'll owe them a favor. In this era, it's best not to owe favors. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. You're still pretending to be noble here. Yi Yi and Lu Yufan didn't know much about them. They only heard that they were quite powerful. But they weren't as shocked by Lin Xian's rejection as compared to those people. Lin Xian, tomorrow there's a plan by the three major forces to clear out Lin Feng City. I wonder if you're aware of it. Qin Shaotian asked. Lin Xian nodded, I know. Why? This is a good opportunity to go out and train. There are a lot of demonic beasts in Lin Feng City. Even I don't dare to go there. So I suggest that you follow them. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. This Qin Shaotian was starting to encourage him to go out. It seemed that Qin Shaotian couldn't hold back anymore. He probably wanted to use the opportunity in the demonic beast domain to get rid of him. That's right. Qin Shaotian really couldn't hold back anymore. And he really wanted to get rid of Lin Xian in the demonic beast domain. In the demonic beast domain, there was no surveillance or anything like that. It was definitely the safest place. Even if they went together and Lin Xian died, Qin Shaotian could say that he was killed by a demonic beast. Chu Haohan hadn't made a move yet. Qin Shaotian felt that if he could find a chance to kill Lin Xian in the demonic beast domain, it would save him a lot of trouble. And in the demonic beast domain, Qin Shaotian didn't think that Lin Xian had any means to guard against him. So he was testing Lin Xian's attitude. If Lin Xian were to go as well, then this would be the perfect opportunity. I'm going too. Is young Master Qin going too? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Qin Shaotian was overjoyed. That's great. Then he nodded, yes, this is a rare opportunity. Naturally, I have to go too. I might even be able to go all the way. Lin Xian smiled, that's great. Although there are so many experts, it would be best if there was an expert like young Master Qin protecting me. Qin Shaotian wanted to make a move on him. Then Lin Xian might not be afraid. On the contrary, he might be able to catch him outside. For Lin Xian, this was also a chance to expose Qin Shaotian's mask. Ha ha ha, I can't be considered an expert. Then we'll see when the time comes. If that's the case, I'll go back first. I'll go back first. Yi nodded slightly, and then Qin Shaotian walked back. He had a smile on his face because he was in a good mood. He was in a good mood because he felt that Lin Xian would die in the demonic beast domain this time. This problem would be completely eradicated by him. Chapter 158. Heartwarming walked over, looked at Lin Xian and said, "The Holy Temple is giving you a very good treatment, I think you should consider it." God's awakening door, to be honest, in my opinion, even Qin Shaotian's chances of entering the top 10 is less than 10%. No, it's at most 1%. The top geniuses from the 5 great empires are all at the same level as him. It's too difficult. So think about it. It's a very powerful place. It will change you. Lin Xian smiled and said, I've already made my decision. Naturally, I've already thought about it. I don't want to change it. Alright, I'm just giving you a suggestion. It's fine if you've thought it through. Heartwarming was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something. She looked at Lin Xian and said, You're going to Linfeng City tomorrow. Lin Xian nodded, yes, it's an opportunity. I want to go and take a look. Be careful. Although there's a large group following you, you still have to be careful. Also, you have to be careful. Don't get separated from others. At that distance, with your strength, if you get separated, you'll be in danger. Lin Xian nodded, I know. Moreover, I'll be going with Senior Lingying tomorrow. Even if I don't understand, she'll definitely be able to help me. That's fine too. It'll be fine with Lingying supervising you. Be careful not to act recklessly. Linfeng City is more than 100 kilometers away from here. If you act recklessly, you won't be able to imagine the consequences. You have to remember that you still have your sister. Lin Xian made a sound of acknowledgement. He felt that this trip was safe. That was why he went. As for Qin Shaotian, he was indeed a hidden danger. However, if Lin Xian wanted to be safe, he could just follow behind the group. Qin Shaotian definitely wouldn't be able to find a chance to attack. There was still Lingying. After Lingying and Lin Xian had sex twice, her realm had increased by 4 stars. She was a bit lazy, but it wasn't that she was lazy. She just liked to do whatever she wanted. She didn't like to kill monsters like everyone else, so normally, her level would fall behind Han Chuxue, Qin Shaotian, and the others. However, because she had increased by 4 stars, she directly reached 10 stars of the arcane body stage, which meant that she was about to enter the arcane heaven stage, the highest stage of the arcane body stage. She wasn't afraid of Qin Shaotian. Therefore, Lin Xian could guarantee his own safety. Xiao Runing then walked away. Yi Yi and Lu Yufan quickly came over. Lin Xian, you're going to Lin Feng City. I heard about it, but my family didn't allow me to go. I didn't dare to go. Lu Yufan whispered. Yi Yi also nodded. They were all rich young ladies, but they weren't like Han Chuxue. They weren't cultivation maniacs. How easy would it be to live a beautiful life and marry an outstanding man? It was especially dangerous to cultivate. In any case, their families wanted them to be safe. Of course, they needed to cultivate, but they didn't need to be in a high realm. In the future, they could spend money to find experts to bring them to the mysterious body realm, or even the mysterious heaven realm. Why did they have to cultivate in such a dangerous manner? Wouldn't it be better to be a rich young lady? It was also because of their family's mentality that they weren't cultivation maniacs. Indeed, there weren't many girls who were cultivation maniacs. After all, in this era, the strong were respected. However, as long as a girl had a beautiful appearance, she would have the entire world. Don't go. Your levels are too low. Even if you follow someone, you might be in danger if you're not careful. Then you have to be careful. Don't worry. Lin Xian smiled. However, Lin Xian rejected the invitation of 2 major powers. Even the news of the gods' awakening door spread. Lin Xian became a famous figure once again. If it was just playing hard to get, others wouldn't be interested. However, Lin Xian really rejected it. If he didn't join any power in the future, then these people would really admire Lin Xian. It would be admiration from the bottom of their hearts. After school, Lin Xian went home. Lin Yi came back early today. She probably came to make dinner for Lin Xian. She didn't want Lin Xian to cook. During dinner, Lin Xian said to Lin Yi, "Little fairy, I'm going to the demon beast domain tomorrow." Lin Yi's chopsticks paused for a moment. Then, she slightly nodded and looked at Lin Xian. Is it dangerous? She didn't have the right to stop Lin Xian from going because Lin Xian needed to improve his strength. She was only worried about Lin Xian's safety. The simple question, is it dangerous, was filled with concern for Lin Yi. It's not dangerous. I'm going with a group of tens of thousands of people. There are also many experts. There's basically no danger. I've heard about this. Are you going to go out with the main forces of the 3 major forces? Lin Xian nodded. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Yi was slightly relieved. With tens of thousands of people going out together, even if there was danger, they would definitely be able to eliminate it with so many people. Therefore, she wasn't as worried as before. Lin Yi had also heard about the previous incident. She knew about how dangerous the trial in the Sky Martial Court was, how many people Lin Xian had saved, and even about Lin Xian's spatial attribute. This matter couldn't be kept a secret. Lin Yi only needed to eavesdrop a little to know about it. However, she didn't confirm it with Lin Xian. She felt that since it was already in the past, so be it. Why should she discuss it with Lin Xian? It was meaningless. She only hoped that Lin Xian would be safe. This was her only wish. She was very curious about the spiritual equipment Lin Xian had given her and the experience fruit that allowed her to level up without killing monsters. However, she didn't ask about it. She only needed to know that Lin Xian wouldn't mistreat her. She only needed to silently care for Lin Xian and take care of the things in his house for him. This was what Lin Yi could do. When will you be back? Lin Yi asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not too sure. It's more than 100 kilometers away. With so many people, it'll take a long time to go back and forth. Normally, it'll take 3 to 4 hours to travel 100 kilometers in the demonic beast territory. It'll take 6 to 7 hours for a round trip. If we stay there for a while, I'm afraid it'll be the next day at the earliest. The next day. Then remember to send me a message. Lin Xian affectionately scratched Lin Ya's delicate nose and smiled. Don't worry. Little fairy, you're the most important. Sweet talker, Lin Ya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. However, she was happy and a little shy. No matter how big the world is, your life is the most important. Lin Ya said. No, you're more important than my life. Lin Xian said seriously. Lin Ya's heart trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Lin Xian. What's wrong? Lin Xian looked at Lin Ya and wanted to laugh. Little Xian, you can't have these kinds of thoughts. Lin Ya looked at Lin Xian seriously. Why? My life isn't important, but your life is different. You can't have these kinds of thoughts in the future. Lin Xian put his chopsticks on the table. He used a little too much strength. Lin Ya was shocked. Chapter 159. Lin Xian looked at Lin Ya with a serious expression. There was even a hint of anger on his face. This was the first time Lin Ya had seen Lin Xian angry. She suddenly felt very nervous. She didn't know what she said wrong to make Lin Xian angry. Little fairy, if you say something like that again, I'll really get angry. Lin Xian said seriously, what do you mean your life isn't important? Why is my life more important than yours? Lin Ya didn't know how to respond to Lin Xian. In my eyes, you're more important than anything else. You're not allowed to say that again. Lin Ya lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. I understand. That's right. Although she looked a little wronged, Lin Ya slowly felt warm in her heart. Little fairy, tomorrow night. Why don't you ask Miss Xiao to sleep with you? Lin Ya raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with a suspicious expression. Why? We just slept together last night. What if something happened to Ning Ning? Then you should ask her. At most, you two can go shopping tonight and watch a movie to relax. Then you can let her sleep at home. Lin Xian said. He was actually worried. He felt that if Qin Shaotian found out that he was out, would he find someone to make a move on Lin Ya? Lin Ya had the ice spirit snow congealed pearl that Lin Xian had given to her to protect her, but he felt that at least with Xiao Ru Ning accompanying her tomorrow night, he would feel more at ease. As for why, Lin Xian wouldn't tell Lin Ya. He didn't want her to be afraid. Okay. Then I'll ask her tomorrow. Lin Ya didn't know what Lin Xian was trying to do, but she saw that Lin Xian was very serious. She only needed to know that Lin Xian wouldn't harm her. In that case, all she had to do was to follow Lin Xian's instructions. As for Xiao Runing, Lin Xian also planned to tell her. As for the reason, he would just make it up. That night, Lin Xian didn't sleep with Lin Ya because he was thinking about something. Even if they slept together, he wouldn't be in the mood to do anything. The next morning, Lin Xian made breakfast and left. He called a taxi and drove to Ling Ying's house. Miss Xiao. Lin Xian called. What's the matter? It was rare for Lin Xian to call her. Xiao Runing was more curious. Nothing much. I just had dinner with my little fairy last night. She wants to go shopping and watch a movie with you tonight. Do you have time? Xiao Runing couldn't help but laugh. You can just tell me this. Why would I bother you? That's right. You also know that my little fairy is extremely cold when she's outside, but she's extremely gentle when she's at home. Actually, she's a very shy person when she's with her friends. Ha ha ha. I know that. I have nothing to do every day. Of course, I'm happy to go. Lin Xian smirked. You're not a good teacher. You have nothing to do every day. People who don't know would think that you're a teacher. Do you think that I'm a cultural teacher in Tianhua Academy? The teachers in Sky Martial Court don't have much to do. Okay, I'm going out. I'll look for your sister when I don't have class. Also, be careful when you go to the beast territory. You must be careful. Lin Xian felt warm in his heart. He nodded. Got it. Bye-bye, Mua. You're not serious. Xiao Runing complained and then hung up the phone. Phew, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the case, Lin Yi shouldn't be in danger. Then, Lin Xian could focus on his own matters. There were only 2 reasons for this trip. First, to broaden his horizons. In Lin Xian's impression, he had only stayed in Tianhua City. At most, he had gone as far as Deep Cold Valley some time ago. Actually, he knew too little about the outside world. At most, he learned about it from the internet. Broadening one's horizons was very important, and it was also related to experience. For example, those who went out often would know the distance, the level of the beasts, where it was dangerous, where there were fewer beasts, and so on. These were all very important. The second reason was to level up. It was more than 100 kilometers away from where humans lived. Naturally, God concentration realm beasts were as common as dogs. Arcane body realm beasts were everywhere. Lin Xian needed to level up his realm. He was now a 4-star arcane body realm cultivator. The 2-star reward from completing the mission was an unexpected reward, but it was still not enough. He needed to reach at least 6-star. Only then would he have some confidence in dealing with a 10-star arcane body realm cultivator. Fighting a 4-star arcane body realm cultivator wasn't too difficult for Lin Xian. But if it was Qin Xiaotian's level, it would still be difficult. Lin Xian didn't know exactly what Qin Xiaotian's realm was. He planned for the worst-case scenario, 10-star arcane body realm. He couldn't possibly be at the arcane heaven realm. Click, with Ling Ying's house key, Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. Ling Ying was wearing pink kawaii pajamas and lying on the sofa. She was playing with her phone with her legs crossed. Then, she sat up and looked at Lin Xian warily. What? What's with that expression? Don't tell me you're chatting with other guys behind my back. Lin Xian told her that he would come over. Because he was delivering breakfast to her, he made Lin Ya's breakfast. Naturally, he also made one for Ling Ying. What a scumbag system. Lin Xian felt that he was a warm guy. Lin Xian placed the breakfast on the table for Ling Ying. He opened it and said, "Hurry up and eat." What's the hurry? The team only departs at 10. Ling Ying walked over in her slippers and put a piece of meat paste cake made by Lin Xian into her mouth. Oh, your craftsmanship is really good. Lin Xian smiled. Nonsense. I was counting on you to serve me. Now, it's me serving you. I told you to hurry up because I have to go to the Bounty Hunter Guild to find some friends before 9. Okay, sit down and eat too. Ling Ying knew that Lin Xian had finished cooking, but she hadn't eaten yet. Feed me. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and grinned. How dare you? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she pinched a small piece of meat and handed it over. Open your mouth. Lin Xian sucked Ling Ying's finger into his mouth. Ling Ying quickly pulled it back. Pervert. Ling Ying's face turned slightly red. I heard about what happened yesterday afternoon. Why didn't you agree to the God's awakening door? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and asked. It was easy for Ling Ying to find out about this. However, she was shocked when she heard it. The God's awakening door was also her goal. However, Lin Xian didn't want this opportunity. To put it simply, I don't want to be tied down by other factions, and I don't want to owe anyone a favor. God's awakening door, why do I have to force them to give me this opportunity? Why can't I fight for a spot with my own strength like everyone else? Lin Xian took a bite and looked at Ling Ying as he spoke. Chapter 160. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and saw that he was really serious. Big brother, are you serious? What big brother? Call me hubby. Ling Ying's pretty face turned slightly red, and then her bare foot stomped on Lin Xian's foot. I'm serious. I don't really understand you, but it's fine as long as you have your own way of thinking. But, if you want to fight for this spot, the difficulty is unimaginable. I have a rough idea. Maybe it's just my doing, ha ha ha. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. If Lin Xian had his own way of thinking, what she couldn't understand, in Ling Ying's opinion, Lin Xian must have his own reasons. After all, Ling Ying didn't think that Lin Xian was a fool. I'm done eating. Ling Ying wiped her hands. What time is it now? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying looked at her phone and said, 7:30. There's still an hour and a half before the hotel you mentioned. Then there's something very important to do now. Lin Xian wiped his hands and said. What? In the next second, Lin Xian picked up Ling Ying. Hee, what did you say? Let me go. Ling Ying, who was in Lin Xian's arms, punched him with all her might. You bastard. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with a face full of shame and anger. This Lin Xian doesn't know how to control himself. The most infuriating thing was that he made her lie on the glass wall and look at the ant-like crowd below before doing that kind of thing. Damn it. Yeah, I'm a bastard. So. Lin Xian grinned. Ling Ying was truly helpless. Sometimes, this Lin Xian was quite mature, but at other times, he was especially childish. It was the kind that you had to pamper him and do whatever he wanted. If you didn't, he wouldn't be happy. Ling Ying really had no other way. Since she had chosen to be Lin Xian's girlfriend, she could only accept it. But, even though she was unhappy, she actually felt that she could still accept it. It was still acceptable for the time being. After all, if there was a first time, there would be a second time. After that, she became even more open-minded. In the past, she had never thought that she liked Lin Xian. Even after returning from the wilderness with him, she didn't think that she liked him. However, 2 days ago, after Lin Xian came to her house to confirm their relationship, Ling Ying inexplicably felt that she actually liked him. He really didn't understand. Get off me. It's already 8:30. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian and said, can you not be like this in the future? No. Lin Xian, then. Then can you bring a condom? Ling Ying was almost begging. No, it doesn't feel good. Ling Ying, then do you know that taking medicine every day isn't good for your body? Lin Xian then said, you're a warrior and your realm is close to the mysterious heaven realm. You shouldn't be worried about your body, right? Scram. Scumbag. Ling Ying couldn't help but curse. Ding, detected scumbag behavior, scumbag value plus 500,000. Hee, I like that name. Lin Xian grinned. Pay. I'm up. I'm going to change. Can you walk? Lin Xian asked. Shay. How strong do you think you are? Ling Ying laughed in disdain and walked away. Ha ha ha. Hearing Ling Ying's words, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. I'm not strong. At first, Lin Xian didn't know if she was strong or not. But this girl had already begged for mercy, how could she not be strong? Ling Ying changed into a casual outfit and walked out of the room. When it came to fighting, Ling Ying still liked to wear looser clothes. My wife is so beautiful. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and couldn't help but praise. She didn't have any makeup on. Sure enough, those with good looks were confident enough. She didn't need any makeup at all. This was a true beauty. Who's your wife? Don't talk nonsense. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. But when she heard Lin Xian's praise, she was still very happy. Hee hee, let's go. Do you want me to carry you? Sure. Come. Then Ling Ying jumped onto Lin Xian's back and the two of them walked out. Don't move your hands. Ling Ying was helpless. Pervert. Put me down. Lin Xian didn't put Ling Ying down until they were out of the building. Go away, I hate you so much. Pervert. Pervert. Ling Ying's face was red as she rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. She was still angry, so she stepped on Lin Xian's foot. Lin Xian, hey. When did you learn to step on other people's feet? You were never like this before. Lin Xian glanced at Ling Ying. Ling Ying snorted and said, I like it. Why do you care? Ling Ying didn't have any other way to deal with Lin Xian. She was Lin Xian's girlfriend now. How could she treat Lin Xian as fiercely as before? She also wanted to. Sometimes, Lin Xian was simply too much of a bully, but she was too embarrassed to use violence. It was probably because she had become Lin Xian's girlfriend, right? Inexplicably, she had a little girly side to her. This was something that Ling Ying had never thought about before. She had thought about what it would be like if she had a boyfriend in the future. She would be served by her boyfriend in all kinds of ways. Her boyfriend would cook for her, her boyfriend would wash her feet, her boyfriend would coax her, and only when she was happy could they have sex. If she wasn't, she would kick him away. If she told him to go shopping, he would go shopping. If she bought him clothes, he would wear them. In short, it was women's rights. Ling Ying was the boss. Her boyfriend had to pamper her, protect her, and spoil her no matter what. But now... fuck. It was the complete opposite of what she had imagined, okay? She had to serve Lin Xian. When Lin Xian was unhappy, he would push her down. When he was happy, he would push her down. She had to dress Lin Xian and cook for him. She was so outstanding. It wasn't that she was too aloof. She still had a certain understanding of herself. Her looks, temperament, family background, and so on were all excellent. But now, she was being bullied by Lin Xian to this extent. The key point was that she couldn't even get angry. Can't I control you? Lin Xian smiled at Ling Ying. No. Thank you. Fine, just you wait. Lin Xian said ruthlessly. Ling Ying's delicate body trembled slightly. This Lin Xian couldn't be going to, she was really scared. She was convinced. Don't, you can control me, okay? Ling Ying actually acted coquettishly. I like it. To be able to make this kind of girl act coquettishly, Lin Xian felt that he was amazing. Ling Ying felt wronged. Who did she offend? Lin Xian extended his arm to Ling Ying. Ling Ying hesitated for a moment. Then, Ling Ying held Lin Xian's arm. That's more like it. Get lost. Don't make me angry. Ling Ying was unhappy again. She was being controlled by Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, hearing Ling Ying's words, Lin Xian was happy. He felt that if Ling Ying was unhappy, he, Lin Xian, was especially happy. Was this a problem? Little Ying, going to school. An auntie walking her dog saw them. Ling Ying smiled faintly and nodded. Good morning, Auntie Wu. Going to school. Auntie Wu looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Is this your boyfriend? We've been neighbors for 2 years. Finally, you have a boyfriend. Chapter 161. Ling Ying blushed slightly. Due to her beautiful appearance, she received a lot of attention. At the same time, Ling Ying would also help her out, so she had a good relationship with her neighbors. Many people even wanted to introduce their sons to Ling Ying as her boyfriend. Mother Wu had also done that, but she had no choice. How could Ling Ying agree? However, she was still surprised when she saw Lin Xian. If he could catch Ling Ying's attention, he should be different, right? Yes, he's my boyfriend, Ling Ying said softly. I can see that. Come to Mother Wu's house for a meal when you're free, young man, Mother Wu said to Lin Xian with a smile. Okay, thank you, Mother Wu. This was just a small interlude. They soon left. I thought you wouldn't tell outsiders that I'm your boyfriend, Lin Xian said to Ling Ying with a smile. Tisk, it's the truth after all. Moreover, it was seen. I just didn't want to tell those people from the Sky Marshal Court. It would cause a lot of trouble. It's so annoying. Oh. You're not saying that I'm weak now. Lin Xian smirked. Ling Ying, go to hell. Ling Ying then swept his leg over. Lin Xian easily dodged it. They hailed a cab and arrived at the Bounty Hunter Guild. They could already see the members of the Gale mercenaries outside. Brother Xian. Lin Xian. Chu Meng and Wang Ba saw Lin Xian and immediately walked over happily. They gave him a bear hug. Miao Xiaomiao walked over to Lin Xian and handed Lin Xian a badge. She said, "This is the badge for registration. Don't lose it. You can use this to get your reward when you come back. Here's your ID. You look so ugly on your ID. Lin Xian, show me your ID if you have the guts." Humph. I'm a natural beauty, so of course I'm devastatingly beautiful on my identity card. Miao Xiaomiao said proudly, but she refused to let Lin Xian see. Lin Xian, this is. Wang Ba looked at Ling Ying. At first glance, he was deeply defeated by her appearance. When Chu Meng, Wang Xian, and Zhang Bin, who were of the same age, saw a beauty of this level, it was needless to say. Oh, Ling Ying, my friend. She's also going to the demonic beast domain, so she's going with everyone. Lin Xian said. When introducing Ling Ying, Lin Xian hesitated for a moment. Should he say girlfriend? In the end, he chose not to say anything. Ling Ying wasn't a weak girl, nor was she shy with strangers. Since they were Lin Xian's friends, she naturally introduced them to each other and got to know them. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Ling Ying a few more times. She was really, really beautiful. She was definitely one of the prettiest girls she had ever seen. An inexplicable sense of hostility arose. It was a subtle feeling that came from the feelings between girls. Suddenly, Miao Xiaomiao remembered that Lin Xian said he was going to bang girls. Could it be this girl? No way, no way. She was so beautiful and had such a good temperament. On the other hand, Lin Xian was just a loser. How could it be? Miao Xiaomiao was comforting herself. She didn't understand why she had such a feeling. Maybe she didn't realize it herself. Ding. Sense jealousy from Meow Xiao Meow. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Jealousy. Lin Xian heard the notification and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Little girl. She even learned how to be jealous. She was jealous of Ling Ying. Then it must be because of him. And she was proud. The system had perfectly displayed all her emotions to Lin Xian. Lin Xian probably knew what she was thinking even better than Meow Xiao Meow. Then Ling Ying and Meow Xiao Meow looked at each other. Hello big sister Ling Ying, I'm Meow Xiao Meow. Meow Xiao Meow said obediently. Hello, you're very pretty. You'll definitely be a very pretty girl when you grow up. Ling Ying smiled. Big sister is also very pretty. Meow Xiao Meow said. Lin Xian, was this how girls chatted? Something's not right. Something's not right. Alright, alright. You're both pretty. Alright. It's getting late. We have to hurry. Lin Xian said. You also know that it's getting late. Meow Xiao Meow rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said, you almost came on time. Cough, cough. Isn't this every night? You said 9 and it's only 8:30. There's still half an hour to go. Why did I come on time? Humph. Meow Xiao Meow snorted and didn't say anything. Ling Ying blushed slightly and turned her face away. They came at this time because that bastard Lin Xian did something bad again. Otherwise, they would have come long ago. Each of them carried a bag with some necessities, including gene medicine. There were basically 2 types of gene medicine. Healing and spiritual energy value. The effect could only be said to be okay, but Lin Xian had never used it before. To be precise, he didn't have much battle experience, so he had never considered this point. Ling Ying also brought one, but hers was in her interspatial ring. Ling Ying had a ring on her hand, which was a spatial ring. In reality, it was equivalent to a spatial storage type spirit tool. However, it was very rare and couldn't be bought. Basically, only warriors with status and background could get one. Lin Xian really wanted one. However, Lin Xian found that Meow Xiao Meow also had a ring. Although he hadn't seen her take anything out of it, such a young girl couldn't possibly be wearing a ring, right? It was probably a spatial spirit tool too. Then, they got in the car and drove out of Tianhua City. Along the way, they saw a lot of people heading in the same direction outside Tianhua City. They probably had the same goal as them. After all, there were more than 50,000 people on this expedition. Naturally, many people in Tianhua City were a part of it. I'll go. When they arrived at Tianhua City's barrier, Lin Xian saw that the open space outside was densely packed with people. At a glance, he could tell that they were divided into a few echelons. The members of the Holy Temple, the Judgment Union, and the Bounty Hunter Guild were very orderly, standing upright like soldiers. On the other side were temporary soldiers like Lin Xian and the others. At a glance, there were no less than 20,000 people. They were being checked one by one, similar to ticket checking. After all, if you registered, they wanted to know whether you were going or not. Otherwise, who could accept the bounty if they didn't register? There are so many people. Lin Xian couldn't help but mutter. Ha ha ha, we'll be safer with more people, right? Wang Bao laughed. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. That's true. Then, they went to the back to line up together. Please show me your identification badge. Lin Xian took out his identification badge, and the staff scanned it. Identification confirmed. Warrior Lin Xian. Go over. Go over and line up. The identity check was probably done directly and stored in a system. Anyway, there wouldn't be any mistakes or omissions. After all, they were registered according to their identification. Chapter 162. Around 9:30, most of the people who came up had finished their inspection. They were divided into many groups, each group having no less than 1,000 people, and each group was led by a very strong expert. Ling Ying. Are you here too? Qin Xiaotian seemed to be looking for them, and then stood together with them. When he saw Ling Ying, he revealed a surprised expression. This was going to be difficult. If Lin Xian and Ling Ying stayed together, then it would be even harder for him to find an opportunity to make a move. This was bad news. Qin Xiaotian. Ling Ying was also surprised when she saw Qin Xiaotian. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Although he had just returned, Linfeng City was a good opportunity for them to farm monsters. At the same time, it was relatively safe. It was possible for him to go there. However, Ling Ying knew that there might be some kind of hostile relationship between Qin Xiaotian and Lin Xian, so she couldn't help but think more when she saw Qin Xiaotian at such an opportunity. Everyone who went to the beast domain had to pay more attention and be careful. This should be a habit that every martial artist had to develop. Not only did they have to pay attention to the beasts, but they also had to pay attention to the people. In the beast domain, it was a place where the three major forces couldn't reach. The martial artists here could do whatever they wanted. You could casually kill other martial artists to gain experience and level up, even if you weren't from the Evil Fiend Temple. Therefore, the people outside were very bold and would also kill people. Therefore, there were even people who invited their enemies to the beast domain or secretly followed them to the beast domain to make a move. This was actually very common. Therefore, Ling Ying would pay more attention. The main thing was that she roughly knew that Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian didn't get along. Qin Xiaotian smiled. What? Are you surprised to see me? No, I just felt that you just came back and went out, so you were quite busy. Qin Xiaotian smiled. As a martial artist, it's a bit tiring, so what if I'm busy? What's more, this is for us humans. As a martial artist, I naturally have to take responsibility. This is my purpose of living and strengthening myself. Everything is for the world. Isn't that what everyone thinks? Sorry, I'm really not. Ling Ying slapped himself in the face at the speed of light, and then said, I'm just here to mess around. I'm following these experts to see if I can kill a few high-level demon beasts. As for the humans, that's secondary. Lin Xian loved Ling Ying to death. It's not good for a woman to be too smart, but being smart has its benefits. Now, seeing Qin Xiaotian's awkward expression, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. That's right. We're all here to make a living. We can't compare to young Master Qin who cares about the world, Lin Xian said. They were indeed here to mess around. As for the sake of humanity, they also had this thought, but it was definitely the former. Among these 50,000 people, there were probably less than 100 who were truly fighting for the world. 99% of the 10,000 members of the three factions had the same thought as Lin Xian and the others. There were also orders from the factions, but ultimately, they were mostly selfish and for their own benefit. There were indeed people who truly cared about the world, but they were few and far between. Those people were people that Lin Xian admired greatly. But Qin Xiaotian was strong for the sake of the world. Lin Xian chuckled. What the fuck are you talking about? In order to make some money and gain some experience from killing demonic beasts, I brought everyone here. After hearing Big Brother Young Master Qin's words, I'm really embarrassed. I actually didn't think of the world at all. Miao Xiao Miao said with an embarrassed expression. But how could Lin Xian not know that she was actually helping him? This Miao Xiao Miao was very smart. This girl was not bad. She was promising. Qin Xiaoqian's face stiffened, then he smiled and said, "That's true. My wish is to join the upper echelons of the three factions and have real power. That way, I can do more for the continent." Qin Xiaotian couldn't go back on his words and say that he was also here to make a living. He had already said that he was doing it for the sake of the world. If he changed his words, he would be looked down upon by others. He could only brace himself and say that. What made him unhappy was that these people all said that they were here to make a living, but he was the only one who felt that he was doing it for the sake of the world. That's right, he was indeed fake. But he felt that others would also think that he was fake and hypocritical. Thus, Qin Xiaotian was filled with hatred. What could he do? He could only brace himself and say it. "I'll go find my friends first. We're a team of 1,000 people. Although we have a lot of people, it's still very dangerous. So, when the time comes, everyone should take care of each other." With that, Qin Xiaotian left with a dark face. He had no choice but to leave. How could he stay here and embarrass himself? This person is very hypocritical. Miao Xiao Miao said as she took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket and peeled it. "Xiao Miao, why do you say that?" Ling Ying also peeled a lollipop and asked Miao Xiao Miao curiously. In the next second, the lollipop that had just been peeled was snatched away by Lin Xian and put into his mouth. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian fiercely and stepped on his foot. He had no choice but to take another one. It's very simple. People are all selfish. How many people in this world are truly chivalrous and caring for the world? Of course, there are many who don't wish for planet Aqua Blue to become the territory of the demonic beasts. However, there are far too few who truly care about the world. That's why I don't believe what he said. Miao Xiao Miao said with a serious expression. Lin Xian smiled and asked, "Then what if he's one of those very few people who truly care about the world's safety?" "Impossible, this young lady is quite good at judging people. He's indeed very handsome, very bright, and has a very positive vibe. But although he's smiling when he's talking, his eyes inadvertently look to the side. That's a sign of guilt." Miao Xiao Miao said solemnly. Lin Xian smiled. Of course he knew what kind of person Qin Xiaotian was. "Ah! You don't believe me." Seeing Lin Xian smile, Miao Xiao Miao went crazy. She even spoke up for Lin Xian, but this Lin Xian actually didn't believe her. "Fuck. I smiled because I don't believe you." "I believe you," Lin Xian said dumbfoundedly. "Humph. You better be speaking from the bottom of your heart. Otherwise, this young lady won't stand on your side even in front of outsiders." Miao Xiao Miao snorted proudly. "Aren't you able to read people's minds? Then why don't you know if I was speaking from the bottom of my heart just now?" "Nonsense, if this young lady could really read other people's minds, I wouldn't be here. It's just that I've learned some things before." Miao Xiao Miao was quite confident in her knowledge. She was too smart and had a photographic memory. All right, there's someone in front." Lin Xian didn't want to talk about this with her. The most important thing now was still Linfeng City. At the front, a burly man in armor walked in front of everyone with an imposing aura. "Everyone, please be quiet." Chapter 163. Lin Xian asked Ling Ying, "The one wearing the armor should be from the Divine Palace, right?" Ling Ying nodded. "Yes, the Divine Palace is wearing this kind of armor. It's made of special materials and is considered a spiritual artifact. It can withstand part of the power." This is what the regular army of the three major forces will be equipped with. The higher your strength and military rank, the stronger the armor you can wear. Lin Xian nodded secretly. It was actually equivalent to the People's Liberation Army's uniform on Earth. It was also equivalent to the armor used by ancient soldiers. The only difference was that this armor was a spiritual artifact, which meant that it was not an ordinary item. Lin Xian glanced at the main army of the three major forces. They were all equipped with this kind of armor, but unlike the man in front of him, theirs were relatively simple. Then, he looked through the crowd at the expert from the Divine Palace. The difference was quite big. Looking at the three major forces, each of them had a few thousand people. They were really well trained and stood in standard positions, motionless. On the other hand, the tens of thousands of people looked like they were going for a vacation. But that was normal. After all, they were all gathered together. No one dared to be presumptuous here. It was like a class where the teacher came in and told the students not to speak. No one dared to speak. The tens of thousands of people quieted down. The man glanced at the people below, then said in a dignified voice, "Everyone, my name is Qin Feng. I'm the highest leader of the Divine Palace in Tianhua City's border defense area. I believe all of you know about this operation, which is why you are here. This time, you will be the main force of this operation. Go to Lin Feng City and eliminate all the monsters there. You will also be escorting the Annihilation. The Annihilation is a powerful nuclear bomb. Unlike ordinary nuclear bombs, the Annihilation will not leave behind any radiation. Its purpose is only to eliminate a large number of monsters. Normal voices could not travel so far, but he was very strong. He used his spiritual power to spread his voice so that everyone could hear him. Qin Feng paused for a moment before continuing. The heavenly annihilation is mostly escorted by our three forces. Everyone will be led by our experts in groups of 1,000 to clear out the demonic beasts in the periphery of Lin Feng City. This is also an opportunity for all of you. Before this, I only have one request. Listen to my orders. I don't want any unnecessary sacrifices. Even if you're not a member of the three major forces, it's most important to listen to your leader's orders, whether it's for everyone or your own lives. Those who disobey orders and sacrifice themselves are not honorable. Instead, they are burdens and may even harm more people. Therefore, each of you has the right to kill those who disobey orders. Hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone could no longer remain calm. Since the other party had said so, they definitely wouldn't dare to disobey the command. Once they disobeyed orders, they would be killed without mercy. Killing people required experience, so it was impossible for them to survive at that time. Anyone who had killed someone before would definitely fight to kill you. Not for anything else, but for the experience. Alright, now that the leaders of each team are in position and familiarize themselves with everyone, we will set off in 10 minutes. Then, a few experts from the three major forces walked out and stood at the front of each group. They would be the leaders of each team. Lin Xian saw a man in front of him. Then, he used his spiritual energy and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Wang Jichao from the Enforcement Union. For this trip, you can call me team leader. The next mission is estimated to end at noon tomorrow. We and the other two teams will be clearing the two counties in Linqing County and Chang'an County. The estimated time is 24 hours. Time is tight, so I will lead 100 experts from the Enforcement Union to join our team." Wang Jichao. It's him. When the Enforcement Union came to the Sky Marshal Court to recruit him, Wang Jichao was one of them. However, he was relatively invisible at that time, so Lin Xian didn't pay much attention to him. Wang Jichao continued, "For this trip, 1,001 people from the Enforcement Union will be working together. The 101 people from the Enforcement Union will be the main force of the battle. The lowest cultivation level of each of you is 1 star of the spirit focus realm. You will be responsible for killing demonic beasts within your realm. However, listen to my orders. Listen to my orders. Do you understand? Roger. Good. Now, you can chat. Follow the team and set off in 8 minutes. Lin Xian frowned slightly. I thought there would be tens of thousands of people in this mission, but they are all separated. In this case, the danger level will increase exponentially. Ling Ying said, fortunately, it's a team of 1,000 people. The lowest cultivation level of the leader is at least 7 stars of the Thunder Tribulation Realm. 7 stars of the Thunder Tribulation Realm is enough. The most dangerous place is the city. Linqing County and Chang'an County are at the border. Didn't you say there are cultivators in the Lower Realm and even the Domain Realm? They have to escort the Heavenly Annihilation into the center of Linfeng City to detonate it. It's extremely dangerous there, so we need them. Since they didn't dare to release it remotely, they could only escort the nuclear bomb to detonate it. The purpose of this was to greatly reduce the time needed to annihilate the demonic beasts. Otherwise, wouldn't it take 10 days to half a month for 50,000 people to clear out the demonic beasts in a city? What they needed to do was to clear out the border counties. If the bomb couldn't reach them, they would detonate it in the center. The power of the nuclear bomb wasn't too great, so they didn't dare to escort a nuclear bomb that was too powerful. Otherwise, if there was a deviation, the price would be unimaginable. Their method was to escort the nuclear bomb to the center and kill the powerful demonic beasts at the same time. Then, they would use a special barrier to protect the nuclear bomb. If the powerful demonic beasts were killed, no demonic beasts would be able to destroy the barrier. The nuclear bomb's power would only be able to destroy a quarter of the barrier when detonated from the center. The rest would be the task of each team. Actually, it was simpler to get a few nuclear bombs and clear out the entire Linfeng City. This was the simplest method. There was no need for tens of thousands of people to come. However, the more people there were, the more uncontrollable factors there would be. Moreover, according to the country's intention, this was precisely a chance for ordinary martial artists to fight with the army and strengthen themselves on a large scale. Increasing the strength of each person was equivalent to increasing the strength of the human race. Because the people who killed you with the nuclear bomb didn't gain any experience points. They had to be killed. There was no choice. Many people were willing to become members of the three forces, but there were very few people who were willing to face danger without fear of death. After all, the greatest combat power of the human race was the entire population. It wasn't just relying on the members of the three forces. Therefore, if they succeeded this time, the 5 great empires would use this method in the future. The three forces would lead countless people to go out and kill demonic beasts to increase their cultivation. This way, they would only need time to raise the standard of the human martial artists by a level. If they didn't do this, how many people would dare to come to such a distant place to kill stronger demonic beasts? Very, very few. That way, their cultivation would be too slow. If we encounter a demonic beast that our team leader can't deal with and something happens to him, wouldn't the thousands of us be nothing more than ants? Lin Xian frowned and said. Chapter 164. At first, Lin Xian thought that even if they were to split into batches, they would at least need someone in the lower realm to lead the team. But if it was only the 7 stars Thunder Tribulation Realm and above and not the lower realm, Lin Xian felt that it was not enough. Because a Thunder Tribulation Realm demonic beast had appeared 3 kilometers outside Tianhua City. Ling Ying then said, actually, normally, even those in the arcane body realm can go to that place. Even you can go there normally. When we go out to train, we have to travel more than 100 kilometers. To be honest, there aren't that many strong demonic beasts, so it's quite difficult to encounter one. Normally, a Thunder Tribulation Realm demonic beast is enough. Meow Xiao Meow nodded and said, that's true. A Thunder Tribulation Realm demonic beast is enough. Moreover, with their methods, even if they encounter something they can't defeat, they should be able to escape or ask for reinforcements in an instant. Otherwise, they won't be able to answer to the world. Sigh, I just feel uneasy. After what happened outside the Tianhua Academy, I can't help but feel that the monstrous beast domain is very dangerous. No, to be precise, I have a feeling that the monstrous beasts at this stage are very special. I feel that it's different from what you said and what I've seen before. Sigh, I hope I'm thinking too much. Lin Xian said with a sigh. He was also clear that with a Thunder Tribulation Realm demonic beast leading a team of 1,000, and with 100 experts from the Judgment Union accompanying them, it was indeed quite safe. As for escape and reinforcements, it was simple. Spatial power was enough. Spatial power could be easily achieved by using some kind of spatial spiritual tool or crystal. Lin Xian felt that it was definitely possible. If they could not ensure the safety of everyone and made a mistake, then it would be even more impossible for the entire population to advance in strength in the future. This was not what the country wanted to see. The country wanted to use this success to reassure the world so that they could continue to carry out such activities on a large scale in the future. It could increase the strength of the entire population and take the opportunity to eliminate large numbers of demonic beasts. Wouldn't that be perfect? Therefore, the country would definitely spend a large amount of resources to ensure everyone's safety. This was the foundation. The foundation of whether or not they could continue with this plan. As for Lin Xian, to be honest, he felt that he might be worrying too much. After all, the world and even the three major powers were not worried. What was he worried about? It was only because he had experienced it personally that he was worried. Moreover, he had no means of escape now. Time, space, and even darkness were all gone. But since it was already like this, he could only go along with it. He could only hope that something with a very small probability wouldn't happen. There was a chance of encountering a powerful demonic beast, but those that surpassed the Thunder Tribulation Realm were actually not too big in this range. The chances were very small. If he had the spatial ability, it would be possible for him to escape. Qin Xiaotian was at the front of the group and didn't come over. 8 minutes later, Wang Jichao arrived in front of them with 100 people, and so did the other teams. Everyone, let's head to Chang'an County now. Hopefully, we can clear Chang'an County before midnight. Wang Jichao said. Where do we go? Lin Xian looked surprised. Yes. Ling Ying pointed into the distance. Lin Xian looked over. I'll go. This was definitely Lin Xian's first time seeing such a vehicle. It was similar to a train. There were many of them, and each of them was dozens of meters long. Just by looking at the outside, one could feel that they were very hard. The only difference was that they didn't have wheels. Instead, they had the caterpillar tracks of a tank. Country bumpkin. You don't even know this. Ling Ying took the lollipop out of his mouth and taunted Lin Xian. She felt that she had been bullied by Lin Xian too much. She felt very good when she taunted Lin Xian. Damn! How many times have I been to the demonic beast domain? I'm a country bumpkin just because I haven't seen this kind of train. Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying. Miao Xiao Miao began to explain to Lin Xian, this is called the assault chariot. Each one can carry 1,000 people. It's a specially built chariot. It's a vehicle for large-scale battles. Other than having extremely high defense, it's not too slow either. At the same time, it also has the ability to attack. In short, it's very, very strong. The cost of building each chariot is very high. The resources required to operate it are also very high. To have such a vehicle for us to use, the three big forces, no, the country is already giving us a lot of face. Xiao Miao, you're still young, but you know a lot. Ling Ying became interested in Miao Xiao Miao. Sister Ying, our sister Miao is a genius. Chu Meng smiled. I can see that Lin Xian can't compare to her. Miao Xiao Miao was very pleased with Ling Ying's words. As long as Lin Xian was compared to her, she would feel good. I'll give you a chance to change your words. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and snorted. Ling Ying didn't want to back down at first. However, when she saw Lin Xian's eyes, she understood the hidden meaning behind Lin Xian's threat. Bastard. Stinking hooligan. Bastard. Ling Ying had already cursed Lin Xian countless times in her heart. When she thought about how Lin Xian pressed her down on the sofa and bullied her, she was embarrassed, angry, and unhappy. But she had no choice. Who asked her to be the one begging for mercy every time? Ling Ying even suspected that Lin Xian had secretly taken drugs every time. Otherwise, why was he so fierce? Ling Ying had asked this question before, but after she asked it, she didn't want to think about it anymore. She wanted to cry. Cough cough, but actually, Lin Xian knows a lot. Ling Ying added helplessly. Lin Xian smiled. This girl was afraid of him. That's more like it. Miao Xiao Miao was surprised. Why did she feel that Ling Ying was afraid of Lin Xian? How should she describe that fear? It wasn't a normal fear. It was hard to describe, that feeling was indescribable. It was as if, it wasn't a bad kind of fear. But why would Ling Ying show such emotions to Lin Xian? Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Although Miao Xiao Miao didn't know Ling Ying, she could tell that Ling Ying's appearance and aura meant that she wasn't an ordinary person. She wasn't an ordinary martial artist. She had confidence that came from her every movement. She treated everyone like this, but when it came to Lin Xian, Miao Xiao Miao felt that Ling Ying's confidence was gone. That's right, it was gone. She had insulted Lin Xian purely because she wanted to get back at him. It had to be said that Miao Xiao Miao was too smart. This genius girl definitely lived up to her reputation. If Ling Ying or Lin Xian knew what Miao Xiao Miao was thinking, they would definitely be shocked. Because she was completely right. Ling Ying indeed didn't have confidence in Lin Xian because she had been bullied to death by Lin Xian. She had insulted Lin Xian because she wanted to get back at him. The few of them chatted and laughed as they followed the large group in front and entered an assault vehicle. The seats in the assault vehicle were similar to those on a plane. Seatbelts were also necessary. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. Instead, it was very empty. Because the purpose of the assault vehicle was to transport large numbers of people. Chapter 165. After getting into their seats, the chariot sped towards the direction of Lin Feng City, maintaining an average speed of around 90 kilometers per hour. This was already quite an exaggeration. Because the road was no longer maintained, it was full of potholes. Furthermore, the chariot had tracks instead of wheels. Under such circumstances, it was already very impressive to be able to reach a speed of 90 kilometers per hour. However, it was a little shaky. The others were so nervous that they were about to die. Lin Xian and the rest were still leisurely playing mobile games. Along the way, they could see many demonic beasts in various positions. However, these demonic beasts usually did not dare to move. Furthermore, the chariot was quite fast, so there was nothing they could do. Half an hour later, a commotion broke out in the chariot. Everyone was pointing at the chariot outside the window. Fuck! What kind of demonic beast is that? It's so fast, it's actually chasing after us. I'm so unhappy, I really want to go down and kill it. Lin Xian also looked over, just in time to see the demonic beast. This was a leopard-type demonic beast. Its entire body was golden in color. At this moment, it was continuously chasing after the chariot. From the looks of it, it would be very easy for it to overtake the chariot. After all, this type of demonic beast was extremely fast. Ordinary leopards could reach a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour at full speed. As for demonic beasts, they were naturally even faster. Wind-chasing leopard, it's a speed-type demonic beast. Based on its body length and color, it should be at the high level of Xian body realm. Ling Ying's voice rang out beside Lin Xian. Why is it chasing after us? Does it still want to attack us? Lin Xian said helplessly. Just as he finished speaking, he saw that the wind-chasing leopard was gathering energy in front of it as it ran. A golden ball of light was quickly condensed and blasted over. In that instant, everyone who saw it was terrified. If the assault chariot was hit by such a force, wouldn't it overturn? However, just as the force was about to hit the car, Lin Xian saw a light appear outside the car. It was like a defensive barrier that completely blocked the force. The car did not seem to be affected at all. They did not even feel the impact of the attack. They only felt the car shake as it drove. A second later, Lin Xian was even more surprised. The force released by the wind-chasing leopard seemed to have been absorbed by the barrier. Then, a golden laser shot out and hit the pursuing wind-chasing leopard, sending it flying. It wasn't clear if he was dead or alive. However, Lin Xian was already very surprised by this scene. This assault chariot was quite powerful. No wonder it was built with a lot of resources. This was just a small interlude on the road. 2 hours later, their car stopped. Everyone, we've arrived at Chang'an County. Let's get off here. Wang Jichao's voice was heard through the loudspeaker. Then, everyone got off the assault tank. The place they were standing on was overgrown with weeds, and traces of human life could be seen clearly. After all, this place had only been occupied for less than 3 years. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, figures rushed out in all directions. As there were some demonic beasts around, they were not strong. The people from the enforcement union quickly cleared the area. Lin Xian looked ahead. Chang'an County was in front. Chang'an County was at the edge of Linfeng City. It was quite big. Therefore, other than their car, there was another car that stopped in Chang'an County. Linfeng County was not big, so it was settled by a team alone. The nearest bus stop was a bus stop sign with Chang'an County written on it. However, it was heavily embroidered. Looking further, there were bungalows. Even further away, there were tall buildings with dozens of floors. They could not see clearly, but the tall buildings were probably covered in moss. In short, these bungalows were covered in moss and vines. Lin Xian had seen Resident Evil before. That kind of world was barren. Actually, in a certain aspect, the current situation was similar to Resident Evil. The only difference was that the world was not barren. Instead, it was more lush and green. Wild grass grew. Without the restraint of humans, it grew densely and messily. The trees were also taller. At a glance, everything was green. Even the city was green. It had not been 3 years. Normally, demonic beasts would not destroy buildings for no reason. If the buildings fell, they would be in danger. Therefore, if these buildings were not destroyed when the demonic beasts attacked the city, they were still in good condition. If they were moved back and cleaned, they would definitely be habitable. This was the situation after more than 2 years. If it was longer, these buildings would basically be uninhabitable. They would be abandoned after more than 5 years. Over 100 kilometers away, most of the demonic beasts are in the Chi building realm and spirit focus realm. After all, this is the largest number of demonic beasts. There are not many arcane body realm demonic beasts. No wonder they are not worried. Actually, if one's luck is not bad to the extreme, they won't encounter any strong demonic beasts. Therefore, there won't be too much danger. Lin Xian muttered. Wang Jichao walked over and said, "Everyone, stand in line. Divide into 4 teams. Hurry together in a long line. Don't wander around. Otherwise, you will lose your life and bear the blame. Do you understand?" Yes. Then, their team became shorter, but it also became wider. Wang Jichao's gaze fell on Lin Xian. This made him very surprised. Lin Xian participating in this kind of operation was not too surprising. What was surprising was that it just so happened to be in his team. Lin Xian, your position should be at the back of the team. So, take care of the back. Wang Jichao said to Lin Xian. Everyone looked over and were surprised. That expert actually knew this person. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and nodded, okay. Then, the 100 people moved around them from the beginning to the end. This was also the safest way because no matter where they were, there would be people protecting them. Wang Jichao then said, after entering the city, there will be a lot of demonic beasts. Most of the demonic beasts will stay in the houses. Because they can shelter from the wind and rain, they will also save the effort of building their own nest. We will divide into 4 teams. I thought about it, the 4 teams will move separately. However, the distance between each team should not exceed 200 meters. With the street as the meeting point, we will clear and check the houses on both sides. 200 meters is equivalent to us having no distance at all. If there is an emergency, I can rush to the battlefield in 3 seconds. Then, Wang Jichao continued, 4 teams. I will assign 25 people to each team. The battle of breaking into the houses will be done by them. What everyone needs to do is to clear the wandering demonic beasts on the streets in an orderly manner. There are quite a lot of them. Breaking into houses was a very dangerous thing. Lin Xian felt that it would be easy for them to clear the demonic beasts on the streets. Do you understand now? Wang Jichao shouted. Understood. Good. Now, everyone follow me into Chang'an County. Our battle today will begin. Then, they walked along the small country road into Chang'an County. When they walked in and arrived at the main road, the scene in front of them shocked them. Chapter 166. On this road, there were many beasts. Some were lying on both sides of the road, and some were directly lying in the middle of the road, basking in the sun. At first glance, it was really a bit scary. This kind of scene was actually something that not many people present had experienced before. Take Ling Ying for example. When they went out to train, they also tried to avoid entering the city that had already become the territory of the beasts, especially the central area of the city. The number of beasts in the city was not less than the outside world. In terms of density, it was because there were ready-made houses in the city. The beasts could only build simple nests, so they definitely liked these kinds of houses that could shelter them from the wind and rain. Another point was that the beasts that had transformed into human form naturally lived in the houses. After they occupied the houses, they did not need to build them. This was also the reason why the inside of the city was so dangerous. It was because there might be beasts that could transform into human form. And to be able to transform into human form, the beast's realm was extremely high. In fact, it was equivalent to two different worlds. One was the living area of humans, the other was the living area of beasts. And since the beasts had transformed into human form, they might live a similar life to humans, drinking coffee, eating fruits, and so on. This should be very normal. Those beasts looked very comfortable. Lin Xian roughly glanced at their levels. In fact, most of them were in the spirit condensation realm. The trashiest chi building realm was also much slower. Of course, there were also arcane body realm beasts. But thinking about it, the powerful beasts should be able to fight for the houses, and the trashiest ones could only fight outside. The other team went to the other side of Chang'an County, but they must have internal voice chat to keep in touch with the situation. Feeling the aura of everyone, those comfortable beasts all looked over. There were all kinds of beasts, and some of them even looked very scary. Then, they crawled up and bared their teeth at everyone, revealing fierce expressions. A fiery red wolf howled, and then a ball of flame was shot over. Whoosh! A member of the magic court rushed over and reached out his hand. A force condensed and directly blocked the flame that was shot over. Wang Jichao looked at everyone and said, "Everyone move in groups and look after each other. Find the beasts that are within your strength to fight. Remember, safety first. Also, don't enter the houses. Move." "Yes." Everyone shouted and rushed forward. Lin Xian's team followed the other members of the Judgment Union and charged towards the right area ahead. One by one, they brandished their spirit weapons and charged forward. Lin Xian held the Dragon Rain sword in his hand. His first target was a 5-star Mystic Body Realm demonic beast. Lin Xian was a 4-star Mystic Body Realm martial artist. Under normal circumstances, a 4-star Mystic Body Realm martial artist would have a 50% chance of winning against a 3-star Mystic Body Realm martial artist. Martial artists of the same level would be at a disadvantage because the physique of the demonic beast was much stronger. Not to mention that the demonic beast's level was even higher. But to Lin Xian, it didn't matter. 1 star higher than him. If Lin Xian couldn't beat him, then he could really go eat shit. Roar! The demonic beasts were also very angry. There was actually a human who dared to intrude into their territory. Terrifying power was released one after another. Level, 5-star Mystic Body Realm, Attribute, Earth, Strength, 750, Vitality, 810, Agility, 400, Spirit, 300, a type of demonic beast with extremely strong defense that is not weaker than steel. Its strength is also very strong. Its weakness is not high in agility and it is relatively strong in one-on-one battles. Skill, condenses spiritual energy in its body, increasing its defense by 100% and releasing sharp thorns to attack. Consumes spiritual energy every second. A sound wave attack that causes tearing damage to the target it hits. It also has the effect of a spiritual attack. Uses a powerful force to crush the ground to attack. This was the attribute that Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight had probed. It had to be said that it was extremely powerful. When Lin Xian understood what kind of skills a demonic beast had, then Lin Xian had already won half of the battle. This eye of spiritual insight seemed to have no offensive ability, but to Lin Xian, it was an unparalleled, bug-like skill. Wasn't this equivalent to knowing yourself and knowing your enemy? Roared at the iron-armored wild rhinoceros also focused its attention on Lin Xian because it felt Lin Xian's aura lock onto it. The figures beside Lin Xian, Ling Ying, Miao Xiao Miao, and the rest all rushed over to attack the target they had locked onto. The others also did the same. Ding! When Lin Xian's sword slashed over, the sound of metal colliding rang out, but the iron-armored wild rhinoceros did not suffer any damage. A powerful aura burst out from its body, but Lin Xian's advantage was in terms of agility. It was basically impossible for the iron-armored wild rhinoceros to hit Lin Xian with pure physical strength. Isn't it too hard? This is indeed, as the description says, heaven-defying defense. His defense is high, and with a layer of armor like outer shell, it's even more perverse. So, Lin Xian searched for places where it did not have the protection of the armor. Tail, throat, head, chest. The chest was basically impossible to hit, but the head and throat, once they were hit, it would be fatal. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened. He casually slashed to the side, and a demonic beast the size of half a man was directly cut in half, dying on the spot. This was a very weak spirit condensation demonic beast, and it still wanted to attack Lin Xian. In such a chaotic battle, it was impossible to achieve a 1v1, but as long as there were not several extremely strong ones, it didn't matter. Lin Xian's demonic beast was in agility, and the iron-armored wild rhinoceros was in defense. In Lin Xian's view, these two types of demonic beasts were the most difficult to deal with. One was the agility type, and the other was the defense type. But in Lin Xian's view, the most difficult was the agility type. A defense-type demonic beast could not have every part of its body be incomparably hard. This was the imperfection of this type of demonic beast. And speed. In the world of martial arts, only speed could not be broken. This sentence was reasonable. Fast speed was really powerful. Whoosh! Lin Xian rushed up again. With his powerful speed, the iron-armored wild rhinoceros was overwhelmed. But Lin Xian could not find an opportunity to attack its weak points. But he was not in a hurry. With a crushing speed, this kind of cumbersome demonic beast did not have any possibility of attacking Lin Xian. It could only release its martial skills. In the next second, Lin Xian saw the iron-armored wild rhinoceros's body faintly show an earthy yellow color. His pupils shrank, and at the same time, he saw spikes appear on the surface of the iron-armored wild rhinoceros's body. Because Lin Xian had a bit of an advantage, he knew what the demonic beast's martial skills were. So when he saw this scene, he knew what was going to happen next. No longer attacking, Lin Xian quickly jumped back, and then shouted, "Everyone, be careful, pay attention to dodge." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, countless earth spikes shot out in all directions. Lin Xian kept retreating, and at the same time, he kept waving his dragon rain sword to knock away the spikes. In this situation, Lin Xian could still guarantee that he would not be attacked. Chapter 167. With Lin Xian's warning, the others all dodged. Some were even smart enough to use their beasts as shields, even using the iron-armored wild rhinoceros to heavily injure the beasts for them. "Are you okay?" Ling Ying had just finished off an arcane body realm beast and instantly rushed to Lin Xian's side to ask. Lin Xian's lips curled up. "A bit hard, but I'm fine." "Okay." After saying that, Ling Ying continued to charge at the other beasts. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and he rushed up again. He could choose to exchange for a strength attribute. Even if he couldn't break the armor, he could definitely make the beast feel pain. But Lin Xian wasn't willing to do that. It was best to exchange for this attribute in a situation where he had no choice. Otherwise, if he exchanged for it every time he fought, he wouldn't be able to maximize his combat ability. Seeing Lin Xian rush over unscathed, the iron-armored wild rhinoceros's aura erupted again. It stomped its front paw and the ground cracked open. A huge force and cracks rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed didn't decrease. He used instant shadow to increase his speed by 20%. At the same time, the dragon rain sword in his hand began to coil with lightning. Be careful. Miao Xiaomiao had finished off a 10-star spirit focus realm beast and looked towards Lin Xian. When she saw this scene, she couldn't help but shout. Shouldn't he be dodging? Why is he still rushing up? This wasn't just the ground cracking open. The force that caused the ground to crack open was at the forefront. Is this guy a hothead? But in the next scene, Miao Xiaomiao's mouth opened slightly. She saw that just as Lin Xian was about to collide with the force, he suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of the iron-armored wild rhinoceros. With a roar, he raised his dragon rain sword and slashed towards the iron-armored wild rhinoceros's head. Zizizi, roar! In that instant, the iron-armored wild rhinoceros let out a painful roar. Lin Xian continued to swing. That's right. Instant Shadow's teleportation had reached a level where the iron-armored wild rhinoceros couldn't react. Coupled with the Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash's powerful amplification effect, it reached the same effect as Lin Xian's space attribute. It's really abnormal. I'm impressed by your willfulness. Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but grumble. Plop, the iron-armored wild rhinoceros's body fell to the ground and kept struggling. Blood flowed from its head. Fuck. Even with my 4-star sword technique and Earth-tier sword technique, I still couldn't cut off its head. I even hit the weakest part of its body without any armor to protect it. This guy is really tough. Lin Xian couldn't help but complain. But even if it was fine, it was almost done for after being hit by such an attack. Roar! The ironclad rhinoceros unconsciously released its battle intent and roared. The sound wave attack caused its head to be charred black. It was probably in so much pain that it couldn't even open its eyes. It roared crazily and attacked its surroundings. They couldn't even see Lin Xian. One by one, the demonic beasts were killed by its attacks. As for the others, some of them had already retreated, because Lin Xian's battle had caused quite a commotion. After all, the demonic beast that Lin Xian had chosen was one of the strongest demonic beasts in this batch. Chi, Lin Xian sneered, then raised the dragon rain sword in his hand. Lightning Thousand Blaze Slash, spirit weapon amplification by 100%. It had the power of lightning and could last for 10 seconds. At the same time, it could condense lightning to slash out once. It was the same as completely releasing this move. Lightning flashed, and purple sword chi formed a crescent shape as it slashed towards the iron-armored wild rhinoceros. As it flew, the ground was split open and the lightning even blasted the ground. Boom! Ding! You've killed the iron-armored wild rhinoceros. Experience plus 6,000. Right now, Lin Xian needed 33,000 experience points to level up to 5 stars. This 5-star arcane body stage beast gave him 6,000 experience points, so he was already very satisfied. This was the reason why Lin Xian had come here. Wasn't this a chance to level up? Actually, many people had seen the scene of Lin Xian using instant shadow. Lin Xian also didn't need to hold back. Because in the outside world, they all knew that there was someone called Lin Xian who had the spatial attribute. So what was Lin Xian holding back? Why didn't he just show it? Only Lin Xian knew that he had used instant shadow, a martial technique. However, others thought that Lin Xian had used the power of space to achieve a short-distance spatial jump. Following that, Lin Xian went to kill the other demonic beasts. There weren't many arcane body realm demonic beasts left. After all, most of them were spirit focus and chi building realm demonic beasts. If all of them were arcane body realm demonic beasts, the humans would have no chance at all. Because the demonic beast's overall quality was too high. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Because looking at the Sky Martial Court's martial artists, the strongest ones were only from the advanced class, and not all of them were arcane body realm demonic beasts. The people from the Enforcement Union cleared the demonic beasts in the nearby houses. Of course, they left behind a group of people to protect everyone and clear the streets of the demonic beasts. The fighting in the houses on both sides of the street was even more exaggerated. After all, they were in a limited space. There were all kinds of glass and the sound of walls shattering could be heard. About 10 minutes later, all the demonic beasts in sight were cleared. Everyone gathered in the middle of the road again. They could only use this method to kill the demonic beasts they could find. Clearing a county of demonic beasts in 24 hours was actually quite a difficult task. Are there any injuries? Wang Jichao glanced at everyone. There are definitely some injuries, but they are all considered minor injuries. Wang Jichao nodded. We can't waste any time. So, everyone, heal yourselves as we move. There's still a county of demonic beasts waiting for us. Everyone, do your best. Devote yourselves to the battle today. I'm afraid that each of you will at least level up by 2 levels. All of you must seize this opportunity as well. Yes. Of course, they knew that this was indeed an opportunity to level up. Moreover, it was in a relatively safe environment. This kind of opportunity was indeed hard to come by. Although there were still many low-tier demonic beasts here, there were many spirit focus realm demonic beasts. The lowest cultivation level of each of them was 1 star of the spirit focus realm. Outside the city, there were more chi building realm demonic beasts. Even if they wanted to find a spirit focus realm demonic beast, they still needed luck. Moreover, they didn't dare to go any further. Everyone, let's continue and clear the next street. Everyone then moved forward. Does your space jump consume a lot of spiritual power? Ling Ying came to Lin Xian's side and asked. That's right, Ling Ying also felt that Lin Xian released the power of space and not martial arts. Not much, but you have to avoid using it continuously. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear it. Lin Xian said. I thought that the space attribute would consume a lot of spiritual power. It seems that the space attribute is indeed stronger. Ling Ying sighed. Lin Xian hadn't told Ling Ying about this matter yet. Therefore, Ling Ying also felt that Lin Xian had the space attribute. Lin Xian did indeed have it, but it wasn't for the time being. Boomed out a small bungalow that was more than 10 meters tall was suddenly blasted by a force and fell in front of them. Chapter 168. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. What's going on? There was a strong force just now. It's probably trying to ambush us. Is everyone alright? Everyone was shocked. They were walking at the back, so the ones who were in trouble should be the ones in front. This was because the building had collapsed at the very front where Wang Jichao had led the members of the magic court. They were all buried in the rubble, and Lin Xian and the others did not know what had happened. Had they been hit by the building, or had they been blocked by the dust and were actually fine? They hoped it was the latter. If it was the former, they would be in danger. One figure after another emerged from the dust and quickly arrived behind Lin Xian and the others. Although they were covered in dust, they should be fine. After all, these people were all experts. The weakest of the 100 people from the Enforcement Union was at least at the Arcane Body Realm 7 star, and most of them were at the Arcane Heaven Realm. They still had the ability to react. Moreover, even if they were hit, they should be able to react and block it. Everyone, back off! Zhang Jichao shouted. Then, everyone's gaze fell on a figure that was gradually emerging from the dust. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The figure was gradually becoming clearer. So it's a heavy hammer beast. This demonic beast was huge, about 10 meters long. It looked like a triceratops. Its biggest feature was its tail. It was quite long and at the end was a huge hammer. It was bigger than a few people and that should be its main attack method. It was hard to imagine how a martial artist would be smashed by such a huge hammer. The force would definitely be extremely strong. Roared up the sledgehammer beast let out a furious roar, and then it suddenly swung its enormous hammer. Be careful. This speed was very fast. It should be able to intimidate more than 10 meters or even 20 meters. Lin Xian sensed that this should be the power of the arcane heaven realm. Whoosh! Wang Jichao rushed forward and blocked it with both hands. Wow! Lin Xian was shocked by this scene. Wang Jichao wasn't even 1/5 the size of the hammer behind the heavy hammer beast's tail. However, he was able to block the force of the hammer. Moreover, he looked very relaxed. Luckily, his realm isn't high. He's only at Arcane Heaven Realm 9 stars. If he was at Lightning Tribulation Realm, he would be in danger. Wang Jichao said, but he wasn't surprised. It was reasonable to encounter a profound Heaven Realm beast here, so there was no need to be surprised. Following which, Wang Jichao casually raised his hand and the huge hammer was sent flying backwards, causing the heavy hammer beast to fall to the ground. Whoosh! In the next instant, Wang Jichao leaped into the air, and then his whole body shone with golden light. It turned into a golden light and smashed into the heavy hammer beast at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Everyone felt the ground shake violently, and even dust flew up. This was strength. The heavy hammer beast was more than 10 meters long, while Wang Jichao was less than 2 meters tall. His punch was enough to shake the ground. This was the power of the Lightning Tribulation Realm. With one punch, Lin Xian could no longer sense the heavy hammer beast's aura. He was dead. Lin Xian's jaw dropped. Fuck. Wasn't this a little too strong? This was the power of cultivation. Profound Heaven Realm 9 stars was the kind of existence that could kill Lin Xian with a sneeze, but under Wang Jichao's strength, he died with one punch. This was only the Lightning Tribulation Realm. What about the Law Realm and Domain Realm? Lin Xian had experienced the power of the Domain Realm before. He felt that when he had the power of the Domain Realm, it was as if he owned the world. This was strength. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They had never seen an expert attack before. At most, it was the Profound Heaven Realm. High-level Lightning Tribulation Realm was still terrifying. It looked like Wang Jichao's normal attack. Wang Jichao landed in front of everyone and said, "What happened just now was a special situation, so everyone must be extra careful. You must not be distracted in the demonic beast domain. Otherwise, if the situation just now happens again, and the location of the collapse is next to you, how many people can escape?" Wang Jichao's words were indeed thought-provoking. Indeed, although they were afraid, they felt that with the people from the enforcement union around, everyone was too relaxed. If the place collapsed next to them, many people would have died. This was also good luck. They continued to move forward and continued to clear the beasts in Chang'an County. Time ticked by, and the sun was gradually setting. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun had already reached the westernmost side. The red sunset reflected the sky, making it look exceptionally beautiful. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he saw the beautiful sky. He didn't expect that the next time he saw it would be here, under such a scene. Cosmic Fist. Boom! Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and he charged forward, killing the 7-star Spirit Focus Realm beast. Ding! You have leveled up to Arcane Body Realm 5-star. In one afternoon, Lin Xian successfully leveled up to Arcane Body Realm 5-star. This was also attributed to the fact that there were many beasts here. Moreover, he had killed several arcane body realm beasts, which gave him enough experience. However, he was slightly injured, but it wasn't a big deal. This road was cleared. Basically, they had cleared half of the streets at the edge of Chang'an County. The other team cleared the other half. This afternoon, they didn't stop at all and didn't rest at all. However, the people from the enforcement union were even more tired than the rest. Everyone, rest here for 10 minutes. We've cleared the periphery. Next up is the area near the city. There are many small districts and shopping malls. The terrain there is more dangerous and the beasts there will be more powerful. Therefore, the next battle will be more difficult than this afternoon. Wang Jichao glanced at everyone and said, "Leader, why will it be more dangerous next?" Someone asked in confusion. Wang Jichao smiled and said, "That's a good question. It's actually very simple. Beasts that have reached the arcane body realm have intelligence equivalent to a human in their teens. We humans like to enjoy, why don't beasts like to enjoy as well? In the central area, no matter if it's the decoration of the houses or the comfort level, or the various kinds of food that we use to make, beasts like it. The better the houses, the better the protection from the wind and rain. Beasts have better senses than humans, so naturally, they like places like this." Wang Jichao paused and continued, "On the other hand, the houses beside us can indeed provide shelter from the wind and rain. However, they have been in disrepair for close to 3 years. In fact, the effect isn't that good anymore. Therefore, to be able to occupy the high-rise buildings in the center of the county, only beasts that are stronger can do it. Do you understand now?" "Understood." Wang Jichao continued, "However, the difference is that there might be only one beast in a building in a small district. This is because powerful beasts generally have a strong sense of territory, so they will be very strong. Everyone needs to be extra careful." Chapter 169. When Lin Xian heard Wang Jichao's words, he felt that he had learned a lot. Demonic beasts occupied human cities, so naturally, they preferred to live in human-built houses. Although they did not know how to clean them, it was more than enough to shelter them from the wind, rain, and moisture. Actually, demonic beasts were similar to humans. As long as they had enough intelligence, no one would prefer to live in a tiled house over a skyscraper. Demonic beasts were the same. Although to demonic beasts, a skyscraper was not as convenient as a tiled house, and they even had to climb the stairs, it was definitely comfortable. As for opening and closing the door, they could just smash the door. Wang Jichao also said that, for example, a building in a small district with more than 10 residents, but to demonic beasts, the entire building belonged to a single demonic beast. From the looks of it, a demonic beast that could occupy an entire building would definitely not be of a low level. Of course, a big fellow like the heavy hammer beast would naturally not be able to live in it. However, some of the bigger tiled houses could still allow them to sleep and rest. Actually, Lin Xian was looking forward to something. That was to see what a demonic beast in human form looked like. Would it really look like a human? The number of cultivators who had seen a demonic beast in human form could be counted with one's fingers. Basically, it was impossible to see it. Firstly, it was too strong. Basically, no one would be able to survive after seeing it. Secondly, a demonic beast of that level would not appear in front of humans. Generally speaking, when demonic beasts attacked a city, they would only be the ones giving orders and not the fighters. Take a rest. We will continue our journey in 10 minutes. Everyone from the enforcement union should also take a rest. However, be alert. Be careful of any demonic beast's sneak attack. Yes. In this afternoon, they were only injured. No one died, and no one was seriously injured. In fact, it was because the Enforcement Union had protected them well. Sometimes, when a Spirit Focus Realm cultivator was targeted by an Arcane Body Realm cultivator, the Enforcement Union would immediately rush over to protect them. Even if they had a battle on hand, they would immediately put it down. It was probably an order from the higher-ups to ensure everyone's safety. This way, the world would feel that following the three major powers was a safe and harmless thing to do. This way, the country would be able to go to war more frequently. This kind of operation would strengthen the strength of a large-scale cultivator. This was something that could not be helped. If they did not carry out some measures, the humans would not be able to withstand the attacks of the demonic beasts. Lin Xian leaned against a tree. Beside him, Miao Xiaomiao and Ling Ying immediately came over. Not far away were the members of the Gale mercenaries. As for Qin Xiaotian, he had not appeared beside the crowd and had been at the forefront. I saw your cultivation level increase just now. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded his head, yes, Arcane Body Realm 5 stars. Miao Xiaomiao's mouth was slightly agape. You're already at the 5 stars Arcane Body stage. Miao Xiaomiao asked in surprise. She remembered that back in the deep cold valley, Lin Xian was only at the 10 stars of the Spirit Focus Realm. When he fought her, he was also at the 10 stars of the Spirit Focus Realm. When the incident at the Sky Martial Court happened, Lin Xian was rumored to be at the 1-star Arcane Body stage. She thought it was normal since she was also at the 1-star Arcane Body stage. However, in just a few days, Lin Xian had just broken through to the 5 stars Arcane Body stage while she was only at the 2 stars Arcane Body stage. The difference was immediately apparent. Miao Xiaomiao was very confident in her talent and ability. However, she did not expect to be dealt a blow by Lin Xian. Yes. I've increased a little recently, Lin Xian said. He was originally at the 2 stars Arcane Body stage. However, when Ling Ying agreed to be his girlfriend, his cultivation level increased by another 2 stars. Today, he had killed quite a number of demonic beasts, so his cultivation level increased to the 5 stars Arcane Body stage. Lin Xian actually felt that this speed was quite fast. I really don't know why you're only at the 5 stars Arcane Body stage at the age of 21. Logically speaking, if you've maintained your current cultivation level, you should be close to the Arcane Body stage by now. Miao Xiaomiao complained. She did not know that Lin Xian had been rumored to be trash. This matter had basically spread throughout the Tianhua Academy and a few other academies. Everyone else had heard about it, but Miao Xiaomiao had almost never interacted with anyone from the academy. Naturally, she did not know about it. The only person she interacted with was Xiao Runing. However, Xiao Runing had only met Lin Xian recently. Normally, she would not have told Miao Xiaomiao about this. However, Ling Ying was very shocked. Because she knew about this matter. In other words, Lin Xian had only started cultivating recently. However, he was comparable to her for more than 10 years. Therefore, she was also shocked. However, it had not been more than 10 years. Basically, all cultivators only started killing beasts when they were 15 or 16 years old. Before that, they were still too young. If they wanted to go out, their individual strength was too weak. It was simply difficult to kill demonic beasts. Therefore, for Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Qin Xiaotian, it was only 7 or 8 years. However, they all had a slow process of improving. At the beginning, they might not go out more than a few times in a year or two. However, Lin Xian was different. Although he was weak in his previous life, he had experienced many storms and waves. His starting point in terms of experience was Ling Ying and the rest's current level. Therefore, Lin Xian was very daring. This is nothing. Can't we just kill beasts? Sometimes, if we're lucky, we'll encounter stronger demonic beasts. Won't we be able to increase our level by killing a few more? How lucky is that? Especially when it's not far from human territory. Miao Xiaomiao mumbled. Then, she thought about it. Indeed. Lin Xian's strength was very strong. He was also strong in martial arts. Miao Xiaomiao had personally experienced it. His martial arts grade was also high, so his combat strength was naturally strong. Furthermore, with the combination of the lightning and space attributes, he could even fight opponents a few levels above him. With the space attribute, he should at least have no problem escaping, right? Miao Xiaomiao felt that if she also had the space attribute and reached Lin Xian's level, she would not be afraid. However, they did not know that Lin Xian did not have the space attribute. In any case, to Lin Xian, his biggest secret was the scumbag system. This secret would always be hidden. Perhaps in the future, he would tell Linya and the rest. However, Lin Xian felt that it was impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. You're at the 10-star arcane body realm. How much more do you need to reach the arcane heaven realm? Lin Xian asked Ling Ying. Ling Ying was slightly stunned. Then, she looked at Lin Xian in surprise. How do you know that I'm at the 10-star arcane body realm? Lin Xian was stunned. Oh no. He did not seem to have asked about Ling Ying's realm. If Lin Xian knew about Ling Ying's previous realm, he would not be too surprised. However, even Ling Ying herself was surprised that she had mysteriously increased by 4 stars. She had never revealed it, not even to Han Chuxue, because she did not know how to explain it. However, how did Lin Xian know? Lin Xian did not want to reveal the ability of the Eye of Cave Spirit. At least, he did not want to reveal it for the time being. It was not that he did not trust her, but that he did not know how to explain it to her. This ability to detect the other party's attributes did not exist in this world. Are you stupid? You told me before. I told you. Ling Ying frowned. Chapter 170. In any case, Ling Ying didn't remember telling Lin Xian about it. She didn't remember telling anyone. You guys chat, I'm going to eat something. Do you want me to get some food for you? Miao Xiaomiao asked. No need, you go eat. Lin Xian said. Okay. Then Miao Xiaomiao walked away. Hurry up and tell me, when did I tell you? Ling Ying asked again. Did you forget when I asked you that last time? Oh. Get lost. Ling Ying clenched her teeth and cursed in shame and anger. Really, did you forget? Ling Ying couldn't remember anyway. Could it really be? Why was she thinking about it at that time anyway? It felt so good. Maybe she really did accidentally answer Lin Xian's question. Bah. Good my ass. Lin Xian saw Ling Ying's face turn red for no reason. He was dumbfounded. What was this girl thinking about now? However, this was the best excuse Lin Xian could come up with. Although he thought that Ling Ying would still be suspicious, it was fine as long as she didn't admit it. Ling Ying didn't continue this topic and asked Lin Xian, I have something to ask you. Ask away. Why, did I level up after the first time, and the third time with you? Ling Ying asked. She felt that her skin seemed to have become better after that time. Could it be that doing it with a man had a beautifying effect on a girl? Lin Xian, damn. How many times did this girl remember it so clearly? What? Level up? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Lin Xian began his performance. The Best Actor title wasn't just for show. If a man didn't know how to act dumb, how could he travel among the beauties with ease? This matter was related to Lin Xian's biggest secret, so it was impossible for others to know about it. At least not for the time being. Lin Ye was clear about the previous experience, so Lin Xian felt that it didn't matter. Because Lin Ye never asked about anything, she just had to choose to believe in Lin Xian. Ling Ying said faintly, "That's right. I improved after doing it with you." Then she continued, "We humans obtained the God spawn system when the world changed. The power released by this system can strengthen our bodies and even increase our lifespan. It's different from the cultivation of Yao beasts. We don't need to cultivate. We only need to improve our combat ability and become proficient in various sword techniques. Only by killing Yao beasts and killing people can we gain experience. Other than these two methods, there are no other ways to level up. However, I inexplicably discovered a third method. Are you trying to say that you'll level up after having sex with me?" "It's really like that," Ling Ying said. "Don't be ridiculous. Level up every time?" Lin Xian asked. No, just twice. Every time, I'll level up 2 times. Lin Xian then said, "Then tell me, if you can level up after having sex with me, shouldn't you level up every time? Why only twice? We've done it many times, okay?" Ling Ying's face turned red. Then she glared at Lin Xian and said, "I'm serious. Don't doubt me. It's true." Lin Xian obviously knew that it was true. After all, he was the one who helped Ling Ying level up. But he couldn't say it. This kind of thing was especially troublesome to explain. Perhaps there would be a chance in the future, but definitely not now. "Are you dumbfounded by my sex? Ling Ying, why don't you go die?" Ling Ying really wanted to kick Lin Xian to death. This person's words were really infuriating. Then Ling Ying continued, "Even if I'm dumbfounded, I can't forget my own level, right? And twice. It's true." Lin Xian said, "Even if it's true, there must be some other reason. This reason might exist, but we don't know what it is." Then Lin Xian grinned and said, "Have you heard of dual cultivation? Or maybe I have some special constitution." Ling Ying, she really believed him. Because if that wasn't the case, why would she level up? Lin Xian had a special constitution. If he had sex with her, she could level up, but why didn't she level up every time? "That's why you have to have sex with me more often. That way, I might be able to produce a super expert," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Scram! How can you cheat me like that? Do you think I'm an innocent teenage girl?" Ling Ying really couldn't stand Lin Xian anymore. Hey, if you want to be a lady, how can you say such vulgar words?" However, Lin Xian liked Ling Ying's carefree and unrestrained manner. It would be strange if such words came out of Yi Yi's mouth. "I'm not a lady to begin with. Have you ever seen me being a lady?" Ling Ying said proudly. "Yes, I think you're especially ladylike when you beg for mercy." "Really?" Ling Ying, boom, on the other side, everyone heard a loud sound and looked over. The scene they saw was already over. The tree Lin Xian was leaning against was directly broken by Ling Ying's punch. "Damn! Can you not be so fierce?" Lin Xian was about to die from laughter. Teasing this Ling Ying was really fun. "If you continue to make me angry, you'll end up like this tree." Ling Ying snorted. Lin Xian smiled. He didn't believe that Ling Ying would touch him. She would only touch his little brother. Okay, I won't make you angry," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Then tell me, in your opinion, what's going on?" Ling Ying asked. "How would I know? I'm not the one being slapped. Ling Ying, ding. The host has caused Miss Ling Ying's inner heart to go crazy. The degree of insanity is extremely high. Scumbag value plus 2000000. Lin Xian, ever since Ling Ying became Lin Xian's girlfriend, it was hard to get a scumbag value from her. After all, teasing one's girlfriend wasn't a scumbag, and slapping one's girlfriend was reasonable. It wasn't something a scumbag would do. So there was no scumbag value. It was fine even if he made her go crazy a few times. But this time, the extent was much deeper. Ling Ying took a few deep breaths. She felt that if she didn't do this, it would be hard to calm down the true qi in her ren du and du meridians. It's fine, it's fine. Be good. Ling Ying realized that she couldn't be too calculative with Lin Xian. Otherwise, she might be angered to death by Lin Xian one day. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying fiercely rolled her eyes at him. Right, even if this is true, don't tell anyone. I'm not stupid, of course I won't. Ling Ying rolled her eyes again. She was simply too beautiful. Lin Xian wanted to drag her into the small forest. Lin Xian stretched and stood up. Then can you reach the mysterious heaven realm today? Chapter 171. Ling Ying nodded. That's possible. Of course, that's only if there are enough high-level arcane body realm beasts or arcane heaven realm 1-star beasts. If there are only arcane body realm 5 stars, I'm afraid even 30 of them won't be enough. Lin Xian, 30 arcane body realm 5 stars beasts were enough for him to level up a few times, but for Ling Ying, it wouldn't even be enough to level up a single level. Just how much experience would it take to reach the first level of the mysterious heaven realm? However, since Ling Ying had said that she could reach the mysterious heaven realm by 1 star, that meant that she had the confidence to kill a mysterious heaven realm demonic beast while she was still at the mysterious heaven realm. It was just 1 level, but it was a big realm. Normal cultivators definitely wouldn't dare to say that. Only extremely strong cultivators could say it and do it. Lin Xian also believed that Ling Ying could do it. You have to level up faster, or else I'll catch up to you. Lin Xian laughed. Tch, you. Dream on. Ha ha ha. Wait until I catch up to you, then I'll bully you every day. Lin Xian laughed happily. Ling Ying rolled his eyes, as if he didn't bully her every day. Do you want to eat? Miao Xiaomiao walked in front of them with 2 buckets of instant noodles. Damn! Where did you get the hot water? Lin Xian thought she was going to eat some snacks, but this girl actually brought instant noodles over. Country bumpkin, there are too many ways for cultivators to get hot water. Ling Ying heard Lin Xian's exclamation and secretly rubbed his forehead. Heavens! Was Lin Xian really a cultivator? It felt like he didn't know a lot of things. Is it easy? Then tell me about it. Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said, Are you eating or not? Lin Xian smiled and took the buckets while helping Ling Ying. They said they didn't want to eat, but Miao Xiaomiao still carefully made a bucket for them. This girl wasn't bad. Thank you, Ling Ying said. Miao Xiaomiao glared at Lin Xian. Look at Sister Ling Ying and then look at yourself. Can't you be more polite? Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose and said, We're so familiar with each other. Wouldn't it be too distant if I thanked you? Tisk, who's familiar with you? Hurry up and eat, we have to leave in a few minutes. With that, Miao Xiaomiao walked away. Then, Lin Xian and Ling Ying ate their instant noodles. Ling Ying said, Little Miao has a space ring on her hand. It's a space spirit tool. You just need to put a thermos bottle in there and you'll have hot water for your instant noodles. I almost forgot about that. Lin Xian face-bombed. This is also a spatial ring, right? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying nodded. Yes, you haven't, have you? Yeah, I don't know where to get one. Ling Ying thought for a moment and said, I'll get my family to send one to you in a few days. It's really troublesome for a martial artist to not have a spatial ring. Wow! That's great! Lin Xian exclaimed. Shameless. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Spatial rings are extremely rare, right? And they're very precious, right? Ling Ying nodded. Well, how do I put it? A 5 cubic meter spatial ring is worth about an Earth rank martial skill. And it's the kind that can't be bought with money. Lin Xian, then give it back to me. If not you, then who? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Hee hee. If there weren't so many people here, Lin Xian would have hugged Ling Ying and pinched him. As expected, I'm the person you love the most. Lin Xian said smugly. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? The person I love the most. I just feel sorry for you. And, if word gets out that I, Ling Ying's boyfriend, don't even have a spatial ring, wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? Lin Xian knew that Ling Ying had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although she said that, she definitely didn't think so in her heart. Then Lin Xian moved closer to Ling Ying's ear and said, when we get home, let your husband pamper you. Ling Ying, fuck you. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian really liked Ling Ying's character. She was carefree. Although she would swear, he felt that it was a plus point for Ling Ying. Her swearing wasn't annoying, and it made Lin Xian feel that she was cute. Every time he heard it, he wanted to press her down on the sofa and conquer her while Ling Ying scolded him. Finally, she would beg for mercy. That feeling was especially satisfying. At this time, Wang Jichao walked over and shouted, it's time to rest. Time is tight. The sky is already dark. Everyone, prepare to set off according to the previous team's formation. Yes. Then, everyone gathered. They were in a state of excitement. Before they came, they really wanted to hang around, but after an afternoon of fighting, they felt especially good about being protected. Moreover, as long as they weren't lazy, basically everyone had leveled up. So they all knew that they had to fight hard for the rest of the night. It wasn't for leaving, but for their own strength. Otherwise, if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Be careful at night. It's very dangerous. Ling Ying reminded Lin Xian. I know. In fact, demonic beasts were equivalent to various kinds of mutated animals. Therefore, normal demonic beasts inherited the characteristics of animals. For example, most of them liked to roam around at night. Demonic beasts were most active at night. They would also come out to look for food. As for their targets, they were naturally all kinds of ordinary animals. However, most of them hunted other demonic beasts. Furthermore, demonic beast senses were normally stronger than humans. At night, demonic beasts might be watching you, but you didn't see them at all. For example, when they came to Chang and County during the day, they saw demonic beasts lying peacefully on the street, basking in the sun. If it was night, it would be a different scene. After an hour, they killed all the way to the center of Chang and County. Now, they were in a square that used to be. Surrounding them were residential buildings, large shopping malls with dozens of floors, cinemas, and so on. They had cleared the square of demonic beasts. However, demonic beasts from all directions and positions kept attacking them. However, as they were gradually killed, the demonic beasts felt the smell of blood in the square. Many of them looked at them from afar. Even if you raised your head, you could see a demonic beast on the fourth or fifth floor of a building in a residential area looking in their direction. Various colored eyes emitted light in the night. Because of their massacre, the cries of various demonic beasts came from the night, making people feel incomparably scared. If there were only a few people here, they would really be afraid of death. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. In this square, the demonic beasts that were just killed were generally in the spirit condensation realm. There were almost no chi building realm beasts. There were also many arcane body realm beasts. Wang Jichao glanced around and said, "We have more than 1,000 people in this square. Therefore, we have to split into 4 teams and move separately." Chapter 172. If they split up, they were only afraid of one thing, which was to encounter a danger that they could not deal with. However, if they did not split up, the efficiency of 1,000 people moving together in the plaza would be too low. More than half of them would just be bystanders. However, Wang Jichao's so-called separation would not be too far apart, it was within a range that could be seen with the naked eye. Wang Jichao then looked at everyone and said, "How about this, 4 teams will split up. 1 team will go to the cinema, 1 team will go to the shopping mall, 1 team will go to the 5-story supermarket over there, and the last team will go to the clothing mall over there." The 4 places that Wang Jichao mentioned were all big places. The smallest one was also 4 stories high, but it covered a large area. This kind of place is huge, and based on my experience, under normal circumstances, there will be a lot of demon beasts inside. Wang Jichao said. Lin Xian raised his head and looked. There was no need for him to say anything, because Lin Xian had already seen layers of demon beasts staring at them through the glass of the shopping mall not far away. Those pairs of red, green, and blue eyes were especially clear in the dark night. Then Wang Jichao continued, "There are a lot of demonic beasts in this square, and the smell of blood is very strong, so it will attract the surrounding demonic beasts. Therefore, half of the people will stay in this square and wait to kill the demonic beasts that come. Of course, you will also be assigned a few Thunder Tribulation Realm experts to protect you. As for the other groups, there will be nearly 150 people moving at the same time, so your safety is actually guaranteed. Every group will ensure that there is a Thunder Tribulation Realm expert to protect you. In this way, everyone can rest assured." Most of the 100 people from the Trial Union were in the Mysterious Heaven Realm, a few were in the high-level Mysterious Body Realm, but there were also a few in the Thunder Tribulation Realm. Of course, they were not at Wang Jichao's level. However, they were still in the Thunder Tribulation Realm after all. If there was a Thunder Tribulation Realm expert in each team, they would be at ease. "Does anyone have any questions?" Wang Jichao asked. No. In fact, everyone also wanted to split up. This way, they could fight more monsters. "Alright, I'll take 1 team to the largest shopping mall. The rest of you take the other 3 teams." Wang Jichao then walked towards Lin Xian's team and said, "I'll take your team to the shopping mall. The shopping mall has 24 floors and is the largest building here. It must have the most demon beasts, so it's naturally the most dangerous." Lin Xian also wanted to go to the shopping mall. With such a large building, to be able to occupy it, it was reasonable to say that the demonic beasts were more powerful. He needed arcane body realm demonic beasts to level up. "Good. Take half of your men and leave them in the square. Get ready and set off." Lin Xian and the others naturally chose to enter the shopping mall. They had a total of 150 people, and 15 people from the Enforcement Union were left behind to follow them into the mall. Wang Jichao was the one leading the team. With Wang Jichao leading the team, Lin Xian was at ease. Then, they split into 5 groups. The group with the most people stayed in the huge square and waited for the smell of blood to attract more demon beasts. The other 4 groups entered the 4 largest buildings nearby. Lin Xian's team was led by Wang Jichao. Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and a few people from the Swift Wind mercenary group were at the front. Those who wanted to increase their strength would choose to be at the front. Of course, there were also some stronger people at the back. They were responsible for the safety of the demon beasts behind them. As soon as they entered the shopping mall, they felt a chill in their faces. It was very, very dark, but everyone from the enforcement union opened the badge on their chest in an orderly manner. It was actually a flashlight, and the light was very bright. In fact, for Lin Xian's level, his night vision in the dark was already very strong. The lack of light didn't affect him too much. There weren't many demon beasts on the first floor. Some of them had probably already gone out to attack them in the square and were killed by them. Everyone, be careful. Pay attention to any position in the dark. There might be demon beasts hiding there to ambush us. Wang Jichao reminded everyone. Then, everyone cleaned up the first floor and walked down the stairs to the second floor. Boom! A fireball the size of a person suddenly shot towards the group of people who were walking down the stairs. Wang Jichao reacted quickly. He leaped into the air and swung his fist. The strength of his fist extinguished the fireball in midair. At the same time, he jumped to the second floor. Then, Lin Xian heard the sounds of battle and the cries of demonic beasts. In just a few seconds, everything quieted down. This shopping mall was very, very big. Other than the number of floors, the area of each floor was very large. But basically, with the elevator as the center, each floor was evenly spaced on both sides. When they arrived at the second floor, everyone stood there. Lin Xian then said, "Team leader, why don't we split into 2 teams? One team will go to the left side of the stairs and the other team will go to the right. If all of us go to one side, the demon beasts on the other side will take the opportunity to run down the stairs." Wang Jichao nodded. "What you said makes sense. There shouldn't be any danger. Everyone is on the same floor. If anything happens, we can provide support immediately. Zhao Lin. You take half of the people to the left. I'll take the other half to the right. After we clear everything, we'll gather here and go to the 3rd floor together. We'll do this again." "Yes. Team leader." Then, they split up again. Wang Jichao took Lin Xian and the rest. Looking at the decorations on the second floor, it seemed that there were all kinds of shops that sold clothing in the past. There were big and small shops. Lin Xian saw a demon beast looking at them and hiding in a shop. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xian took the lead and rushed up. Because his eye of spiritual insight swept over and saw that it was an arcane body realm 3-star. 3-star was still very attractive to Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, be careful." Wang Jichao saw this scene and secretly shook his head. Then, everyone hurriedly followed. There were few demon beasts on this corridor. They had probably sensed their aura and were hiding in some corner of the shop. They were either afraid or waiting to ambush them. With more than 100 people, they couldn't possibly all rush into one shop. Lin Xian was the first to enter. It was quite big, probably more than 1,000 square meters. Then, Wang Jichao and a few people from the enforcement union followed in. Ling Ying, Miao Xiaomiao, and a few people from the Wind mercenaries also followed in. As for the rest, they were led by the enforcement union into the shops on the side in an orderly manner. On average, there were more than 10 people in each shop. Of course, the bigger shops naturally had more people. When Lin Xian rushed in, he suddenly saw a pair of glowing eyes staring at him from the darkness. Whoosh! A gust of cold energy emitted a faint blue light in the darkness and shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian leaped back and dodged it. Then, he saw that the pillar that the gust of cold energy shot towards was covered with a layer of frost. Be careful. Ling Ying followed closely and saw this scene. Then, she couldn't help but say worriedly, I know. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the few of them rushed in and looked at the demon beasts in the darkness. Chapter 173. You guys are strong enough, one each. I'll bring some people inside to investigate. Wang Jichao said to Lin Xian and Ling Ying. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and lightning exploded from his body, lighting up the surroundings. Lightning flash. So. Lin Xian gathered heavenly lightning in his palms and threw 2 heavenly lightning bolts over. Boom. The terrifying power of lightning instantly engulfed the demonic beast. Ling Ying and Miao Xiaomiao also locked onto their target. Then, they rushed over to fight. The 2 lightning flashes almost took the demonic beast's life. He was probably already half dead. After all, Lin Xian was a 5-star arcane body realm cultivator while the demonic beast was a 3-star arcane body realm cultivator. Furthermore, the Heavenly Thunder Flash was an Earth rank martial technique. Normally speaking, if this 3-star arcane body realm cultivator was a human, he would definitely die after being hit by these 2 attacks. But because it was a demonic beast, its physique was stronger and it didn't die after being hit. However, Lin Xian rushed over and punched the demonic beast's head, killing it instantly. There were still 25,000 experience points to reach the 6 stars arcane body realm. That wasn't too much. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian felt that he might be able to reach the 7 stars arcane body realm by tonight and tomorrow morning. Lin Xian then walked in and saw that the battle was still ongoing. Ah! Suddenly, a scream sounded in everyone's ears. Lin Xian was the first to turn around because the person who screamed was right beside him. Lin Xian looked over and saw that he had no signs of life. And the one who killed him was a demonic beast that Lin Xian and the rest didn't notice. It was a giant black spider that was over 3 meters long. That person died under the sharp front claws of this giant spider. It seemed that the first stab had pierced through his shoulder, which was why he was able to scream. However, the second stab had pierced through his head, instantly taking his life. They really didn't pay attention to this demonic beast. This huge spider was hanging from the ceiling above their heads. It seemed to be deliberately hiding its presence. Its body was black, and its eyes didn't have much light. In the dark of the night, it was normal for no one to pay attention to it. Lin Xian didn't feel sorry or pity for that person because it was normal for humans to be killed by demonic beasts. In fact, Lin Xian even felt a trace of luck. The distance between him and Lin Xian was less than 3 meters and he was completely unprepared. If the demonic beast chose to attack him, Lin Xian, he didn't have 100% confidence that he would be able to react. And if he couldn't, the price would be death. Because this abyss venomous spider was at the 5 stars arcane body realm, it could easily take Lin Xian's life. Heavenly Thunder Flash. Lin Xian condensed Heavenly Thunder Flash and threw it over. That abyss venomous spider's movements were surprisingly agile as it crawled out. Give this demonic beast to me. Lin Xian shouted and rushed out. Whoosh! A ball of spider web shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian hurriedly dodged. He knew that this level of spider web was incomparably tough. Under such circumstances, using a spirit weapon to cut it would be the most foolish choice. Not only would it not be able to cut it, but it would also be imprisoned. The people in front saw a giant black spider running out and revealed a terrified expression. Some demonic beasts were cute, but some were very scary. For example, this abyss venomous spider was over 3 meters long. Others were scared of a few centimeters long spider, let alone such a big one. This kind of demonic beast could scare the majority of martial artists out of their wits. Fortunately, this abyss venomous spider didn't run towards them, but towards where they came from. It ran directly to the first floor. Lin Xian chased after it. "I'll go take a look at Lin Xian." Ling Ying was worried about Lin Xian after getting rid of her demonic beast, so she ran away after saying that. It would be a lie to say that she didn't care about Lin Xian. No matter what, Lin Xian was her boyfriend, and also her man. For 23 years, he was the only man who had taken her. Even if they hadn't experienced the real process of love, she definitely had special feelings for Lin Xian. Boom! When Ling Ying arrived at the stairs, she saw a terrifying purple lightning erupting from the first floor. The power of lightning was indeed strong. Ling Ying could feel its aura even from so far away. Her figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. This was the power of shadow. Bang, 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 bang. The abyss venomous spider's hard front pincers were like sharp swords. Lin Xian waved the dragon rain sword, while the abyss venomous spider waved its front pincers, and even had the advantage. After all, the abyss venomous spider was fast, and its body was bigger and stronger. Lin Xian, an ordinary martial artist of the same realm, had a hard time competing with it in terms of strength. Ling Ying appeared beside Lin Xian. She wanted to help him, but after thinking about it, she gave up because this kind of battle was training for Lin Xian. The abyss venomous spider has 2 strong points. The first is its poison web, and the second is its venom. Once you're hurt by any part of its body, your body will be poisoned. With your arcane body 5 stars, if you're poisoned by the same realm's poison, you'll die within 10 minutes. So be careful. Ling Ying reminded Lin Xian. Lin Xian was naturally clear about these points. Even if he hadn't fought with the abyss venomous spider before, his eye of cave spirit was already very clear. 1,000 lightning strike. The dragon rain sword gathered lightning again and slashed over. Hiss! The abyss venomous spider let out a strange cry because Lin Xian's sword had directly cut off its front pincer, and green blood kept spurting out. Be careful, the abyss venomous spider's blood is also highly toxic. It will instantly corrode and poison your skin. Ling Ying was worried for Lin Xian. This kind of demonic beast was actually the most difficult to deal with. It had many ways to take your life: poison, poison web imprisonment, sharp front pincers, and poisonous fangs. After the abyss venomous spider was injured, it staggered back a little, but Lin Xian's speed suddenly increased, and he slid under the abyss venomous spider's body. This scene made Ling Ying tremble with fear. Wasn't this Lin Xian a little too reckless in battle? His attack method was indeed effective because the abyss venomous spider's abdomen was a weak spot, but it was very difficult to attack. The abyss venomous spider's 6 limbs were relatively long, resulting in a spacious area below it. If Lin Xian slid under the abyss venomous spider, if the abyss venomous spider reacted, it could directly pierce through Lin Xian with its claws. Lin Xian actually had many ways to deal with the abyss venomous spider. It was possible to use the powerful strength of an earth-tier martial skill to forcefully kill it, but this way, he wouldn't have any combat experience, so Lin Xian would try his best to avoid using martial skills. If he could avoid using martial skills, then he wouldn't. There was definitely no harm in this. Of course, Lin Xian only dared to do this because he had a certain amount of confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to throw away his life. The 1,000 lightning strikes dragon rain sword slashed from the front of the abyss venomous spider's abdomen to the back, and Lin Xian took advantage of the opportunity to slash out. The abyss venomous spider was directly killed. It was equivalent to its abdomen being cut open. Chapter 174. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Then, he walked towards Ling Ying. How is it? Your man is handsome, right? Lin Xian grinned. Get lost. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's large hand inadvertently pinched Ling Ying's butt, causing her to be embarrassed and angry. Oh my God. After a day, he finally found a chance to touch his precious Ling Ying. It's fine. I just cut off its front claw, so it stumbled and retreated. At this time, it usually can't react, Lin Xian said. What if? Wouldn't you be putting your head under its blade? You're worried about me. Lin Xian smiled at Ling Ying's beautiful face. Who's worried about you if you die? If you die, I can find another man. Ling Ying said angrily. Yes, she was a little angry. Seeing Lin Xian's attack just now, it was like he didn't care about his life. Although she knew that Lin Xian had a certain level of confidence, if he kept doing this and often took risks out of desperation, there was no telling when he would make a mistake. How could one's shoes not get wet if one stood by the river too often? Ling Ying was very clear about this principle. Ha ha ha. Then you can forget about that possibility in your life. Lin Xian laughed. You can still laugh. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian again. Okay, I won't do this again. I promise you, okay? Let's go, the top needs us. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying nodded slightly. However, Lin Xian was still quite touched. This Ling Ying still cared about him a lot. When they reached the top, the second floor was almost completely cleaned out. Then the third floor, the fourth floor. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the 20th level. Lin Xian had almost reached the 6th star of the arcane body stage. What's going on outside? Someone suddenly said. Lin Xian and the others also noticed something. In the pitch-black night sky outside, there was a sudden flash of light very close to them. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky, attracting people's attention. This light illuminated the surroundings. It even felt as if a huge lamp had been lit outside. Everyone looked out through the windows at the side. This was the 20th floor, which was already very high. They saw that the blue light was coming from the horizon, and it was getting closer and closer. And their target was the square. Everyone's pupils shrank. It was an aura that made their hearts twist. Not good. Wang Jichao shouted, but it was too late. Boom. They saw with their own eyes that the light smashed into the square like a meteorite falling from the sky. In that instant, they saw the light, dust, and power engulfing the entire square. On the square, 400 to 500 people were engulfed. Under that power, there was no need to think about their outcome. And on the 20th floor, they even felt the entire mall tremble at this moment. How can this be? Everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were filled with horror. Especially when they saw this scene with their own eyes. They saw 400 to 500 people being engulfed by this power like ants. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This power surpassed the lightning tribulation realm. He had felt the power of high-level lightning tribulation realm before. The terrifying power in front of him was even stronger than that. It was at least in existence in the lower realm. It's over. Wang Jichao muttered to himself. Team leader, what kind of monster is that? Some people were about to cry. It's demonic aura. It proves that it's a monster. And it's a lower realm monster. It's a monster king. Wang Jichao clenched his fists. How was that possible? Logically speaking, why would a lower realm monster care about this place? Hearing Wang Jichao's words, everyone's hearts collapsed. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. What he was worried about had happened in the end. Wang Jichao quickly adjusted the channel in his earpiece. Team 2, calling Team 2. Please answer if you hear me. However, there was no response from the earpiece. Team 2 was the other team in Chang'an County. The signal was connected, but they did not answer. At that moment, they seemed to have understood something. Wang Jichao's body seemed to deflate. This monster had most likely killed all of the members of Team 2 and was rushing over here. Logically speaking, it was impossible for it to kill so many people in an instant without them being able to send a message. Of course, this was theoretically impossible, but no one knew what was going on. At present, Team 2's 1,000 people should be doomed. Calling Commander Qin Feng. Qin Feng's voice came from the earpiece. What's the matter? Commander Qin Feng, Chang'an County has been attacked by an unknown monster. It's at the lower realm. Team 2 can no longer be contacted. I'm afraid it's not good. Team 1 has lost nearly half of its members. Requesting backup. What? Qin Feng was shocked. Why would a lower realm monster appear on your side? Wang Jichao said, I suspect that the monster knows about our plan and that we've fallen into their trap. Their plan was to blow up Linfeng City while the others cleared out the monster beasts in the counties around Linfeng City. If the monster beasts knew about the humans' plan, the lower realm monster beasts could go to the border counties and kill all the humans there. I suggest we cancel the mission. Wang Jichao quickly said. I agree. Cancel the mission and set up a temporary teleportation array to return. Everyone's lives are the most important. Boom! A terrifying explosion came from the earpiece, and then the signal was cut off. Team leader, what should we do? A girl could not help but cry. Everyone, squat down. Don't worry. I'll set up the teleportation array. After saying that, Wang Jichao concealed himself and rushed down. He had to hide because he did not have the ability to deal with a lower realm monster. He could only set up the teleportation array quietly and bring everyone away. As for the more than 400 people in the square, it could only be said that everyone had their own fate. If they had stayed in the square and the people in the square had entered the 4 buildings, they would be the ones dead now. Below them, the square had been razed to the ground. Corpses were covered in blood and lying on the ground without any signs of life. Several Thunder Tribulation Realm experts had not died and were fighting with the culprit. It was a person. Lin Xian saw the figure fighting with everyone. It was a person. A monster beast has taken human form. Ling Ying's pupils shrank. Miao Xiaomiao's state of mind was more mature. If it were any other little loli, they would have cried already. She was relatively calm as she said, a monster beast can take human form at least at the lower realm. Can the monster beasts know about our plan? Lin Xian squatted down again and asked with a frown. Ling Ying shook his head. How could it be normal? But something like that did happen, so I can only guess. Miao Xiaomiao glanced at Ling Ying and thought of something. Then, she said in shock, someone leaked it. Chapter 175. Hearing Miao Xiaomiao's words, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Sister Miao, you're saying that someone leaked the information? Chu Meng said in disbelief. This was treason, no, treason. Humans betrayed humans and sided with the beasts. This was the most intolerable thing. The possibility is very high. Think about it, Although we all knew that we were going to clear out Lin Feng City, we only knew the specific plan after we gathered and arrived at Lin Feng City. Then, the lower realm beast came. It's also possible that it's a coincidence, Lin Xian said. Ling Ying said, there are 4 possibilities. First, it's a coincidence, but this possibility is very low because it came for everyone. Second, after we got off the chariot, we had a clear target. Someone used some method to pass on the information here to the beasts. Third, the higher-ups of the 3 powers told the beasts about the plan in advance. Fourth, we were seen by the beasts on the way here. They decided to kill all of us who came to Chang'an County and the people from other counties. These are the only 4 possibilities. But we have silently lost contact with the members of the 2nd Squadron. Normally speaking, even if something happened to them, someone from the Enforcement Union should have a few seconds to react and inform the others. But they didn't. This means that they must have all died in an instant. At least, they didn't have the chance to pass on the information. Miao Xiao Miao nodded. That's right. Because of this, we can be more certain that Team 2 fell into a trap and all of them died. Out of the 4 possibilities, we can rule out the 1st and 4th. Just now, the team leader also realized that someone had leaked the information. He said that they fell into a trap. What kind of situation would be considered a trap? That would be when the enemy knew it was a trap. Wait. I suddenly realized something. Lin Xian looked at everyone behind him, then pulled Miao Xiao Miao and Ling Ying to the side and whispered, you guys thought about it for so long before coming to this conclusion. Team leader's first report was that we fell into a trap. Now that I think about it, his tone seemed to be very certain. Isn't something wrong? Their pupils shrank. Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. Normally, a person would need time to think, especially in this kind of situation. It was impossible to directly report that they had fallen into a trap. Of course, a person's experience could also allow them to make the fastest judgment. Are you suspecting the leader? Miao Xiao Miao said in surprise. That's right, after hearing what Lin Xian said, she also had some doubts. She was well versed in psychology, so she knew more about this. What I want to ask is, where is the team leader now? He went to set up the teleportation array, Ling Ying said. What if he doesn't? Lin Xian asked. Let me make a bold guess. If he didn't set up the teleportation array and instead hid and disappeared, we would all die. Even if some of us were lucky enough to survive and return, he could easily explain that he was attacked or failed to set up the teleportation array. He wouldn't be in any trouble. This is also the reason why he didn't attack us just now if he is a traitor. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to kill all of us in an instant and would leak the information. At the same time, perhaps he is still human and doesn't want to kill so many people with his own hands. Lin Xian. That's just your guess. Of course it's just my guess. I like to guess, but according to my previous experience, many of my guesses have a high probability of being correct. But why? He could have gotten a lot of experience points by killing so many of us, but he didn't kill us. Why? Ling Ying frowned. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not sure. Maybe the demonic beasts gave him a more attractive offer. If this plan succeeded, it would be a qualitative leap for us humans. But if it failed, it would be very difficult for us to do it again. Instead, the demonic beasts would succeed and humans would be unable to strengthen themselves on a large scale. If the demonic beasts knew about this plan, do you think they would choose to cooperate with us? They would. If I were a demonic beast, I would. Miao Xiao Miao nodded her little head and said seriously. Lin Xian said, there's one more thing. Team leader told us to split into 5 groups and enter the 4 big buildings and the plaza. What would happen if everyone was concentrated? It would be very easy for the demonic beasts to kill us. Of course, what he said before was right. But now that something like this happened, it made me suspicious. I can't help but think a little more and think that this was all part of his plan. So now, I suggest we leave them all. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape. Even if it's just a guess, I think choosing the safest plan is the best decision. Okay. I believe you. Meow Xiao Meow nodded and the 3 of them hurried back. Boom! At this moment, the cinema was directly hit by the terrifying power released by that person and instantly turned into ruins. One could only imagine what happened to the people inside. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and began to scream. Boom! The other supermarket was also destroyed in an instant. This was the power of the lower realm. Destroying a huge building that occupied tens of thousands of square meters with just a wave of his hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was even more certain that Wang Jichao was not a good person. This should have been guessed, but he did not let everyone follow him down. This was where something was wrong. Of course, he might have thought that there were too many people and they might be discovered. However, in such a huge mall, the right and back doors, while the transformed demonic beast was at the front door. They only needed to go out from the back door and it would not be easy to be discovered inside the building. With such a huge mall blocking them, he could have set up a teleportation array at the back and sent them back first. But he did not do that. Moreover, this transformed demonic beast's attacks accurately landed on the buildings they went to. It was as if he knew in advance that there were people inside. Run! Lin Xian shouted. If they did not run now, it would be too late. More than 20 floors collapsed. It would be strange if they could survive. Then, Lin Xian subconsciously carried Miao Xiao Miao on his back and pulled Ling Ying's hand as they rushed towards the stairs. However, there were too many people and the stairs could not be squeezed. Follow me. I'm a dark type. Ling Ying said. Sister Ling Ying, and the Gale mercenaries, Miao Xiao Miao said anxiously. Ling Ying looked at the crowd and saw that they had already been pushed away by the crowd. It's useless. It's too late. I can only save you guys. With that, Ling Ying released her dark-type power. The 3 of them flashed in the darkness like 3 rays of light and appeared in a dark alley behind a fast food restaurant thousands of meters away. This was the terrifying part of the dark type. Dark places were the dark type's world. If it was not strong, why was the dark type called the strongest type after time and space? Chapter 176. In the dark night, the 3 of them hid in the dark, but they could still see what was happening in the square. They also saw the mall being destroyed with their own eyes. A building with more than 20 floors and dozens of meters tall collapsed. At this time, they probably wouldn't be able to escape in time. They should all be crushed under the ruins. Perhaps some powerful cultivators wouldn't die, but it was hard to say for arcane body realm cultivators. Miao Xiao Miao's beautiful eyes reddened because her team members were in the building and should be in the ruins now. Their situation was precarious. They might even be dead. She didn't want to accept this fact. Even if they didn't die under the power of the lower realm demonic beast, the chances of survival from such a height and the rubble falling from such a height were really too small. Lin Xian patted Miao Xiao Miao's shoulder lightly and sighed. Everyone has their own fate, and they might not be in danger. Don't be sad. What we should do now is to escape, or even we will die here. Miao Xiao Miao wiped her tears and nodded her head vigorously. She was indeed very sad, but she was different from ordinary little girls. She knew when to grow up. She was sad now. Was crying useful? Could it be salvaged? It was useless. She knew that too. It might even attract the monster's attention. One had to know that a lower realm monster's perception was already very terrifying. Although they were 1,000 meters away, its perception range was more than 1,000 meters. Ling Ying, can you take us further? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying shook his head. I can't. I've already used up 3/4 of my spiritual power to travel 1,000 meters with my dark attribute power. Don't you have spatial energy too? Lin Xian shook his head. I'll tell you when we're safe. But now, it's gone. Ah. Ling Ying and Miao Xiao Miao were both stunned. The spatial attribute was gone. That was impossible. But if it was, Lin Xian didn't have to hide it at all. Why didn't he release it? Something must have really happened. Then let's leave quickly. He could only walk backward. Although he would go deeper into Linfeng City, there was no other way. There was no cover if he walked forward. Instead, he would be closer to the Demon King. In short, the farther he was from the Demon King, the better. This is the only way. Ling Ying said softly. Can you wait a little longer? I want to see if Wang Jichao will appear, or if he has already run away. Lin Xian looked into the distance. He wanted to confirm this matter. He wanted to know if it was Wang Jichao's doing. Logically speaking, the 4 major buildings had already been destroyed. Wang Jichao shouldn't have come out. Or run away. Or hide for the time being. Forget it, let's go. Lin Xian took another look and said softly. Following which, the 3 of them slowly crept into the dark alley and made their way to the back of the house. Roar! The next scene caused their pupils to shrink. Because when they turned around and were about to reach the end of the alleyway, they saw a black civet cat. It was about 1 meter long and its level wasn't high. It was only at the arcane body realm 5 stars. However, that wasn't what they were concerned about. What they were concerned about was the movement. Meow! The netherworld civet roared at the crowd and then pounced on them. Fuck! Lin Xian couldn't help but curse in his heart. Their luck was too bad. Boom! Ling Ying froze the netherworld civet in place. Then, with a cold flash of the dagger in his hand, the netherworld civet's corpse fell to the ground. Not good. It's looking over. Miao Xiaomiao had been paying attention to the Demon King in the distance. It was more than 1,000 meters away, so she couldn't see clearly. However, she saw the Demon King coming this way, which was why she said that. That's right, this was what they were worried about. A lower realm Demon King's perception was too strong. As soon as there was a commotion, he immediately looked over. Let's go. Ling Ying released the last of his spiritual energy and sent them a few hundred meters away. Boom! A few hundred meters away, they heard a huge sound and saw that the place they were just at had turned into a sea of fire. Run! Without any hesitation, the 3 of them ran away. Many demonic beasts passed by them, and there was even a group of demonic beasts chasing after them. Just like many animals, the more you ran, the more they chased after you. However, this wasn't good news. The Demon King would definitely be able to sense it and might even see the demonic beasts chasing after them. He would definitely come over. And it would be too easy for the Demon King to kill them. At this moment, Wang Jichao walked out of the ruins. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. They really ran away. Luckily, I didn't kill them at that time. It should be Lin Xian's spatial power that allowed them to run away. If I didn't kill them at that time, if they returned alive, I wouldn't be able to survive. Wang Jichao muttered to himself as he stared at the sea of fire in the distance. That's right. He was indeed the spy. He was also the one who spread the news. Everything was premeditated by him. The reason why he didn't kill Lin Xian and the others at that time was because he knew that Lin Xian had the spatial attribute. If he reacted, he could run away, and Wang Jichao wouldn't be able to return to the human world. He didn't care whether Lin Xian and the others ran away or not. Even if they returned alive, he would be fine because no one would know that he was the culprit. Cough cough. Team leader. A Thunder Tribulation Realm expert slowly crawled out of the ruins and staggered to Wang Jichao's side. Team leader, when will the reinforcements arrive? Is everyone dead? The man looked at the mess around him in horror. Wang Jichao nodded. They're all dead. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Let's quickly hide. It's our fault this time. Okay. Then, Wang Jichao helped the man to the back of the ruins. Ah! A weak scream came from there. Team leader. You! The man clutched his chest and widened his eyes. He looked at Wang Jichao in disbelief. Then, his body slowly fell from Wang Jichao's arms to the ground, and he stopped breathing. The experience of a Thunder Tribulation Realm expert is right in front of me. I can't just waste it. Wang Jichao sneered. Then, he kicked the man's body into the burning flames and burned it clean. Then, he walked in a direction. In another pile of ruins, a figure slowly crawled out. This person was Qin Shaotian. Fuck! Qin Shaotian cursed angrily. Then, he threw the ice armor he was wearing to the side. If it wasn't for this earth-grade ice armor, he would probably have died here. Then, he looked around and revealed a shocked expression. They were all corpses. Not a single person was alive. Wait, there was a Thunder Tribulation Realm expert struggling on the verge of death. Save me. The expert powerlessly stretched out his bloodied right hand toward Qin Shaotian. Qin Shaotian immediately rushed over. With a cold smile, a cold light flashed and sealed the expert's throat. A wave of energy rose from his body. Mystic Heaven Realm. He had finally arrived at the Mystic Heaven Realm. Chapter 177. Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and the others continued to flee. They tried their best to run to places with more buildings because there were more buildings to hide behind. They could also hide from sight. They could still feel the force behind them chasing after them, but it was not moving very quickly. This was because the feeling was intermittent, which meant that the force was still quite far away. However, they just could not pull away. It was able to follow the direction they were running in. It was because of those demonic beasts. And the most awkward thing for them was that they kept running towards the inner part of Lin Feng City. Because they couldn't run out. So their situation was only a little better for now. Fortunately, they didn't meet any strong demonic beasts. The strongest one was only at the 8 stars arcane body realm, which Ling Ying could kill. Otherwise, if they met any stronger demonic beasts, their footsteps would be hindered. Fuck. Are they crazy? They're only chasing the 3 of us, but there are still others. Lin Xian couldn't help but curse. Miao Xiao Miao said softly, you can't think of it that way. If we stall for more time, we might be able to buy some time for the others to escape. I believe this news has already reached their ears. But we also need backup. They don't know where we are. Ling Ying frowned and said, this won't do. The more we run, the more he'll keep chasing. As long as one demonic beast follows us, we'll be in danger. Lin Xian frowned and said in a low voice, either we find a place to hide and wait for backup, or we find backup ourselves. The former, the latter we don't even know where they are, and they might run to an even more dangerous place. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian looked around as he ran. What do you think of that place? Lin Xian pointed to a building that used to be a very small workshop on the left. Okay. The three of them rushed over. There probably weren't any demonic beasts living here. Even if there weren't any now. The door was open, and the three of them slipped in and closed the door. It was pitch black inside. There was only a small window that allowed them to see outside. They could also see a rather wide area without any tall buildings blocking their view. Damn it! Why is there no signal? Wang Jichao was still able to communicate just now. Miao Xiaomiao waved her phone and said anxiously. Suddenly, she thought of something. Then, she took out a SIM card from her pocket and changed it. What is this? Lin Xian whispered. I've modified the SIM card. There's a signal enhancement device inside. Hopefully, it'll be strong enough to send messages. The three of them stared at Miao Xiaomiao's phone, looking at the signal strength in the upper left corner. 1 square. Just 1 square. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to make a call. Filled with anticipation, he opened WeChat. Due to the poor connection, the screen kept spinning in circles, and there were no new messages. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback by what he saw. You actually marked me as Big Bad Lin Xian. Hey, why do you still care about this at a time like this? Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian in the dark. 3 minutes later, her phone vibrated slightly. Miao Xiaomiao hurriedly opened it. In the past 3 minutes, the signal had been refreshed. They had received a message from half an hour ago. That's great. Uncle Ba and the rest are fine. Miao Xiaomiao exclaimed in surprise. Fine. Are the Cyclone mercenaries and everyone else fine? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Then, he looked at the message. It meant that they had used the small mechanical flying claw invented by Miao Xiaomiao to fly directly to another building when the building was about to collapse, so they were fine for now. 20 minutes later, they sent another message asking if they were fine. However, they did not receive any more messages after that. In the next second, Lin Xian suddenly pressed down on Miao Xiaomiao's phone. Because there was light. Shoo! Lin Xian shushed her and looked out the window from the corner of his eye. The window just happened to be facing a four-way intersection, so the view was quite wide. About 100 meters away from them, a figure walked over and looked around. He was the culprit of tonight's incident. Obviously, he was looking for them. However, at this moment, another figure came. It was Wang Jichao. Seeing this, Lin Xian confirmed his previous guess. The two of them were chatting. The current situation was that the three of them had to completely conceal their presence. Otherwise, they would definitely be discovered. Lin Xian gestured lightly to Miao Xiaomiao, and she passed the phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned off the sound, revealing the size of the camera. Then, he pressed down on the camera button. It only took 5 seconds, but it was enough. This was very important. This was evidence. Otherwise, even if they went back and exposed Wang Jichao, they would have no evidence. Wang Jichao could easily get away with it. Would they choose to believe 3 outsiders or a high-ranking member of the enforcement union? It was obvious. Ling Ying and Miao Xiaomiao both admired Lin Xian's courage. This move was actually very dangerous. If they were not careful, all 3 of them would die here. Sir, What are you looking for? Wang Jichao asked, puzzled. A few humans. They escaped all the way to somewhere nearby. Sir, it's just a few humans. There's no need to be so formal. Let them escape. The high-ranking members of the three major forces are still in Linfeng City. They need you more. Humph. I know that. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Get lost if you should. After saying that, the Demon King gathered a force in his hand. This force rose into the sky and covered the outside of Chang'an County. Then, it sped towards the center of Linfeng City. Wang Jichao's eyes emitted a cold light. He paced slowly on the spot as if he was thinking about something. In this position, he did not have to worry about anything. Even if he was seen, he was not afraid. It was fine as long as he was not seen with the Demon King. Moreover, he did not believe that he would be seen. The chances were too small. Little did he know that he had already been seen. Perhaps Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao were too unlucky. Wang Jichao was walking slowly towards them. The three of them held their breaths. They could not afford to offend the Demon King, nor could they afford to offend Wang Jichao. He was in the Thunder Retribution realm. This time, both the Divine Temple and the Enforcement Union will suffer heavy losses. If all the high-ranking members of the Enforcement Union are dead, then I can bring back some of them alive. The position of Tianhua City's Enforcement Union President will naturally belong to me, Wang Jichao. At the same time, I will be praised by the world. Even if Tianhua City is gone, I will definitely become the president of another city's enforcement union. Wang Jichao muttered to himself. It was as if he had already imagined that beautiful scene. Right now, the vicinity is blocked by the thunder demonic beasts. They can't leave even if they use the space teleportation array. All the demon kings have rushed to the inner part of Linfeng City to kill all of them. Once these people die, Tianhua City will fall. Now, I have to find some survivors and bring them back. Everyone else is dead. If I bring a group of people back alive, then I will have done a meritorious deed. After saying that, Wang Jichao laughed coldly and walked away. Chapter 178. Everything seemed to be predestined. He happened to be within the hearing range of the three people, so everything he said was heard by them. This place was safe for now. The danger might be the other beasts, but the powerful demon kings were all gathered in the center of Linfeng City. It's really him. Miao Xiaomiao clenched her fist. A human actually went to harm other humans. For the sake of their own future, they had involved so many people. Once they died, Tianhua City would instantly lose a huge amount of combat power and many experts. Now that the demonic beast organization was attacking the city, Tianhua City would probably be defeated in one blow. There would be countless casualties. They were simply scum, beasts. What do we do now? Miao Xiaomiao and Lingying also lost their composure. They looked at the sky. That was the barrier the demon kings released before they left. They probably couldn't get out. Lingying couldn't break the barrier released by the Thunder Retribution Realm beasts, let alone the demon kings in the lower realm. If they couldn't get out, it meant that they were trapped here, but they could definitely get out. Because this barrier didn't surround the entire Linfeng City, but only the edge of Chang'an County. Therefore, they could go around Chang'an County and walk out from the edge of the other counties. Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao and asked, "What is a thunder beast?" It's a very special beast. Its combat power isn't strong, but it has a thunder attribute. It can attack with thunder and move as slow as a turtle. However, the Thunder Beast has a very powerful ability. It can use special thunder to block signals and all kinds of spiritual power equipment within a large range. In other words, within the range of the Thunder Beast's power, some active spiritual weapons will temporarily lose their effectiveness, including teleportation portals. If it interferes with spiritual power, the teleportation portals won't be able to operate normally. Not strong, is it? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and made a decision. What are you doing? Ling Ying frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then looked at them and said, "You heard Wang Jichao's words. Once this group of strong cultivators is destroyed, Tianhua City will fall. Therefore, we must do something. The Thunder Beast isn't strong, and its combat power is weak. If we get rid of them, we won't have these barriers, right? We might even be able to use the teleportation portals to go back." Lin Xian knew the consequences. He didn't want him and Linya to lose their home. Especially Linya, he didn't want her to be afraid. If Tianhua City fell, they would have to run for their lives. Countless people would have died. They clearly had the ability to stop it, so why didn't they? Lin Xian admitted that he was not someone who cared about the common people, but he knew that he was a human and a human should do such things. As long as he had a thought in his heart, he would do it. Because he had met. Moreover, it was within his capabilities. If he didn't do it, Lin Xian would really regret it in the future. He even felt that the fall of Tianhua City and the deaths of so many people in Tianhua City in the future were all because of him. Of course, Lin Xian. But this was Lin Xian. If he knew that he could save a city and many lives, he would feel uneasy if he didn't do it. Didn't this mean that Lin Xian still cared about the world in his heart? Lin Xian wasn't sure. We can go back first and let them come back, right? Ling Ying frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead and said, "Go back. We don't have any transportation tools. Even if we did, it would take 6 or 7 hours to go back and forth, right? They would have died long ago. The price of their death is the fall of Tianhua City. Once they die, the beasts will immediately organize an attack. We won't be able to react in time." But, Lin Xian patted Ling Ying's shoulder and said, "You guys go back. Leave this to me." Ling Ying looked at Miao Xiaomiao and asked, "Xiaomiao, if the thunder beasts aren't strong, how strong are they?" Miao Xiaomiao thought for a moment and said, "If I remember correctly, most of them are in the spirit condensation realm or the chi building realm. It's a luxury for them to reach the arcane body realm. Also, thunder beasts exist for their functions. They are actually responsible for shielding. As for what they can shield, they need something to guide them. For example, they can shield space. Their power can only be used on something in space. Shielding signals is their innate ability. For example, they can shield light. If they release a light attribute power, they can cause an area to fall into darkness. This is the power of thunder beasts. It's not that strong. Okay, I'll go with you." Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian shook his head and looked at them and said, "You guys go back. I'll go." Lin Xian didn't want them to be in danger with him. If something happened, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. "Either we go together or you don't have to think about going," Ling Ying said with certainty. Lin Xian, that's right. Also, how can you guarantee that Sister Ling Ying and I will be safe on the way back after we separate? Miao Xiaomiao said seriously. Lin Xian, it seemed like it was true. They didn't have any means of transportation right now. Without any means of transportation, they were in the demonic beast territory. They couldn't guarantee that they would encounter any danger. And to be honest, Lin Xian thought about it again. Even if they didn't go now, the three of them would have to go back for more than 100 kilometers. Without any means of transportation, the others would be dead, and the chariot outside would probably be destroyed. Would they be safe for more than 100 kilometers? It might not be safer than staying here. If they stayed here and dealt with the thunder beasts, they might be able to find those people and leave together with them. The thunder beasts weren't strong. Thinking about it this way, even if it wasn't for the lives of those people, Lin Xian felt that it was a good choice. That's good. Right now, we should be relatively safe. Wang Jichao left, and the Demon King went to the city center. Many of the stronger demonic beasts should have been summoned to the city center to deal with our strongest troops, so the possibility of us encountering a powerful demonic beast is not too high. Relatively speaking, it's safer. Lin Xian pondered. But there's a problem now. Where is the thunder beasts? Miao Xiaomiao asked the key question. Lin Xian thought for a moment and asked, Little Miao Miao, since you were able to receive messages with great difficulty with the SIM card that enhanced the signal just now, normally speaking, there would be differences in signal shielding, right? The further the distance, the weaker the effect. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. That's right. If it's the thunder beasts, my enhanced signal card can't receive any messages, so we're very far away. In other words, the thunder beasts should be in the city center, or somewhere near the city center. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. I'm of the thunder attribute, so I have a certain ability to sense thunder. As long as I can sense thunder within a certain range, it should be where the thunder beasts are. Chapter 179. The three of them retreated and sped towards the center of Linfeng City in the dark. How about we drive a car? Lin Xian asked the two girls. Miao Xiaomiao, Ling Ying, big brother, are you serious? Ling Ying's mouth twitched as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the countless abandoned cars on the road and really had the urge to do so. Yeah, in 2 or 3 years, we can find a car that isn't damaged and light it up. It should be able to drive. If we don't drive, it'll take us a few hours to get to the city at full speed. If you had said that earlier, we would have found a car to drive back to Tianhua City from the beast territory. We still have to take the risk. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Then you guys drive it back. Forget it, even if we drive back, we'll still die if we meet a beast like the wind leopard during the day. Ling Ying shook his head. Anyway, they had already set the goal of their mission. Kill the thunder beast. Everything else was a story for later. Lin Xian pointed in a direction and said, This car looks pretty good. The three of them walked over. Ling Ying forcefully unlocked the car door. Lin Xian, fierce. Ling Ying looked inside and said, It should be fine. The keys are gone, let me check the gas. Then she looked at the gas tank. It's enough for 100 kilometers. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said, 100 kilometers, it's almost the distance to Linfeng City. Miao Xiaomiao went in and said, I'll light it up. Damn. You know how to do that. Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said, I'm a natural beauty and extremely smart. I've invented so many things, this is nothing. Amazing. Lin Xian secretly gave her a thumbs up. But there's no electricity. Aren't you of the lightning attribute? Charge the battery. Miao Xiaomiao said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, are you sure it won't drop? Are you stupid? Control the intensity of the current. Don't tell me you can't even do that. Lin Xian, he had never tried it before. But it shouldn't be difficult. Then, Lin Xian used the smallest amount of force possible to hold the battery with both hands. Buzz buzz buzz. Sparks flew in all directions. It was really quite exaggerated. Done. Within a few seconds, Lin Xian heard the sound of a car starting up. Fuck. Awesome. Lin Xian lowered the hood of the car. He really admired Miao Xiaomiao. He was indeed a genius. Let me drive. Ling Ying sat in the driver's seat. Wait. Lin Xian looked at a nearby demonic beast that was hiding and preparing to ambush them. Don't you want to go? Shouldn't you hurry up? Ling Ying was exasperated with Lin Xian. Give me 10 seconds. After I deal with that demonic beast, I'll be at arcane body 6 stars. Lin Xian turned into a purple bolt of lightning and rushed forward. The two girls looked at each other. Already at arcane body 6 stars? Miao Xiaomiao was shocked. She also increased by 2 stars and was now at arcane body 3 stars. Lin Xian was also at arcane body 6 stars, but he needed much more experience to reach arcane body 6 stars. Ding! You have leveled up to arcane body 6 stars. Who? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Arcane body 6 stars was much stronger than 5 stars. Then, Lin Xian got into the car. With a drift sound, the car sped off into the distance. At first, Ling Ying refused because he was worried that the car would attract too much attention. However, after thinking about it, the powerful demonic beast kings should have gone to the city to participate in the battle. The powerful demonic beasts should have gone as well. Therefore, they should be relatively safe. Of course, they had indeed been attacked by demonic beasts along the way, but as they thought, they weren't strong. We'll reach the city in another 10 kilometers. Ling Ying said as he drove. Lin Xian sat in the front passenger seat and frowned as he looked into the distance. He could really see the light in the distance. That should be the light from the battle between the strong. That meant that the main battlefield should be there. And it wasn't just there, it was in several directions. But the general direction was in front. I think we can stop here. The main battlefield is 10 kilometers ahead and the thunder demonic beasts can't be in the main battlefield. The closest one should be at least a few kilometers away. So we can stop. Lin Xian said. You're pretty smart. Miao Xiaomiao said. Nonsense. Then the three of them got out of the car. Miao Xiaomiao sighed, I wonder how Uncle Ba and the others are doing now. Lin Xian rubbed her hair and said, don't worry, they escaped and the demonic beast king was chasing us. No matter how bad it is, they should be safe hiding. And Miao Xiaomiao gently nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Then she suddenly realized something. This Lin Xian was rubbing her hair. Such an intimate action, this, slap. In the next second, Miao Xiaomiao slapped Lin Xian's hand away and said coquettishly, how dare you take advantage of this lady? If there's a next time, I'll chop off your perverted pig hand. Lin Xian, ding. Felt Miao Xiaomiao's shyness, scumbag value plus 20,000. This woman's change in attitude was unimaginable. Stop fooling around, we have to hurry. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian nodded and his eyes became serious. Then he closed his eyes and sensed. No, it's still too far, I can't sense it. Lin Xian opened his eyes and said disappointedly. Don't be anxious, let's continue forward. With your arcane body 6-star realm ability, it's already very strong for you to be able to sense lightning for a kilometer. And then, they concealed themselves and moved forward quickly and stealthily. At this point, it was already considered dangerous because the demonic beasts should be very strong. But because the main battlefield was ahead and there were tens of thousands of people, the scale of the battle was definitely huge. The powerful demonic beast kings were fighting against the lightning tribulation realm, lore realm, and even domain realm cultivators. The other demonic beasts were naturally fighting against the weaker people of the three factions. Therefore, the demonic beasts here should be rushing to the main battlefield. But if they were not careful, they would definitely encounter them. Little Ying, how far are you from reaching the mysterious heaven realm? Lin Xian asked as the three of them moved forward. If Ling Ying advanced to the mysterious heaven realm, then their safety would be much more guaranteed. Simply put, Ling Ying could fight against a mysterious heaven realm first star now, and even kill one. But if she advanced to the mysterious heaven realm first star, she could even fight and kill mysterious heaven realm third star demonic beasts. You're still a third away. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, there's no need to rush this matter. Although the demonic beast kings are strong, there are also many experts from the three factions who came over this time. They shouldn't be unable to handle it. So what I mean is, you should advance to the mysterious heaven realm first. That way, we can ensure our safety. Chapter 180. Ling Ying nodded slightly at Lin Xian's words. That's simple. Do we need to worry about not having any demonic beasts here? Then let's go. Let's find some demonic beasts and kill them to raise your cultivation to the mysterious heaven realm. The three of them continued to move forward at full speed. Previously, they were avoiding demonic beasts, but now, they were looking for demonic beasts. 20 minutes later, Ling Ying killed her fifth demonic beast. She was at the 10 stars arcane body realm, and a strong aura burst out from her body. A minute later, Ling Ying opened her beautiful eyes. Mysterious heaven realm, we've arrived. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Just nice. I can feel the power of lightning. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he said. Where? Lin Xian pointed to the left and said, it should be about 1 kilometer in that direction. It should be about 6 to 7 kilometers away from the battlefield. And the power of lightning there is endless. Let's go. The three of them sped away. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian saw a blue light in front of them. That was lightning. But they couldn't see the specific situation for now because it was blocked by a bush. This place seemed to be a green belt before. Shuv, Ling Ying made a shh sound because she sensed an aura slowly walking over. Under the illumination of the blue lightning, a shadow was gradually approaching. In the next instant, the shadow was frozen in place by Ling Ying's shadow lock. So, the three of them rushed over at the same time. It was a demonic beast similar to a leopard. It was then beaten to death by the three of them without making much noise. They had launched a sneak attack. Even though the leopard was at the mysterious heaven realm 1 star, it was still killed in an instant. The experience was given to Miao Xiaomiao, who rose by 2 stars. She had to ensure that everyone was at the same level to be safe. Otherwise, if the others were at the 6 stars arcane body realm and mysterious heaven realm while Miao Xiaomiao was still at the 3 stars arcane body realm, it would be difficult for her to protect herself. The three of them slowly walked towards the location of the lightning. When Lin Xian saw the scene in front of him from behind the bushes, he couldn't help but be speechless. These thunder demonic beasts were like snails. They were more than 1 meter tall and 2 meters long. Moreover, there were no less than 20 or 30 of them. They were arranged in a row. Lightning was entwined in their snail shells, as if their shells were transparent. Then, lightning was released from their 2 antennae towards a transparent blue crystal in front of them. These thunderbolts were not offensive thunderbolts in the true sense, but their ability. Shielding interference. The crystal in front of him was about the size of a person. Lin Xian could feel the aura of space from it. This was a crystal that contained the spatial attribute. This is the illusory heavenly crystal. When Ling Ying and Miao Xiaomiao saw the illusory heavenly crystal, they were both shocked. Lin Xian was a perfect match for them. He was dumbfounded. Because he didn't know him. However, no matter how shocked he was, now was not the time to pay attention to this, but the thunder demonic beast. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot towards them. Ling Ying reacted quickly and released his energy to block it. The three of them quickly turned around. Behind them, there were two leopards with blue lightning entwined around their bodies staring at them. Gale Thunder Spiritual Leopard. Lin Xian examined them. Fortunately, one of them was at Mystic Heaven Realm 1 star, and the other one was 5 stars higher than Lin Xian. But compared to them, it should be at Mystic Heaven Realm 2 stars. These two demonic beasts and the Gale Thunder Spiritual Leopard should be guarding this place. In fact, the Mystic Heaven Realm was more than enough to guard this place. The main battlefield was in front. As long as the demonic beasts were not defeated, no one would rush out. Moreover, after such a thing happened in other places, no one would go to the more dangerous city center. Therefore, only 3 Mystic Heaven Realm demonic beasts were left to guard this place. Moreover, this news was sealed. Of course, other than their friend Wang Jichao, no one else would know. The demonic beast kings probably didn't think that someone would actually find this place. That minuscule probability allowed Lin Xian and the others to hear Wang Jichao's muttering. "Leave these two to me. You guys take care of the thunder demonic beasts." Ling Ying's aura suddenly erupted. "Will there be a problem?" Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying worriedly. Ling Ying's lips curled up slightly. "If there's a problem with this, then I can go die." After saying that, Ling Ying rushed forward. "You're awesome, okay." Lin Xian mumbled and then exchanged glances with Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao said, "Thunder demonic beasts are low-level demonic beasts. Even if they reach the mystic body realm, they're like mentally retarded. Most of them are similar to working machines. So we're very relaxed." "I can see it." The battle had already begun and the commotion was so loud, but these thunder demonic beasts seemed to not hear it. They just kept releasing their energy on the illusory space heaven crystal. Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao stood at the back. They didn't react. It feels more like they're being controlled. They only have one goal, which is to release their energy, regardless of whether they're dead or alive. Lin Xian said. "It does seem like it. That's even better." Miao Xiaomiao then condensed fire energy in her hands. Miao Xiaomiao was wind and fire dual attributed. In this situation, she naturally had to use fire energy to attack. Lin Xian, on the other hand, condensed the power of lightning. Boom! 2 terrifying forces blasted out in an earth-shattering manner. In an instant, lightning and fire exploded. In the blink of an eye, all the thunder demonic beasts were killed. These were all in the spirit condensation realm. It was too easy for them to kill them. Thunder demonic beasts were functional demonic beasts. Their combat strength wasn't strong. But it was hard to imagine that these spirit condensation realm thunder demonic beasts were able to block the signal of the entire Linfeng city. It's hard to imagine that these things can block the signal of the entire Linfeng city. No, of course not. These spirit condensation realm thunder demonic beasts can only block the signal for a radius of 10 kilometers. The only thing that can extend the range of the signal to the entire city is this. Miao Xiaomiao pointed at the illusory sky crystal. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. It was obvious that she really wanted it, but it was too big. She couldn't take it away. Lin Xian looked over. At this time, Ling Ying walked over. Damn! How many seconds has it been? You've already finished the battle. Lin Xian's face was full of shock. Normally, it would take a bit of time. But the dark element is the king of the night. As long as you have spirit energy, you can gallop. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian wasn't too familiar with the dark attribute, but Ling Ying was only a 1-star profound heaven realm cultivator. She'd taken less than 20 seconds to finish off 2 profound heaven realm demonic beasts. Lin Xian could roughly guess how strong she was. After all, the dark attribute was known as the strongest attribute after the space and time attributes. The signal block hasn't been removed yet, but it should be removed slowly. Miao Xiaomiao took out her phone and said. It's useless. The battle ahead is so intense. They won't have the chance to set up a teleportation array. Ling Ying shook his head. So I want to ask, what's the point of us coming here to remove the signal? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian. Chapter 181. Lin Xian said, it's very meaningful. As long as they know that they can set up a teleportation array to go back, they will definitely choose to break out with all their might. Or, we can set up a teleportation array on the battlefield. Once we succeed, we can go back directly. The demonic beasts naturally won't dare to go in. Also, they can't die. If they die, Tianhua City will be gone. So, we still have to go to the main battlefield now. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. Or we can contact the main battlefield. I'm going crazy. Miao Xiaomiao was going crazy. Then she said, first, we don't have the equipment to contact the 3 factions. Second, we can only go to the main battlefield to inform them. But what level of battle is there? Aren't we just going to die? Young Master Lin, please look at the power in the sky. May I ask if you can get close, young master? Miao Xiaomiao said helplessly. Lin Xian said, in the main battlefield, the battle between the strong will definitely be pulled far away. What we are seeing now is actually a battle between the spirit condensation realm, arcane body realm, and mysterious heaven realm. They actually understood. Otherwise, in a battle between the thunder tribulation realm and the lower realm, these people of other realms would be instantly killed. Perhaps they could casually release some of their aura and these people would die. Therefore, their battle was definitely not in the main battlefield. That's true, otherwise, everything we did before would have been useless. Ling Ying said in a low voice. Then let's go. Sister Ling Ying and I both have the wind attribute. Moreover, Sister Ling Ying has the dark attribute. If we can't, we can let Sister Ling Ying release her dark attribute power to send us away, Miao Xiaomiao said. Ling Ying nodded. It's possible. There are so many people on the battlefield. If there's danger, we can run away. No one will notice us. They could only give it a try. Furthermore, that was indeed the case. If they didn't know that they could set up a teleportation array and continue to fight to the death, this was the territory of the demonic beasts. Everyone would definitely die in battle, and Tianhua City would fall. Thinking about it this way, we seem to be shouldering a great mission and responsibility. Even if it's not for glory, for the sake of humanity, for the sake of Tianhua Academy, and for the sake of our loved ones living in Tianhua City, we have to do our part, and this part is still within our capabilities, Lin Xian said. Then let's go. But you must be careful and recover your spiritual power at the same time. Miao Xiaomiao handed each of them a vial of genetic medicine. Ling Ying had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so he directly stabbed his own arm. Lin Xian had never used it before, so he put it away and said, I didn't use much spiritual energy. I'll keep it for now. Since they couldn't take the illusory space heavenly crystal away, they could only reluctantly leave it here. However, Lin Xian still didn't know what the illusory space heavenly crystal meant. From now on, they were no longer looking for demonic beasts. Instead, they were avoiding them. The main streets were naturally not a place for them to walk. There were too many demonic beasts there. They walked through those dark alleys. These demonic beasts wanted to rush to the battlefield as quickly as possible, so they would definitely run on the main roads. They would rarely run into these dark alleys that wasted time. As they got closer, they could feel the spiritual power surging towards them. Not only could they see light ahead, they could even hear sounds. The roars of various demonic beasts, the roars of humans, and the angry shouts. There were even desperate screams. In front of them was another public square. It was very, very big. After all, this was the city center. It was much bigger than the public square from before. When Lin Xian and the other two hid behind the wall and looked over, they couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. On the ground, there was blood, flesh, and corpses. It was too horrible to look at. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. If it was a relatively normal person, they wouldn't be able to stand the smell of blood, let alone this scene. Miao Xiao Miao's face was slightly pale, but it shouldn't be a big deal. This huge public square was not only the only battlefield. There were other places further away, left and right, and even some alleys. However, there were still many demonic beasts. If they wanted to hide and run, it would be very difficult. There's someone inside. Suddenly, Lin Xian and the other two felt movement in a small supermarket beside them. The supermarket's door was locked, but the glass was broken. After that, the three of them slipped in. It wasn't a demonic beast. It was a person. A heavily injured martial artist was curled up in a corner, trembling. "Are you okay?" Lin Xian asked hurriedly. The first thing Miao Xiao Miao did was to take out the gene medicine to help him recover. His face was covered in blood, and his face couldn't even be seen clearly. However, he used the last of his strength to hold Miao Xiao Miao's hand and shook his head lightly. He meant, he couldn't be saved. Give it to someone else, this should be a member of the Divine Palace. May I ask if you can contact the higher-ups of the three major forces? Although this scene was very cruel, there was no other way. This was the world. Then, he raised his trembling finger and pointed to a spot not far away. Lin Xian followed his finger and looked over. That was probably their earpiece. Just now, at the same time, cough cough, all the headsets exploded. This one is a backup one. It's the commander's, must be, good, battery, supermarket, should have, channel 1. 19. He said in an extremely weak voice. I understand. Thank you. The headsets exploded. It was probably because they were very close to each other that the signal was blocked and destroyed the electronic equipment. As for the commander's headset, it was normal for him to have the ability to protect it. Miao Xiao Miao walked over and took the headset and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian put it in his pocket. At this time, the man tremblingly took out a phone from his pocket. There was a note under the phone. Please, give it to my sister. Thank you. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already lost all his strength and breath. Lin Xian took the man's phone and the note covered in blood. On the note was an address. As for what he wanted to say, it was probably on the phone. It was quite sad to say, but there were too many situations like this in the world. Don't worry. If I can go back, I'll pass it to her. Lin Xian wiped the man's eyes and closed them. Then, Lin Xian quickly turned around and said, "Little Meow Meow, go find the number 5 battery. The supermarket must have it." Okay. Then, Lin Xian and Ling Ying closed the curtains of the supermarket. This way, the people outside couldn't see in at all. Because the battle outside was very fierce, very few demonic beasts would notice the situation here. Even if they did, they would have opponents. Even if they didn't, they would look for the nearest human and not attack Lin Xian and the others for no reason. Soon, Meow Xiao Meow came over with the number 5 battery. Lin Xian quickly installed it and then adjusted the channel. Channel 119. The channel was adjusted. "Hey, can you hear me?" "Hey." Lin Xian frowned. A few seconds later, there was a sound from the other side. It was the sound of heavy breathing, and there was a loud sound beside it. "I can hear you." That voice came, but there was a hint of surprise in it. Chapter 182. Lin Xian recognized this voice. It should be the commander, Qin Feng. He should be the strongest among them. However, his voice was filled with surprise. It was as if he was shocked when someone contacted him. This was also normal, because before this place had been blocked. They must have tried it, but now the block was removed. Lin Xian could hear the wind howling as if he was moving at an extremely fast speed. He could even hear the sound of fists colliding. Therefore, Lin Xian was certain that he was fighting. It's like this. The blocked signal has been removed and the teleportation circle can be released. So, what should we do now? Lin Xian asked. What? It's been removed. Qin Feng replied to Lin Xian while fighting. That's right. Don't you have a teleportation circle? Where do you want to release it? Lin Xian asked. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Qin Feng guessed that he was not from the 3 major factions. He paused for a moment and said, "Little brother. Phew. I can't get away from here. The teleportation circle is just a simple teleportation stone. If you have the ability, I hope you can come over. I'll give you the stone. If not, please tell the other members of the 3 major factions." "Where are you?" "I'm near the main battlefield." Lin Xian asked. "Can you see the nuclear annihilation?" Lin Xian looked around through the window. "I see it. It's in that direction, about 3 kilometers. Okay. I'll go over now. When you get there. What's your element?" "Lightning." Qin Feng took a deep breath and said, "When you're nearby, release your lightning into the sky. I'll rush over when I see it. Please." Okay. Lin Xian was about to hang up when Qin Feng quickly said, "Wait. What's your name?" "I'll tell you my name when I can do it," Lin Xian said and hung up. He then looked at the 2 girls beside him. "Don't tell me you still want to go." Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian in shock. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they already knew what Lin Xian was thinking. Very shocking. Lunatic. Was this Lin Xian a lunatic? Go. No. It's already crazy enough for you to come here. The other side is where experts at least in the lightning tribulation realm are fighting. Even a casual wave of his aura could kill you. How do we get there? Lin Xian then said, "The space teleportation array uses a type of space teleportation stone to release its power to achieve the effect of fixed-point teleportation. The teleportation location is probably Tianhua City, so I only need to get that crystal to leave. If I don't go and let someone else go, how would I know where he released the spatial teleportation stone? I'll go." The spatial teleportation stone is in my hands. I can choose the location to teleport to, and we can leave as soon as possible. Even if you run into danger, as long as you get the crystals, you can release them immediately. Actually, Lin Xian's main point was their own safety. If it was taken by someone else, they would have to think about where to release the teleportation array. If it was in Lin Xian's hands, then Lin Xian would have to think about it. All the power was in Lin Xian's hands. Naturally, they would be the safest few. Hearing Lin Xian's words, it was indeed reasonable. But it's still too dangerous. Lin Xian smiled, not necessarily. That Commander Qin Feng will definitely protect me. So you two stay in this supermarket. After I get it, the first thing I'll do is to come here and activate the teleportation array. This was the main battlefield, the place with the most people and strength. Protecting Tianhua City depended on them, not the other Spirit Condensation Realm warriors in the other counties. These people were more important. Releasing the teleportation array here was definitely the best choice because the greatest danger had already gathered here. The people in the other counties, those who deserved to die were already dead, and those who didn't died were probably already running away. Only Chang'an County was set up with a barrier, and the people in Chang'an County were all dead. So there was no need to go there, they just needed to release the teleportation array here. Sometimes, being selfish was the only way to survive. You can go against everything, but you can't go against your own life. I'll go with you. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said. I'll go by myself. No. I want to go. Ling Ying was worried that something would happen to Lin Xian, and the possibility of something happening was very high. Miao Xiaomiao also said, we can all go. Sister Ling Ying is a dark and wind elementalist, and I'm a wind elementalist. Our safety is guaranteed. Wind elementalist. In front of a strong person, speed was nothing. You guys stay here and wait for me to come back. The more people that go, the easier it is to be exposed. Lin Xian said. Then let me go. I already told him to use thunder as a signal. Do you have thunder? Then I also want, Lin Xian scolded, if you continue to be stubborn, I'll really get angry. Then Lin Xian patted Ling Ying's shoulder and said, just trust me. With that, Lin Xian slipped out. Sister Ling Ying, Miao Xiaomiao looked worriedly at Lin Xian's back and asked Ling Ying. Trust him. Ling Ying let out a sigh. The good news now was that the signal was no longer blocked. Lin Xian's phone was still on him, and they could contact each other anytime. At this time, Miao Xiaomiao's phone vibrated. She quickly took it out and saw that it was a message from Wang Ba. That's great. Everyone is fine. Ling Ying quickly asked about the situation at the border. After a while, Miao Xiaomiao looked at Ling Ying and said, they went from Chang'an County to another county. That place has been destroyed. The communication on the other side has been restored, and half of the tens of thousands of people are dead. Not only us and Team 2 fell into the trap, but the other teams also fell into the trap. Half of them died. Ling Ying's face turned pale. This was an incomparably failed operation. Damn it. That Wang Jichao can't atone for his sins even if he dies 10,000 times. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. It was because Wang Jichao gave the information to the demonic beasts that this happened. Then, Miao Xiaomiao said, now, Wang Jichao is gathering the survivors. He will release the teleportation array and send them away. He doesn't care about this anymore. Uncle Ba said that he couldn't contact the commander. He probably threw away the equipment on purpose. This way, Wang Jichao will be credited. Without him, the remaining 20 to 30,000 people would still die. Good plan. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. Meow Xiao Meow said, but on the bright side, at least those people will be able to leave alive. There's nothing we can do about the dead. The most important thing left is the strong martial artists from the three major forces around us. If they are all killed, Tianhua City will be in real danger. Wait, since there are teleportation crystals over there, does Lin Xian still need to go over? Let me ask. Chapter 183. Soon, Meow Xiao Meow received a reply. We have teleportation crystals, but we don't have enough. I'm afraid we can only send 10,000 people away. The remaining 10,000 people will have to walk back or wait for reinforcements to pick them up. That's why we still need the teleportation crystal that Lin Xian went to find. Since it's in the hands of the commander-in-chief, it should be the one with the strongest energy. His mission is to send the people of the three major factions away. Even if they have enough teleportation crystals, they still have to go because the main battlefield is over 100 kilometers away from the border cities. It's too far. Ling Ying sighed. Meow Xiao Meow was worried about the wind mercenaries. Now, it was Lin Xian's turn. If they were more selfish, they could have just left after dealing with the Thunder Beast. No, they didn't even need to deal with the Thunder Beast. When they saw the Demon King rushing here, they could have gone to another city and left. After all, it was a distance of over 100 kilometers. They might not even die. But they chose to come here. It couldn't be said that it was Lin Xian's choice. In fact, it was their choice too. They knew that if the experts of the three major factions all died here, then Tianhua City would fall. The demonic beasts would organize an attack immediately, and the humans wouldn't be able to defend themselves. So they chose to take the risk and come here. That's right. Tianhua City was where they lived for so many years. They didn't want it to fall. This was also why they didn't try to stop Lin Xian. Perhaps it was because they had the same thoughts as Lin Xian. In fact, Lin Xian's original goal wasn't to save the people in the city, but to save the people of the three major factions. Weren't they equivalent to the firefighters or the People's Liberation Army on Earth? They were on the front lines of danger. Even if they wouldn't pay a huge price to save a person, it had to be said that every city relied on them to protect it. Every time the demonic beasts attacked a city, they would definitely be at the front lines. Perhaps it had been like this for generations. Perhaps it was because of this that their family members were gone. Lin Xian was touched by the person from before. In fact, Lin Xian felt that there was nothing wrong with being a hero at the front lines, right? On the contrary, he felt proud. Even in death, he would be proud. It was just that there were fetters, but he was unable to take that step. However, Lin Xian would definitely admire him. Lin Xian's figure dashed forward in the darkness. Of course, at the same time, he was mindful of the danger. He was lucky. Most likely, all the demonic beasts were focused on the main battlefield. None of the demonic beasts noticed Lin Xian's figure in the dark alleyway. 2 kilometers away, Lin Xian's jaw dropped when he saw the scene before him. Oh my God! What a terrifying battle between experts. This place was supposed to be a pedestrian street, but it was very prosperous and had many buildings. However, when Lin Xian arrived, he saw that the place had been destroyed. It was completely razed to the ground. All kinds of houses were destroyed. It was as if a missile had completely annihilated this place. However, Lin Xian knew that this was caused by the power released by those powerhouses. This was why the weak couldn't even get close to the strong. It was because a casual release of his aura could kill you to the point that you couldn't be more dead. All these tall buildings were razed to the ground. What more people? On the ground, the demonic beasts and humans' corpses were almost all incomplete. Their deaths were extremely tragic. Don't tell me they're almost all dead. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. There were definitely a lot of corpses here. Moreover, the surroundings were relatively quiet. In other words, the battle here seemed to be almost over. As for which side won, Lin Xian wasn't sure. Boom! A loud sound came from afar, accompanied by flames. Lin Xian felt as if the ground was shaking. He could also feel the battle in the surrounding areas. There shouldn't be many people left. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't be so sparse. In this battle, both the demonic beasts and humans suffered heavy losses. However, for the demonic beasts, it was definitely not a loss. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, Lin Xian released purple lightning all over his body. Then, he soared into the sky. In the dark night, the thunder in the sky was quite eye-catching. Then, Lin Xian hid at the side. Because he was worried that he would attract the demonic beasts. A few seconds later, Lin Xian saw an extremely terrifying energy erupt from the horizon. It was also lightning, and it was much stronger than his. It looked like a big move, and the sky seemed to be entangled by lightning. Lin Xian felt that the difference between his thunder and that thunder was at least tens of thousands of times, right? Then, Lin Xian felt an aura rushing towards him. In a few seconds, it was already close to him. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot into the ground not far from Lin Xian. The ground trembled. A huge hole appeared and dust flew up. Then, a figure rushed out from the dust. Then, he hurriedly looked for something. When Lin Xian saw him, he immediately recognized him. This was Qin Feng. Although there was blood on his body and he was in a sorry state, he could still recognize his clothes. Then, Lin Xian walked out. When Qin Feng saw Lin Xian, he quickly rushed in front of him and took out a transparent crystal. There's no time. This is a spatial teleportation crystal. Find a place and pour your spiritual energy into it for more than 2 minutes. Then, it will open and set up a teleportation array. Then, it will send people directly to Tianhua City. Lin Xian took the crystal. This was why they couldn't open it when they were fighting. 2 minutes of spiritual energy. In this kind of battlefield, even a few seconds was a luxury. How could it be 2 minutes? After all, such a powerful crystal indeed needed time to release its power. Then what about you? Qin Feng sighed and said, we've suffered heavy losses here. Almost everyone has fallen. There's an extremely strong demon beast in front that I've temporarily trapped. However, I have to stop it. Otherwise, everyone will die. Everyone's lives are in your hands. I'll release it near the main battlefield and let the people from the 3 major powers enter. There are already people from other places that have organized to bring them back. After all, almost all the strong demon beasts have been attracted here. They should be safe for now. Yes, and the demon beasts won't dare to enter. Otherwise, they'll enter Tianhua City and die. Qin Feng nodded and said. The failure of this mission had a huge price to pay. However, it also gave them a wake-up call. Then, can you come back? Lin Xian asked. Qin Feng said, if there's a chance, I can go over. However, before that, I have to hold off that demon beast. Don't worry about me. Bring everyone away. Also, the first thing you do when you return is immediately report to the 3 major powers. Tell them to immediately gather experts from all the major cities to guard Tianhua City. Okay. Then, Lin Xian was about to go back. Wait, what's your name? Qin Feng asked. Lin Xian. After saying that, Lin Xian sped away into the night. Lin Xian, Qin Feng's eyes flashed and he returned to the previous battlefield. Chapter 184. Lin Xian made it back to the supermarket safely. They were still there. The battle was still ongoing. However, after a quick glance, he estimated that there were less than 3,000 people left. If this dragged on any longer, a few hundred of them would die in just a minute. How was it? Seeing that Lin Xian had returned safely, Ling Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian took out a crystal and said, I need 2 minutes of spiritual energy infusion. Find a safe place and I'll inform them. Lin Xian wanted to leave the dangerous things to himself. Although his strength was not as high as Ling Ying's, he would not allow his woman to do dangerous things. I'll go with you. I'll let Xiao Miao inject spiritual energy. No, you have to protect her. Go to the back of the supermarket, it should be safer there. It's also very close to the battlefield. I'm going. After saying that, Lin Xian rushed out. Ling Ying and Xiao Miao did not dare delay and quickly went to the back of the supermarket to activate the teleportation circle. Bang! Lin Xian's figure dashed around the battlefield. As long as the demon beasts were not too strong, Lin Xian had no problem running away. His goal was not to kill the demon beasts. The main reason was that their headphones were broken. When they were turned on, they were blocked and then directly disrupted. Otherwise, they would have been able to run away with just a notification. The only good one was because there was no battery installed and it was not turned on. Everyone, activate the teleportation circle behind the supermarket in 2 minutes. Commander Qin Feng has ordered us to retreat through the teleportation circle. Lin Xian shouted as he dashed through the battlefield. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck Lin Xian and his figure flew out, landing heavily on the ground. Fuck! Lin Xian gritted his teeth and stood up. Lightning flash. Boom boom boom. His hands continued to condense lightning flashes, one after another like a human turret. The demon beast was blasted to death. After that, Lin Xian continued to dash around the battlefield, shouting this sentence. The first reaction of everyone who was fighting was not to retreat to the back of the supermarket. Instead, they immediately stopped fighting and switched from fighting to dodging the attacks of the demonic beasts. They cooperated with Lin Xian to pass this message to the other battlefields. Because they heard that the teleportation circle would activate in 2 minutes. If they went over now, wouldn't they be moving the battlefield over there? They had to wait for the teleportation circle to fully activate before they could go over. These 2 minutes were very long because they had to constantly dodge the attacks of the demon beasts. Most of them were stronger than Lin Xian. Fortunately, he could continuously exchange agility, which allowed him to double his speed. This allowed him to be slightly safer in this kind of battlefield. Meow. Meow. The one who spoke was a beautiful little loli. Her big eyes scanned the surroundings and then she waved her hand. A building that was tens of meters tall fell, falling right in the middle of the battlefield. If it fell, many of them would die. However, the other tall woman raised her hand slightly, and the building rose up again and fell to the other side. Then she said in an emotionless voice, if they can leave, it means that they are not dead yet. There is no need to force them to die. But, if that's the case, it will take a lot of effort to attack Tianhua City. I don't want to. The little loli said with a look of dissatisfaction. Remember, our mission is to let the demon beasts be kings, not to kill. You have been brainwashed by them all these years. The lady looked at the little loli and said softly. Oh. I don't care. Even if they don't die, that person must die. The little loli pointed at Lin Xian, who was running in the middle of the battlefield. After speaking, she casually slapped her palm over. All of a sudden, Lin Xian and the others felt an overwhelming force coming at them. The area of effect was probably no less than a few hundred meters. All the buildings around them were destroyed. They would probably be crushed to death by this force in the next second. At this moment, the force disappeared. This made Lin Xian dumbfounded. Meow, what are you doing? The little loli unwillingly stomped her feet. You must leave the 10,000 Demon Alliance. The lady frowned and was even a little angry. No. The little loli said in a clear voice. Then I can only put you in confinement. After speaking, her slender fingers flicked slightly. A wormhole appeared in the air and the little loli was sucked in. Then, she looked at Lin Xian in the crowd and muttered, this person must die. Otherwise, the 10,000 Demon Alliance will not be able to answer. The 10,000 Demon Alliance was the strongest force of the demon race. All the members there were demon beasts in human form. They were like the three major forces of the human race. Every operation was organized by the upper echelons of the 10,000 Demon Alliance. They were the strongest existences of the demon race. Of course, except for some neutral demon beasts. Shwa, at the back of the supermarket, a blue light shot into the sky. Everyone noticed this and rushed over. The demon beasts chased after them. They rushed over and fought back. Then, they blocked the supermarket in an orderly manner and let the people behind go first. Lin Xian also rushed over. Whoosh, at this moment, Qin Feng's figure rushed over. A terrifying force was released. All the demon beasts in his line of sight were instantly turned into ashes by the lightning. Quick! Everyone enter the teleportation array. Qin Feng was protecting them. Lin Xian rushed over and looked at Miao Xiao Miao and Ling Ying and said, quickly go in. They would be safe once they stepped in. As for the rest of the Gale mercenaries, they should have used another teleportation array or been sent away by other means. In short, they were safe for now. Ling Ying and Miao Xiao Miao did not suspect anything and quickly walked in. They thought that Lin Xian would follow closely behind. Lin Xian secretly stuffed the phone and the note into Ling Ying's windbreaker pocket. After seeing them leave, Lin Xian immediately rushed in another direction. Some people saw it, but no one noticed. They rushed into the teleportation array and left this nightmare land. Qin Feng wiped the blood and frowned as he looked into the distance. He seemed to have sensed a figure rushing in that direction. However, after he sent these people back, he needed to go to the various cities to check on the situation there. The demon beasts here had been dealt with for now. The strongest Law Realm and Domain Realm cultivators had died. He was the only one left. The others had all died in battle. However, the demon beasts' losses were also great. However, humans could not compare their losses to the demon beasts. Lin Xian sent a message to Ling Ying as he ran. He was worried that Ling Ying would do something stupid if he did not see him return. As for the reason, he had already made it up. He would say that he followed Qin Feng to protect everyone. This way, she would feel more at ease. Chapter 185. Previously, the signal was blocked, so Lin Xian did not reply to Linya in time. She was really anxious, but Lin Xian had now replied to her. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he wanted to leave alone was because of the illusory space heavenly crystal. On the way here, Lin Xian learned about the illusory space heavenly crystal from them. It was a kind of spatial spiritual treasure that was born from heaven and earth. It contained a great amount of spatial power. This was completely different from the spatial crystals that were created. This definitely met the standards of absorption. Normally, seeing a fist-sized piece was already heaven-defying, and such a large piece was unheard of. It was a pity that he couldn't take it away. Because it was a spatial attribute, Lin Xian wanted to take the risk. Space was one of the two strongest attributes, and the illusory space heavenly crystal was a rare spatial attribute spiritual treasure. It was probably because the 10,000 Demon Alliance couldn't help but take out such a large illusory space heavenly crystal to let the thunder demonic beast block the power of space. But this was also an opportunity. Lin Xian might not be able to take it away, but it didn't matter. Because Lin Xian only cared about the spatial attribute power of the illusory space heavenly crystal. Logically speaking, such a large and rare illusory space heavenly crystal should be enough for him to activate the spatial attribute, right? If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. So Lin Xian had to go. If it was only a fire attribute or some other attribute spiritual treasure, Lin Xian could give it up, but he couldn't give up on a spatial attribute. He might never meet it again in the future. So he couldn't miss this opportunity. Moreover, Lin Xian only dared to go because he had a certain amount of confidence. First, most of the powerful demonic beasts in Linfeng City were actually dead. The 10,000 Demon Alliance had also suffered a great loss this time. Moreover, they had miscalculated and didn't include Lin Xian. Otherwise, everyone would still be dead. However, Lin Xian had indeed turned the situation around and let them go back. Second, there were fewer powerful demonic beasts. If Lin Xian was fast enough, he might be able to leave with Wang Jichao's team. In fact, the 10,000 Demon Alliance didn't miscalculate this time. They had sent an extremely strong existence, that little lowly. As long as she made a move, the strongest Qin Feng would be instantly killed. Once Qin Feng's death, the others wouldn't be able to kill many demonic beasts. However, the 1,000 Demon Alliance didn't expect that little lowly would be stopped by her sister. But no one knew this. The lady in the observation tower watched Qin Feng and the others leave. Then, her beautiful eyes swept over to Lin Xian. This made her extremely curious. Why didn't he left? Logically speaking, this was a completely abnormal move. She had originally wanted to grab Lin Xian from the void so that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, after seeing his abnormal behavior, she became curious and wanted to see what he was trying to do. In her eyes, Lin Xian was a dead man. Because of Lin Xian, the humans should have been completely annihilated, but in the end, only half of them were lost. Moreover, the strongest was still alive, and half of the three major forces ran away. This was equivalent to the 10,000 Demon Alliance's mission failing. She could stop it. No matter how strong Qin Feng was, he would still die with a casual strike. However, she was actually neutral, but not completely neutral. In short, she didn't want to kill everyone. Therefore, she didn't stop it. Instead, she stopped her sister from killing. However, Lin Xian was a dead man. Only by killing him could she explain to the 10,000 Demon Alliance and her sister. She only needed to say that it was unexpected. However, if he was killed, even if the 10,000 Demon Alliance had objections, they could only compromise. To her, killing Lin Xian was just a matter of moving her finger. However, she wanted to see what Lin Xian wanted to do. Whoosh! Lin Xian drove the car from before towards the direction of the illusory space heavenly crystal. He only hoped that the illusory space heavenly crystal was still there. The chances of it being there were quite high, because the powerful demon kings were all dead, so no one would take the illusory space heavenly crystal. The reason why they dared to leave the illusory space heavenly crystal there was actually because they didn't think that someone would come over and find it. Of course, this illusory space heavenly crystal was brought here by the little lowly. Of course, she couldn't take it away because it was locked away. Lin Xian didn't discover a super strong expert following him. If he could discover it, then Lin Xian would also be a super strong expert. Because there weren't many demonic beasts left, some of them weren't too strong, and the strongest was only at the arcane body realm. For Lin Xian, who was currently at the 6 stars arcane body realm, even if he encountered a 10 stars arcane body realm demonic beast, it wouldn't be impossible for him to fight. Lin Xian drove the car and sped along the wide road. It was less than 10 kilometers away, so driving was extremely fast. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian drifted and stopped. In the darkness, he still saw that ray of light. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This proved that the illusory space heavenly crystal was still there. After Lin Xian got out of the car, he quickly ran over. At such a close distance, Lin Xian could clearly feel the power of space, but it didn't leak out. When the distance was very, very close, Lin Xian actually had an impulse to not dare to move forward. That's right, he didn't dare to reach out his hand. This illusory space heavenly crystal made Lin Xian feel that it was filled with all kinds of spatial laws. It could be spatial compression, spatial explosion, and so on. If his hand were to reach in and be directly compressed, wouldn't that be terrible? According to common sense, when encountering some heaven and earth spirit treasures, directly touching them was generally the most foolish action. Perhaps you would already be killed by the power released by the heaven and earth spirit treasure before you could obtain it. But, if he didn't touch it, Lin Xian felt it for a moment, but he was unable to absorb the power of this illusory space heavenly crystal. If he couldn't absorb it, he wouldn't be able to unlock the spatial attribute. Therefore, he had to try. Above the void, the woman saw Lin Xian. So it's for the illusory space heavenly crystal. The woman was expressionless. Those who are blinded by benefits deserve to die. She muttered, as if she had found a reason for herself. She originally wanted to directly crush the void and kill Lin Xian, but she was afraid of damaging the illusory space heavenly crystal. Then, she landed on the ground. Suddenly, he felt an aura appear beside him. Lin Xian's body paused, and the dragon rain sword instantly appeared in his hand. Even though he turned around, he saw a fairy in a white dress. This woman didn't release any aura, but she gave Lin Xian an unfathomable feeling. Too mysterious. However, even though he had seen so many top-grade beauties, Lin Xian was still incomparably shocked when he saw her. She was tall and slender, with incomparably fair skin. Her beautiful hair was simply tied up, and she wore a pure white fairy dress. Her eyes were especially mesmerizing, as if you stared at her eyes for a few seconds, you would be forever trapped in her deep pupils. Although she was wearing a veil, Lin Xian felt that this should be an extremely beautiful fairy. Most importantly, her aura was as cold as a mountain, so noble that it made one want to submit to her unconsciously. That's right, too noble. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a fairy. This kind of aura was something that Lin Xian couldn't feel from Linya. It was as if it could only be manifested when a person reached a certain special state. Ding! Congratulations to host for triggering the mission. Mission time limit, 3 days. Mission punishment, level dropped by 2 levels. Mission reward, space speed increased by 10%. Current mission progress, 0%. Lin Xian. Chapter 186. Really? Lin Xian wanted to kill this system. Why don't you take a look at the time of triggering the mission? This woman clearly didn't come with good intentions, okay? And, if you want to trigger it, so be it. Can you not have a mission penalty? And the mission time limit is 3 days. What is this for? Is this forcing me to drop a level? Damn it. Also, what the hell is this 10% increase in the mission reward space? I don't understand at all. Lin Xian released his Eye of Cave Spirit on her. Level. Attributes. For attributes. Lin Xian, damn it. The woman stared at Lin Xian, then slowly reached out her slender hand and flicked her index finger. Lin Xian reacted quickly and moved 10 meters to the side with instant shadow. Then, he opened his mouth wide. Boom, the woman flicked her index finger lightly, and a force like a knife that could split heaven and earth rushed toward Lin Xian's previous position. All the buildings in its path were instantly turned into ashes. When he looked back, he didn't know how far the force had flown. It was at least 1,000 meters. The line of buildings that were 1,000 meters wide were destroyed. Damn it. With just a finger, a building dozens of meters wide was turned into ruins. Is this a god? Is she a human or a demon? If she's a demon, damn it. Such a person can destroy an entire city with a wave of her hand, right? Damn it. This was a true expert, wasn't it? What level is she at? Domain realm cultivators can't do it. At least heavenly venerable realm cultivators. That's around level 70 to 80. Lin Xian didn't know if such an existence existed in the human race. There should be. Otherwise, the human race would have been extinct long ago. And she wanted to kill him. She wanted to kill him. In such a place, she shouldn't be a human, right? Oh. Seeing Lin Xian release the power of teleportation, her eyes lit up. Then, she flicked her finger at Lin Xian again. Whoosh! Lin Xian dodged the attack once again, and another kilometer-wide area of several tens of meters was destroyed. Big sister, what have I done to you? I'm so weak, is it worth it for you to attack me? Lin Xian was helpless. He was even in despair. What was going on? How could an existence of such a level suddenly appear? The woman didn't say anything. She stretched out her hand again. You're so strong, yet you want to kill such a weak martial artist. Aren't you ashamed? Boom! Another terrifying power was released. Fortunately, Lin Xian had Blink Shadow, or else he would have been dead. Now, Lin Xian was filled with regret. Why didn't they leave together? The main reason was that he would never have imagined that he would encounter such an existence. Oh, right. Wheel of Fortune. Lin Xian glanced at her. She didn't seem to be in a hurry. She was just moving her fingers to kill him. That meant that Lin Xian could live for a few seconds, or even a few seconds. Ding! You have successfully extracted the True Flame Exploding Bullet. I want your fucking True Flame Exploding Bullet. This True Flame Exploding Bullet could only kill a mysterious Heaven Realm martial artist. This level was not even enough to scratch an itch. He needed something like the God of War's will to survive. Are you sure you want to use 2 million scum points to draw the lottery? Yes. Lin Xian dodged while drawing the lottery in his mind. The lottery cost had increased from 1 million to 2 million, but it didn't matter. Survival was more important. Ding! You have successfully extracted the inflatable doll. Lin Xian, the fuck? The woman was stunned. Suddenly, she saw a doll fall out from Lin Xian's side. She didn't know what it was and even thought it was a spiritual weapon. Then, with a light flick, the doll exploded. Lin Xian, ding! You have successfully extracted the yellow grade skill. Ding. You have successfully extracted the. Ding. You have successfully extracted the. Ding. You have 5 chances to draw the lottery today. You have used up all your chances. Lin Xian was about to go crazy. What was this? The key was that after spending 2 million, you could still draw a yellow grade skill. What the hell was this? What was the other thing about the? The woman was slightly stunned when she saw Lin Xian's hand move inexplicably like magic, but she couldn't be bothered to waste time. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt the surrounding space being compressed. It was too late. No. He couldn't die. He couldn't die. Whoosh! In the next second, Lin Xian rushed to the illusory sky crystal beside him. Fight to the death. Lin Xian jumped directly to the illusory sky crystal. Then, he actually disappeared in front of the illusory sky crystal. To be precise, it was as if he had entered the space of the illusory sky crystal. The woman frowned slightly. The illusory sky crystal had extremely strong spatial power. Who knew what kind of spatial power you would encounter when you touched it? Compression, explosion, strangulation, separation, no matter which one it was, it could instantly take a person's life. And there was only one possibility for Lin Xian to disappear here. He had coincidentally entered the space of the illusory sky crystal. This was the only possibility that wouldn't instantly take his life. This was precisely spatial teleportation. It would only teleport him to the interior of the illusory sky crystal. Entering the space of the illusory sky crystal, he will definitely die. It doesn't matter if he dies. Then, she stretched out her hand and the illusory sky crystal disappeared on the spot. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He felt that he was constantly falling. Fuck. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have entered a blank universe. His surroundings were pitch black, so black that there was not a single bit of light. He seemed to be in a boundless universe without any light. He probably wouldn't be able to stop for the rest of his life. This can't be the internal space of the illusory sky crystal, right? Lin Xian opened his mouth and tried his best to stabilize his body in the air. Damn! It seemed like he wouldn't be able to live even if he escaped from the devil's claws. This way, he would only die a little later. Tianhua City. Ling Ying and Miao Xiaomiao walked on the streets in a daze. Big sister Ling Ying, do you think Lin Xian really went to save people with Chief Commander Qin Feng? Miao Xiaomiao bit her lips. They both hated themselves for not letting Lin Xian enter the teleportation array first. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. They also didn't think that Lin Xian wouldn't come back. Lin Xian told them that he followed Qin Feng to save people, but why did they feel that something was wrong? Ling Ying nodded and gently rubbed her hair, saying, since Lin Xian said so, then it must be so. Don't worry, most of the powerful demonic beasts over there are dead. With Chief Commander Qin Feng, Lin Xian should be fine. Go back and rest. Oh, then Lin Xian came back. Big sister Ling Ying, remember to tell me. Okay. Then, they separated. How could Ling Ying not understand Lin Xian? Going to save people with Qin Feng. No, she didn't think so. There must be another reason. He had thought of it long ago. He also deliberately let them enter the teleportation array first. But what could she do? She didn't want her boyfriend to die right after they started dating. She hurriedly made a call, but it said that he wasn't in the service area. That's not right. Without signal blocking, they could even get through in Linfeng City. It was fine even if the phone was turned off, but how could he not be in the service area? Chapter 187. Ling bit her lip. No. She had to go and take a look. She had to go and take a look even if she was going to save the people in Lin Feng City who didn't have teleportation crystals. Ling found the team that was going to save the people and followed them. Linya called her to ask about Lin Xian's situation. Ling lied to Linya and told her that he was fine. Bastard. You're crazy. Why do you have to make people worry? Ling gritted her teeth. Lin Xian did make them worry, but it was something that Lin Xian had to do. As for Miao Xiaomiao, she wasn't an ordinary girl. She naturally guessed that Lin Xian wouldn't be here just to save someone. Grandpa. Xiaomiao. Miao Zhenghao hugged Miao Xiaomiao. He already knew about this from the Bounty Hunter Guild. Seeing that his granddaughter was fine, he burst into tears. Grandpa, Xiaomiao is fine. But Lin Xian might be in trouble. Grandpa, you have to find someone to save Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Tell me what happened. Miao Xiaomiao explained. What if Lin Xian was really there to save people? Wouldn't it be a waste? Even so, it's still dangerous. Miao Xiaomiao said anxiously. That's true. After all, that's the territory of the beasts. You rest at home. Grandpa will find someone to contact Commander Qin Feng. 5 minutes later, Miao Zhenghao came out. Grandpa, what's the situation? Miao Zhenghao ruffled Miao Xiaomiao's hair and said, It's okay, don't worry. He's following Commander Qin Feng. You should rest well. You're injured and need to recuperate. Miao Xiaomiao sighed in relief. Then she said, I don't want to rest. I want to wait for Lin Xian to come back. Okay. Grandpa will go back to work. With that, Miao Zhenghao walked away. As he walked away, he frowned. Of course, the news he received was that Lin Xian wasn't with Qin Feng. That meant there was danger. But he didn't dare to let Miao Xiaomiao worry or put herself in danger, so he could only keep it a secret. Then, he went to find people to follow the reinforcements to search for Lin Xian. Miao Xiaomiao was very happy at first. Then, she took out her phone and saw that Lin Xian was offline. Did his phone run out of battery? Since I'm following Commander Qin Feng, there shouldn't be any problems. The demonic beasts have been taken care of for the time being, so calling him should be fine, right? And he's definitely on silent mode. Then, Miao Xiaomiao made a call, and the prompt was, he was not in the service area. This time, Miao Xiaomiao could no longer remain calm. No. Her grandfather lied to her. Miao Xiaomiao rushed out. An hour later, Lin Xian opened his eyes again. He was still falling. Fortunately, there was air here. Otherwise, he would have died. What should we do? What should we do now? Lin Xian really didn't know what to do. He guessed that he was in the internal space of the illusory space heaven crystal, but how could he get out? If I absorb the spatial energy here, I can make this place disappear. I should be able to get out, and I can also activate the spatial attribute. But how do I absorb it? Lin Xian knew that although this place looked big, it was like he was repeating a cycle. In other words, there might only be a space of 10 meters, but after falling 10 meters, he would start from the beginning again. This endless cycle would give people the illusion that he was constantly falling. Because no matter how awesome something was, it was impossible for it to have an infinite space. But how could he absorb it? Lin Xian didn't know. He couldn't do it. This was different from normal situations. Even if he knew, what could he do? What could he do? Hey, cheating system, can you give me a way? Lin Xian sighed. Please respect me. Thank you. That cute and sweet female voice sounded. Respect your ass. Don't you like to threaten me and bombard me with heavenly lightning? Go ahead and bombard me. I'm going to die anyway, give me a quick death. Idiot. Lin Xian, fuck. This system actually called him an idiot. Who could stand this? Sigh, I wonder what little fairy will do if she knows about my death. Lin Xian sighed. He really couldn't bear to do it, and he was also afraid that Linya would be sad. But if he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice without knowing the outcome. Many strong people were really born in extreme environments. But if they didn't do it well, they might die. He realized that he seemed to be the latter. He was going to die. And Ling Ying, fuck. He hadn't had enough sex with this girl, and he was going to die. There were still a few girls he hadn't had sex with. Just thinking about it was tiring. I wonder if I can return to Earth after dying. Lin Xian was already thinking about this. Idiot. Lin Xian, fuck. You. Once is enough for you to scold me, twice. Fuck Lin Yang. Lin Xian couldn't help but roar. According to the system's detection, the host can use the power of the rainbow's sacred scale to forcefully absorb it. That voice came over. Rainbow's sacred scale. Lin Xian suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the rainbow's sacred scale that gave him all attributes? He thought of absorbing it himself, but he seemed to have forgotten that the people here relied on the system to cultivate. But, I've used the system to choose to absorb it, but it said that I'm not qualified. Lin Xian said. Host, please choose the rainbow's sacred scale. Using the scumbag system to borrow the power of the rainbow's sacred scale to assist in absorbing the space energy here. I haven't tried it before, but I can give it a try. Lin Xian then closed his eyes. But if you don't absorb it completely, you still can't leave. And if your body can't withstand it, you will explode and die. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Ding. Do you choose to absorb the space energy? Lin Xian opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. It's really possible. Normally, the system wouldn't be able to absorb it, but it could be done through the rainbow's sacred scale. Under normal circumstances, only Lin Xian could do it. Because one must have the rainbow's sacred scale, otherwise, it would be useless. But he had it. His life wasn't meant to end. Lin Xian wanted to cry. His life really wasn't meant to end. Absorb. Lin Xian then chose to absorb it without hesitation. Immediately after, he felt the dense space energy condensing into his body. Space compression, Lin Xian felt the pressure. Space explosion, space tear. At this moment, in a fragrant room, the woman changed into pajamas and was about to take a bath with a towel. Then, she saw the strange state of the illusory sky crystal at the side. Not dead yet. The woman glanced at it and didn't think much before walking into the bathroom. As time passed, Lin Xian felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he couldn't hold on any longer, but he still kept eating and drinking. His body couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 188. According to the system, he could only leave this place after absorbing all the spatial energy. Wouldn't absorbing all the energy here be the same as absorbing all the energy in that huge illusory sky crystal? Could he really absorb all of it? Lin Xian felt that he couldn't. If he didn't absorb all of it, he wouldn't be able to leave. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to take it and he would explode. But thinking about it, wouldn't it feel good to explode and die? People would die in an instant and wouldn't feel any pain. Why am I starting to think about how to die a quick death? Die my ass. I can't die. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and he clenched his fists tightly. Ugh! Lin Xian roared and absorbed the power of space with all his might. Time passed by slowly. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. I'm going to explode. System lady, can you help me check how much spatial energy I have left? Checking, please wait a moment. Ding, remaining spatial energy 61%. Lin Xian, die. He was about to explode and he hadn't even absorbed half of it. Wouldn't he die? Even the rainbow's sacred scales weren't enough. Ding, space attribute has accumulated 90%. Lin Xian, at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. This didn't mean that Lin Xian was only left with 10%. It meant that, if he absorbed another 10%, he would activate the space attribute. Lin Xian was filled with fighting spirit again. Ugh, ding, space attribute has accumulated 91%. 92%. 93%, ding, energy has accumulated 98%, bang, Lin Xian even seemed to hear a cracking sound. Then, he took a look and saw that the blood vessels in his arms seemed to have burst. His body was cracking. Ah! Lin Xian couldn't give up. There was only this last 2% left. In an instant, Lin Xian was covered in blood. Ding, energy accumulation is complete. Space attribute is permanently activated. Ding, your vitality plus 30. When Lin Xian heard this sound, all the energy in his body was drained and he stopped absorbing. As he fell, he panted heavily. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until here, or he might have fainted already. It was probably because his physique had experienced a huge injury, which was equivalent to body tempering. Therefore, his physique was now able to withstand more damage. 30 points of vitality wasn't a small amount. After a few minutes, Lin Xian finally regained some strength and slowly raised his right hand. Spatial blast. Lin Xian, what the hell? Was this the space blast? Lin Xian looked at the area in front of him. It was a very, very small area, perhaps the size of a person. There was indeed a spatial explosion inside, but it was like a 50-cent box of exploding whips. He felt that it could at most blow up ordinary people. The kind that wouldn't die from the explosion. Space jump. It moved. It was a 2-meter space jump. Lin Xian, what the hell? This was the spatial attribute. What the hell? Lin Xian's body was in so much pain that he felt like he was about to lose all his blood. However, it couldn't compare to the desolation he felt in his heart. Shouldn't it be very awesome? Why was it so lousy? System Missy, help me check if the spatial attribute I've awakened is fake. Lin Xian asked in surprise. Checking, please wait, checking complete. The host spatial attribute awakened range is 1/3000. Lin Xian, no wonder. In other words, Lin Xian could only release January 3000 of the spatial energy he could release as an arcane body 6 stars cultivator. No wonder it was so weak. How do I improve it? Cultivate, familiarize, grasp, and comprehend. Lin Xian, space and time were indeed the two most difficult attributes. As for the other attributes, you were born with them, so you basically knew how to use them. For example, lightning could be released as soon as you obtained it. Of course, you also needed to familiarize yourself with it. However, space was more difficult. In other words, he had to slowly improve it. Then, the System Missy's voice sounded, or you can also improve your comprehension of space by absorbing large amounts of spatial energy. Absorb. Right. Isn't this place full of spatial attributes? My body has just reached its limit, but since I've unlocked the spatial attribute, it's as good as empty again. Lin Xian felt extremely comfortable now. After recovering from the feeling of being on the verge of exploding, he felt extremely good. Then, Lin Xian began to absorb the spatial attribute again. After unlocking the spatial attribute, Lin Xian seemed to be able to absorb even more. After absorbing 90% of the spatial energy, he didn't feel too uncomfortable anymore. This time, he was absorbing so that he could grasp more spatial energy and leave this place. Fortunately, he could unlock the spatial attribute. Otherwise, he would definitely die here. There's still the last 1%. This last 1%, Lin Xian would no longer descend. Instead, he stood above the void that he could see. Because there was no more space. I should be able to leave this place after absorbing the spatial energy. The key is that I don't know what's going on outside. Lin Xian remembered that he came here because of that extremely powerful woman. The illusory sky crystal was definitely in her hands. If he met her again, he would still die. But he had spatial energy now. After absorbing so much, he only controlled 1%. From the previous January 30th to 1/100th, it was actually a huge increase. But the effect of 1%, Lin Xian used all the spiritual energy in his body to complete a spatial jump. 100 meters. About 100 meters, using all the spiritual energy in his body. It was too difficult. This spatial energy was indeed powerful, but if he wanted to maximize its effect, his control over it must be very high. He estimated that the first time he used it, 40 people, 1,000 meters, and a 1-star arcane body realm, he should be able to achieve more than 50% of the effect, right? But as long as he was given time, he would be able to improve it. After recovering his spiritual energy on the spot, Lin Xian used his only wood attribute energy to heal his injuries. After thinking for a while, he also used his only water attribute energy to bathe himself. That was too extravagant. Because to be honest, the water attribute energy might not be too effective. Lin Xian might not need it in the future, so it was fine to waste it. Otherwise, with his clothes soaked in blood, if he walked in the demonic beast territory, how many demonic beasts would be attracted by the smell of blood? Even if he escaped from the demoness claws, he would probably be killed by the demonic beasts. Then, Lin Xian took a deep breath and absorbed the last 1%. At this moment, in the room outside, the beautiful woman had just finished bathing. She was wearing pajamas and drying her hair as she walked out. At first, she didn't notice it, but suddenly, her beautiful eyes looked at the illusory sky crystal in the corner. Why did the illusory sky crystal lose its luster? Its power was gone. Plop, a figure flew out and rolled a few times on the ground. Fuck. It hurts. Woman. Chapter 189. Lin Xian rubbed his head and sucked in a breath of cold air. What the fuck? It was as if he had been shot by a cannonball. He flew out head first and was about to be knocked silly. Then, he shook his head and opened his eyes. Fuck. Lin Xian and the woman stared at each other. The woman froze in the middle of drying her hair. She was clearly stunned as well. Gulp, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Even the sound of Lin Xian swallowing his saliva could be heard. That was the girl. Previously, Lin Xian couldn't see clearly because of the veil, but now, especially for a noble and cold girl like her, wearing pajamas with wet hair, she was even more mesmerizing. More importantly, her appearance, Ling Ying and Lin Ye were already heaven-defying beauties, but she was so beautiful that Lin Xian couldn't breathe. It was as if this wasn't an appearance that a human could have. To be honest, she wasn't much better than Ling Ying and the rest. Beauties all had their own characteristics and merits, especially great beauties. Actually, it was hard to tell who was prettier, but Lin Xian felt that she was indescribably beautiful. Maybe it was because of her noble aura. Or maybe only a demon could transform into such beauty. In the next second, without hesitation, Lin Xian released the space attribute. His figure appeared 100 meters away and sped away. What the fuck? I've hit the nail on the head. Lecher. The girl's face was sullen. Her right hand grabbed at the air, and then, Lin Xian fell from the sky and landed on the floor of her room. Lin Xian, who could withstand this? He couldn't run at all, okay? He was being toyed with like a cat catching a mouse. Die. Don't. Kill me and dirty your room. Lin Xian looked at the energy she was gathering and hurriedly said. Am I going to die? Sigh, I really can't accept this. I'm still going to die in the end. However, as someone who had already died once, Lin Xian was able to accept the fact that he was still alive. Death wasn't frightening. What was frightening was the fetters in one's heart. What about Linya? What about Ling Ying? The woman glanced at the illusory sky heavenly crystal that no longer had any spiritual energy left. He had actually completely absorbed the spatial energy of the illusory spatial heavenly crystal. What he released just now was also the power of space. She was very sure, because what she controlled was space. In terms of spatial power, she didn't lose to anyone on planet Aqua Blue. Because this was her, the Void Fox. The strongest spatial heavenly beast, the pinnacle of bloodline, pinnacle of strength, pinnacle of spatial purity, the Void Fox was a top-notch demonic beast bloodline. Furthermore, it was a top-notch demonic beast. They were existences at the level of dragons, phoenixes, and Chilants. In a sense, he was even stronger. Because what she controlled was space, she would definitely be able to suppress her opponent at the same cultivation level. There were only 2 Void Foxes on the entire continent, her and her younger sister. Therefore, it was only right for her to be respected. When the woman heard Lin Xian's words, she paused for a moment, wondering if killing him would dirty her room. How did you absorb such a huge amount of energy from the illusory sky heavenly crystal? She asked, but her tone was filled with unquestionable arrogance. I absorbed it just like that. Lin Xian was stalling for time. He was looking for a way to escape. However, there were no more chances left for the lottery wheel. He had used it 5 times after midnight. Spatial energy was useless, so he seemed to be about to die. Fuck. It wasn't easy for him to escape and awaken the spatial attribute. He originally thought that the peak of his life was just around the corner, but his luck was really too bad. He really bumped into her. Lin Xian said with a long face, Big sister, I'm just a hooligan with low strength. Can you just pretend that you didn't see me and let me go? No. You must die. Why? Although humans and demonic beasts can't coexist, there are also examples of coexistence. For the time being, we don't need to coexist. We just need to let him live. Sob. Of course, Lin Xian knew that there were very few chances, so when he was talking, his system was scanning for the obedient spray that he had drawn earlier, grade, unable to determine. One-time use item. Ignores level and realm. Spray a unit, making it obey the user's orders. Takes effect immediately. Duration and effect vary from person to person. Unable to determine. Lin Xian, this was the obedient spray. It didn't have any attack power, but it surprised Lin Xian. This was even a spirit artifact that ignored level. In other words, even if the other party was at the heavenly venerable realm, they would have to obey this spray. The full name of this obedient spray was. He didn't understand what the powder in the back meant. Were there many other types? But didn't this mean that he survived? Lin Xian was about to faint. If he had known, he would have checked the effects of the obedient spray. It wouldn't have ended up like this. The items in this lottery wheel were really heaven-defying. Lin Xian was convinced. However, if there was something that could save his life, he had to hit it with one hit. Otherwise, he would still die. Since you don't want to talk, then die. After saying that, the woman stretched out her hand slightly toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian suddenly pointed behind her. Look, a flying saucer. The woman really did look behind her. It was probably because Lin Xian was too weak, so she wasn't worried that Lin Xian would hurt her. That was why she was so relaxed. Sizzle, Lin Xian appeared in front of her in an instant. He took out the obedient spray and sprayed it at her twice. Ha ha ha, then, Lin Xian put his hands on his waist and laughed. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you high and mighty? You still have to be obedient. Ha ha ha. Awesome. The obedient spray was immediately effective. The woman's condition instantly became abnormal. Her pretty face was flushed red. For such a woman to blush, it was really mesmerizing. Her delicate body staggered, and then she leaned against the wall. She struggled to shake her head, but something didn't seem right. She tried to release her power to kill Lin Xian, but she couldn't condense it. At that moment, she panicked. Moreover, her mind was being invaded. Lin Xian originally didn't dare to be so arrogant. However, the obedient spray was effective immediately. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. However, he wasn't sure how long it would last, so Lin Xian didn't dare to continue being arrogant. As long as she sent him back to Tianhua City, wouldn't he be safe? Lin Xian didn't want to do the mission anymore. What if she woke up in a few seconds, 10 seconds, or a few minutes? The duration and effects varied from person to person. Lin Xian didn't dare to take the risk. It was enough that he could survive. If he failed the mission, then his level would be lowered. Send me back to Tianhua City. Lin Xian looked at her and hurriedly said. Then, she didn't react. She even let out a groan. Lin Xian, at this moment, Lin Xian realized that something was wrong with her. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and her skin was flushed. How was this obedient? This was clearly aroused. Chapter 190. Lin Xian looked at the obedient spray's description again. That's right. Didn't she say she was obedient? However, he had ordered her to do so. She didn't give him any response. She just kept tugging at her clothes. Hey, send me back to Tianhua City. Lin Xian said again. Then, he saw her raise her head. In an instant, she appeared in front of Lin Xian and hugged Lin Xian. Her red lips kissed him. Lin Xian, ding. Raped by big sister, unworthy of being a scumbag. Scumbag value, 100000. What the hell? Being forced to kiss based on strength means he's unworthy of being a scumbag. This obedient spray, it can't be that the powder means that, right? Can't you be more accurate with your description? What a scam. No. Although Lin Xian felt that it was a huge profit to be able to get on such a high-quality item, that wasn't his goal. He wanted to run. If he slept with her, He would feel good for a while, and then he would still die. Although dying under a peony flower was also a romantic thing, this woman was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. She was even incomparably noble. Even her appearance was noble. That was the aura she revealed. But Lin Xian only wanted to live. Scram! Don't bother me. Lin Xian then pushed her away. Since she wasn't obedient, he could only run. If he didn't run now, he wouldn't be able to run when she woke up. Then, Lin Xian pushed open the door and was about to rush out. His spiritual energy was empty. Using instant shadow was already drained, so Lin Xian could only run. Whoosh! However, the woman was much faster than Lin Xian. She directly pulled him over and then wrapped around Lin Xian like an octopus. Lin Xian, it's over. His mentality exploded. Don't go. It's so uncomfortable. The woman said in her sleep. Scram! Lin Xian pushed her away again and was pulled over again. The disparity in strength was too great. She didn't even use her spiritual power. She was able to crush Lin Xian with pure strength. Oh my God! Lin Xian had tried 4 times, and she had brought him back. It's over. Who the fuck could withstand this? Although it was beautiful, it was a rose with thorns, the kind that could kill. Paw! Lin Xian then slapped her across the face. The crisp sound of a slap could be heard. Ding! Slapping a big sister in the face is an act of a scumbag. It is extremely vile. Scumbag value plus 1 million. After slapping Lin Xian, he regretted it. What if she woke up from her slapping? He still had to die. But fortunately, she did not wake up. Hot, an incomparably noble woman let out such an aggrieved and coquettish voice. No one could stand it. But Lin Xian held back. He still wanted to run, but he couldn't break free. Her cultivation level was too high. She just needed to use a bit of strength, and Lin Xian couldn't move. Rip! Lin Xian's clothes were torn apart by her. Lin Xian, he was pushed down by a woman. The key point was that he was unwilling. Damn Lin Yang. Fuck. I can't run, I'm going to die either way. This young master has done this before I die, so it's not a loss. Ding. Successfully possessed a big sister. Identified as Super SSS. Scumbag value plus 100,000. Identified as the first time, scumbag value plus 1000000. Ding. The disparity in status and cultivation level is too large. Host is determined to be a gigolo. Scumbag value plus 1 million. Ding. Doing it with another girl while having a girlfriend is considered a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 1000000. Ding. Collected big sisters, 2, ding. Successfully completed the mission. Mission reward, space speed increase by 10%. Ding. You have triggered the mission. Mission reward, space attribute large success and increase to void. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission punishment, level reset to 0. Lin Xian, his movements suddenly stopped. More than 20 million scumbag value was directly transferred to his account. Moreover, the previous mission did not even require him to tease the big sister. It was directly completed. But what made him unhappy was, gigolo. Your whole family is gigolos. And, what made Lin Xian's mind explode was that he even triggered a mission. He still had to confess to her. How could he succeed? This mission was bound to fail. And he only had 3 months. If he didn't complete it, his level would be reset to 0 and he would explode. Wait, let's talk about it after I survive this time. Don't stop. She hugged Lin Xian. Lin Xian woke up because his phone rang. He subconsciously picked it up and looked at it. Hey, little Ying Ying. Bastard. Where are you? Ling Ying cursed. Lin Xian suddenly woke up. Damn. I'll go back now. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Ling Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was fine. I'm at Lin Feng City. The teleportation portal here has been set up. Hurry over. It's at the side of Chang'an County. Hurry. Ling Ying was angered to death by Lin Xian. She really did not know how dangerous it was. She was really worried to death. Okay. I'm coming. Lin Xian then put on his pants and was about to escape. As for his clothes, they were torn by her. Just as Lin Xian was about to run, he felt a powerful aura. It's over. Lin Xian turned his head to look at the figure. Her face was full of shame and anger. Of course, there was even more anger. Shameless lecher. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Damn. She was the one who initiated it, okay? Now she was unhappy again. Damn. Wait. You initiated it. Are you blaming me again? She thought about it carefully. Her memory was fragmented, but she could roughly remember something. It was actually, really her, no. It was because Lin Xian did something. She did it unconsciously. It was all because of him. Lin Xian felt that the aura was increasing instead of decreasing. He could only use his trump card. This was the method he had just thought of. Whether she lived or died depended on the heavens. Wait a minute. Look at what this is. Lin Xian waved his phone and said, I believe you know that this is a phone invented by us humans. It has a camera function. I took a picture of everything you did and sent it to a female friend of mine. If you dare to kill me, you can imagine the consequences, right? Of course he did not take a picture. How could he have the time? He had just thought of it. It was the only way. If I die, if I don't make it back alive, she will post your picture online. When that happens, all the humans on planet Aqua Blue will see it. And maybe you demons will see it too. You. Shameless lecher. She pointed at Lin Xian, trembling slightly. She was angry. But she believed him. Before this, she had been sleeping. She really did not know what Lin Xian was doing. So. I'm going back now. Kill me or let me go. It's up to you. With that, Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked out. After he went out, Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Where was this? Damn. Then he came back. Send me to Chang'an County. Hurry. Chapter 191. She, Linglong Shui, swore that she really wanted to kill him. But if what he said was true, then the world would see her. No. No. Absolutely not. She compromised. At least now she was in a mess, very messy. If you dare to reveal this when you go back, I will slaughter the entire human race. Linglong Shui glared at Lin Xian and threatened. Fine. I promise you. Hurry up. With a wave of her hand, Lin Xian vanished on the spot. After Lin Xian left, she stood there in a daze. With a flash of light, Lin Xian appeared next to Chang and County. It wasn't far from where they parked the chariot. Most of the people here had already left, but there were a few who stayed. Lin Xian. When the two girls saw Lin Xian, they immediately ran over. You guys, Lin Xian froze when he saw Ling Ying and Miao Xiao Miao. Lin Xian knew that Ling Ying was here, but Miao Xiao Miao was here too. Lin Xian, you bastard. Miao Xiao Miao threw a stone at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian nimbly dodged it. Where are your clothes? Ling Ying walked over to Lin Xian and asked. Ah. They were burned during the battle. No big deal. Miao Xiao Miao pouted and said, where did you go? I went to save people with Commander Qin Feng. Stop pretending. Commander Qin Feng already went back, but you still haven't come back. He came back just for you. Lin Xian saw a figure walking over. It was Qin Feng. Ah. It's very dangerous. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and continued, if there's anything in the future, can't we go together? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Alright, alright, alright. He didn't let Miao Xiao Miao and Ling Ying follow because he was afraid that they would be in danger. If he implicated them, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if he died. The two girls were also very smart. If Lin Xian continued to hide it, it meant that he didn't want to talk about it. Since he didn't want to talk about it, they didn't ask anymore. But no matter what, it was fine as long as he was fine. Qin Feng walked over and saluted Lin Xian. This really made Lin Xian feel flattered because this Qin Feng should be a domain realm expert. Lin Xian, let's not talk about other things for now, but there's one thing I want to thank you on behalf of everyone. If it weren't for you and the two ladies, we might not have survived our losses. Now that half of us have survived, sigh, it's already a blessing in disguise. Lin Xian shook his head and said, that's what I should do. This is part of being human. It's also my responsibility. It was obvious that Qin Feng's mood was not very good. He originally thought that this would be a devastating blow to the demonic beasts, but he didn't expect that they would fall into a trap and suffer such heavy losses. More than 20,000 people died. This was simply too exaggerated. This time, the plan of the Chinese country was directly announced to have ended. Everyone else had returned, and only the four of them were left here. Sigh, I just don't know why we failed. The demonic beasts actually set a trap early on. Qin Feng sighed again. But other than that, what else could he do? There was no turning back. Lin Xian glanced at Miao Xiao Miao and Ling Ying. He knew that they hadn't told Qin Feng about Wang Jichao's matter. They were probably waiting for Lin Xian to make a decision. Lin Xian then said, Chief Commander Qin. Qin Feng waved his hand and said helplessly, don't call me that. I'm the one who caused everyone to be in this state. I'm no longer qualified to be the chief commander. I'm about 20 years older than you guys, so just call me Uncle Qin. Lin Xian nodded and said, this time it's not your fault. Uncle Qin, you're just executing the policy of the Chinese country. That's also because I didn't investigate thoroughly. No, it's because a human traitor leaked information about our entire operation to the demonic beasts, so the demonic beasts set a trap early on. Lin Xian said. A human traitor. That's impossible. Even if there was, it should be the higher-ups of the three major forces. Qin Feng suddenly realized something and stared at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian nodded and said, that's right. There's a traitor among the higher-ups of the three major forces. Lin Xian then nodded to Miao Xiao Miao, who then passed the phone to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the phone's recording, and his killing intent surged. The trial union, Wang Jichao. Bastard. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. If it was their mistake that led to this failure, perhaps he would feel better. But if it was his own people who leaked information about their operation, then he would feel even angrier and even worse. This evidence should be enough, right? Lin Xian said. Qin Feng took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his anger. I never thought that the final mistake would be our own fault. We've let down all the warriors who died. No, it's him. Qin Feng then patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "Don't worry about this. He'll definitely pay the price. His death isn't worth regretting. We'll definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. But there's one more thing, and that's about you." Me? Lin Xian pointed at himself in surprise. Qin Feng nodded, "That's right. This time, because of your operation, we saved the remaining 30,000 people and even left some soldiers for the three major forces. Otherwise, the beasts would have attacked us and Tianhua City would have fallen. Your contribution is so great that I'll ask the higher-ups for your reward." Lin Xian smiled and shook his head, "Forget it, I don't like to show my face in the public." "This isn't showing your face in the public. You saved over 10,000 people. This is a great contribution. The Chinese government will definitely give you a title of unparalleled honor." It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't care, but he was still used to his normal life. It was great to interact with girls. Lin Xian felt that it would be very troublesome if the country paid attention to him. "Forget it, I won't ask for the reward. Or maybe I'll mention it to Uncle Qin when I want it in the future." Qin Feng was extremely surprised. As expected of a young man who could stand out on the battlefield. He was indeed extraordinary. "All right, since this is your decision, I'll respect it. However, I hope to invite you to join the Divine Palace. I'll give you a high position so that it'll be easier for you to do things in the future," Qin Feng said. "This. How about you give me this position, but I won't join the Divine Palace. Is that okay?" This position was quite useful. The higher the position, the more people would be intimidated. Sometimes, he could even get in through the back door. This was a comfortable position. But the prerequisite was that he didn't belong to the Divine Palace. "Okay. Then I'll give you the position of Deputy Commander of Tianhua City's Border Defense Team. You can use this position to do things outside. Of course, you can't do anything bad. Internally, you don't have to do anything. You're completely free and can resign at any time. How about it?" Lin Xian nodded slightly. Although he still belonged to the Divine Palace, in a sense, he didn't belong to them anymore. This was a power that Qin Feng had given him privately. Chapter 192. Seeing Lin Xian nod, Qin Feng felt a little better. Lin Xian had done such a terrible thing. If he did not want anything, he would feel guilty. "You're a student of the Sky Martial Court, right? I'll send someone to pass you your identification." "Thank you." Let's go back. I have to get rid of that bastard Wang Jichao as soon as possible. It'll be troublesome if he notices something and escapes." Then, the four of them stepped into the teleportation formation. "I'll go home first. My sister must be worried," Lin Xian said to the two girls, his upper body bare. "You know that too." Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Fortunately, nothing happened. However, he really was a troublemaker. Anyway, she had to be careful. She could not be separated from Lin Xian in the future. Who knew what he would do? Okay, Okay. I apologize. Meow Xiao Meow put her hands on her waist and said, you shouldn't apologize to us. You're being irresponsible to yourself and your sister. What if something happens to you? Okay, there won't be a next time. It's getting late. The sun is about to rise. Let's go back and rest. I'm going home too. Oh, right. Give me the phone and the note. Lin Xian said to Ling Ying. Lin Xian handed the phone to Lin Xian and said, I live alone in Tianhua City. I'm very free. Why don't I send it over now? Lin Xian shook his head. Let's wait until morning. This matter hasn't spread yet. Let his sister have a good night's sleep. I'll tell her the bad news tomorrow. That's the only way. I'll go tomorrow. Are you sure you can do it? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. It's just sending something over. I'm just an errand boy. I don't have to do anything. Why can't I do it? That's true. We'll go back then. The three of them then separated. When Lin Xian returned home, Linya was asleep. He thought she was asleep, but maybe she was still awake. Anyway, not long after he opened the door, Linya came out of the room. Where's your jacket? Linya stared blankly at Lin Xian for a moment before hurriedly finding a set of clothes for him to wear. It was 4:00 in the morning, but it was still dark outside. Although they had returned, the news had not really spread yet. The news would spread tomorrow morning, so Linya did not know what danger Lin Xian and the others had gone through. It was just that Lin Xian hadn't sent a message to Linya for a long time, so Linya was worried. However, after hearing from Ling Ying that Lin Xian was fine, she was temporarily relieved. It's normal to tear your clothes in battle, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hungry? Yes. Go take a shower. I'll cook a bowl of noodles for you. Then Linya walked into the kitchen. Lin Xian revealed a blissful smile. Linya was not stupid. She had heard that the operation would end at noon, but it was only 4:00 in the morning. An hour or two earlier might be normal, but 7 or 8 hours earlier was definitely not normal. Therefore, she knew that something must have happened. However, as long as Lin Xian was fine, then all was well. Linya let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Xian came out of the shower feeling refreshed. His body's injuries were mostly healed by the wood element. When he came out, he smelled a delicious aroma. To be honest, he was starving to death. Miss Xiao. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Runing in surprise. He suddenly remembered that he had asked Xiao Runing to accompany Linya to sleep. I'm hungry too. Let's eat something. Xiao Runing said. Then, Lin Xian walked over and started eating. Linya propped her chin up and looked at him. Why are you looking at me? Am I too handsome? Lin Xian teased, making Linya blush. No, Linya thought for a moment, then asked, did the mission fail? Lin Xian paused, then nodded. Yes, it failed. Did you lose a lot? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and asked. She was smart, so she naturally knew what was going on. Lin Xian did not need to hide this matter from Linya and the others. Because later on, everyone would know about the heavy losses this time. Although it would cause panic, there was no other way. When fighting with demonic beasts, such preparations were needed. However, the compensation that China was going to give out this time would probably be a huge sum. But compared to human lives, the compensation was really nothing. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, more than 20,000 people. Xiao Runing paused in the middle of eating, revealing a shocked expression. A total of 50,000 people went, and 20,000 died. What exactly did you encounter? Heartwarming said in disbelief. How was this possible? Lin Xian said helplessly, the demonic beast's trap. They already knew about our movements and prepared an ambush in advance. What? How is that possible? Because a human betrayed the clan and leaked information to the demonic beasts. Heartwarming frowned. Bang! She subconsciously slammed the table. Beast! This was even more hateful than becoming a martial artist of the evil fiend temple. As long as one was a normal person, they would definitely hate it. Because of one person, 20,000 people died. If this was not a beast, then what was? Although Lin Yi didn't really understand, she roughly understood the meaning. Let's not talk about it anymore. The people should have been caught. The three big powers won't just stand by and watch. As for the people who died, this is also something that can't be helped. It's hard to go against fate. Lin Xian sighed and continued eating. Heartwarming thought for a while and asked, then is Tianhua City in danger? Lin Xian downed a bowl of soup. Lin Yi took the bowl and scooped some noodles for him. Then Lin Xian looked at Heartwarming and said, if something happened to the three big powers this time, then Tianhua City should have fallen. But for now, it should be fine. The demonic beasts also need time. Even if the demonic beasts attack the city, they should be able to hold on until reinforcements come from other places. No matter how much I thought about it, I didn't think that it would be our own people. Heartwarming said helplessly. There was really no other way. This was human nature. There was really no guarantee that everyone was a good person. You should have a good rest tomorrow. I reckon that Tianhua City will be quite chaotic for the time being. After all, so many people have died. Although it's not just Tianhua City, there must be a lot of people in Tianhua City. I don't know how many students from the Sky Martial Court went there and how many people have died. Heartwarming sighed. But wasn't this how the world was now? Miss Xiao, I want to ask, what cultivation level must one reach to be able to cause destruction from 1,000 meters away with a raise of one's hand? Lin Xian asked curiously. Raise of one's hand. Lin Xian nodded and then made a gesture. He flicked his finger and said, yes, just a casual flick of your finger. Do you want to reach the heavenly venerable stage? Heartwarming, no. Virtuous stage. Lin Xian, what's going on? A virtuous stage demon venerable? That's impossible. If it's you, how could you come back alive? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.